the 8 best Mobile Legends Bang Bang teams in the world now have this shot. This final journey to being called champions of the world. Swiss has gone and passed. That was legendary. Now this knockout looks like it's on the road to becoming greater than ever. Welcome back to the M6 World Championship. It's me, Renmar Santa Cruz, here with Husky and Gideon Q. And it's knockouts time, baby. How are we feeling, gentlemen?
It's time to ring the bell. Ding, 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 ding. To throw some KO punches. It's time to get down and dirty. And today is the only day we got best of 3s. Afterwards, it's just long, grueling best of 5s. But I'm excited. I'm ready to see who will be the team that has the best shot at becoming champion.
I love it that the fact that, Swiss stage was a good appetizer until we got to the very end of it. And now, even before we completely set the brackets of upper and as well as lower for the following rounds in knockouts, we're getting another appetizer just to see.
I mean, I feel like at this point, wait, really? Those are just appetizers? Not even like glimpses of the main courses yet? Like, that's how fantastic our World Championship has been so far. And of course, it wouldn't have been possible without the help of our partners and sponsors from all over the world. Of course, if you want to experience the thrill of gaming in real life at Kadia's Gaming and Esports District, where every detail is a celebration of play and entertainment, go online, search for @Kadia Gaming for more information. But yeah, gentlemen, as we said, we are down to the final 8. SRG, TLID, Vamos, Team Spirit, Falcon Esports, NIP Flash, Fnatic Onyx Philippines, and RRQ. That is a stacked top 8.
It is a stacked top 8. Some of them are even unexpected, right? And I think for example, Falcon Esports, I think some people don't even have them in the top 8. They probably had teams like Aurora, who unfortunately didn't make it, fell in the hands of the cavalries of TLID. So we say that we got a glimpse of what the main courses are be. I feel like this is an omakase, right? It's a free-for-all, right? The teams are surfing up their signature dishes.
Yeah, and hopefully we do get to see a lot of signatures today. We have a majority of our top 8 teams are champions of their respective regions. While, if I'm not mistaken, in the case of Team Vamos and RRQ Hoshi, they are the runner-ups of Malaysia and Indonesia, respectively. This is the long road to December 15 and Axiata Arena. It begins on December 7th today with the first set of best of 3 matches. Well, first and only set, because as we mentioned, once we get to the lower and onwards, it's BO5s. But yeah, we got 4 ones coming up today. Gideon Q, where are your eyes at right now? Is it just SRG, really?
I mean, obviously it's going to be SRG, but I'm even excited for the RRQ Vamos, and as a Cavalry fan, I think that it's a little sad to see that it had to be drawn in Team Spirit versus TLID, but at least nobody's going to get knocked out, right? We're going to get a taste of each and every single one of these teams, and then once we get into the best of 5s, that's when we really know, hey, I've outplayed you, and not yet a marathon. Just enough of a sprint.
It really does feel like it's a teaser, right? Like they had to give us just a best of 3. It's not enough to sate a lot of our appetite, but it really depends on like whether you want the long road or you want the shorter road. Because if you go down to lower bracket, after today, you have kind of a 3-day break before you have to play on stage again. But from that point onwards, it's just games after games after games.
We got a little switcheroo, folks. The very first match of the day, if I'm not mistaken, should be Falcon versus NIP Flash. That is the opener for today. Our second match is Fnatic Onyx Philippines and SRG, followed by RK Hoshi and Vamos, and Team Spirit versus TLID. Again, we will repeat it because I can already sense there are people still commenting, hey, what are the matches today? They're there on your screen. And number 2, how are people getting eliminated today? Nope. Whoever loses today are going to the lower bracket matches. So yeah, we're set. But I still think, I completely agree with the thought that even if you could say, yeah, we got 2 lives, after this you still got another best of 5, still a good amount of chance. I don't know. With how stacked our top 8 are, I will be very scared for the teams that make it to the lower bracket, like after day 1.
It's just longer games, right? Best of 5 all the way, and some days you have to play 2 best of 5s. You have to think about it. If you make it to 14th of December, you gotta play 2 best of 5s potentially at Axiata, and then you have a best of 7 the day after. So I don't know. I prefer to be on the winning side and just go through upper bracket.
I mean, keep in mind, at the end of the day, these are not only new squads, but squads who are looking to build a legacy of their own up against teams who are, like, again, really, really fresh in the next generation, which I've been raving about all of from the beginning of the year all the way up till now. It's going to be an exciting time to see because it's a struggle, a real struggle, because we're not talking about teams who are, slacking behind. These teams are hungry for this championship win.
Yeah, if you have just joined us for this World Championship, if still after everything that's happened in an unforgettable Swiss stage, you are just joining us now, it's the dawn of a new legacy in MLBB esports. So many new names in terms of organizations and individual players. I mean, Swiss stage was full of just absolute chaos because of the best of one format, a lot of the surprising picks, strategies, a lot of upsets and intense storylines, and yeah, legacy building. I feel like now, with everything going around MLBB esports, how this is being branded as a dawn of a new legacy, definitely good performances in the knockouts will lead you to start building that from the moment you get that first win.
Absolutely. Not to mention that this is one of the championship that we don't have any previous champion organization, so whoever takes the trophy is going to have basically a new name, right? And if I'm not mistaken, only Curtisi is a two-time hopeful with NIP Flash. And can you just imagine that thought, that NIP Flash not only has a chance to win it all for Singapore, but also give Curtisi his second trophy.
Look, I know a lot of Filipino in the community itself are going to be like really critical with Aurora already dropping out. And again, Aurora was one of the teams that was hoping to make it into that top 8. So I've lost a lot of guest coins building up to this very moment. But at the end of the day, it really feels that each one of these teams, and especially with the imports that have been going around, there's always going to be some kind of Filipino representation. It'd be really awkward to go into the grand finals without one of them, whether it be a team or an import.
Yeah, but then I feel like if ever a team that our grand finals has no Filipino player or organization presence, that just hammers in the point in that idea of, yeah, it's the dawn of a new era. There goes the PH era. Here comes whatever we are going to end up labeling this new era to be, if that does happen. I mean, the Filipinos are still here. Excuse me. I almost kind of lost my cool there.
But like that fire under you, everyone.
Yeah,
Stop the flames.
you guys just know how to like get under my skin, you know? All right. I think it's time for us to highlight some key faces and some key names up on your screens right now. The top 5 in their respective roles. So, Sawa, Super Friends, Diablo, Skylar, and King Kong.
Yeah, and I think just to give a disclaimer to people who might have different opinions, this is just based on statistics alone, right? It's not like, oh, he is supposedly the best player or the MVP candidate. And to be fair, all highlight players of the Swiss stage were gold laners, so we can't just fit all 6, 7 of them on the screen. But for me, I think the standout is Sawo, right? Like they call him the godfather of EECA. He's been here like what, 5 world championships, 4 or 5 world championships, one of the most veteran ones from the region. And the fact that he's still able to put out this kind of performance and kind of shot call his team to victory is very impressive.
He's literally grown up in MLBB competitive environments, right? It's crazy to imagine from a region that basically didn't have a competitive scene to play community tournaments to now showing, hey, there is a scene that is alive and kicking. But then I gotta point out Diablo, out of all the KDAs out there, number 2, number 3, number 2, number 1, and then there's Diablo who's like 5th in KDA, 4th in DPM. Does this not say that the EXP lane in this current meta kinda sucks? You can't measure the impact of EXP with stats.
Yeah, you can't really just base it on stats alone. There are things you really have to look into in other aspects of the game and within the game itself to really judge it. Speaking of, this is how we selected what's on your screen right now. The selection is based on stats, gameplay, and gameplay impact to their team. So those things that we can't really judge by numbers solely alone. Doesn't mean that they are the best player in the role though, folks. So it's just there to mainly also highlight players in the Swiss stage, give flowers to players who maybe might get overlooked. Any close contenders for the same roles here? For Sawa, I think you can also put Edok up there from Archeoshi. In the EXP lane, I mean, my brain immediately goes to K-Bomb, but for Skylar, there goes to Kelra. So even though that's just a small a snippet of the top players in their role, there's still so many arguments you can toss out for other players in the respective positions.
I mean, the youngest player we have in the tournament is literally 16 years old, right?
Hicomania, baby!
Yeah, delivered our first ever Savage in the M6 and the 3rd in the M Series history. You cannot have asked for a better performance from this young gun.
I mean, not only that, I would say that I would make an argument for Yehezkiel, because I think Yehezkiel at this point of time is a little underrated. People don't see his impact in a game, but his stats are actually ridiculous. He's currently number 1, holding the lead in terms of KDA by a very large margin.
And of course, if I'm not mistaken, that Innocent is also second in that ranking for the top KDAs. And of course, with his performances up against CFU Gaming in that final match of the Swiss stage, I'm pretty sure he's definitely up there. So all throughout the knockouts, as we've done in the Swiss, we will be updating you with stats, numbers, and of course the storylines coming into, well, the upcoming matches. On to the next one, though. I think it's time for us to put a little bit more focus in our upcoming match between NIP Flash and Falcon Esports. Singapore versus Myanmar, and their representatives is the Flashy Ninjas versus the Soaring Falcons. So, start with you, Gideon. What are your favorite qualities of the Singaporean NIP Flash team?
Wow, really, putting me under the loaded gun here. Oh, I would say that NIP Flash has definitely impressed me compared to all the other representatives. I mean, obviously, a majority of them are going to be repeat representatives coming in from Singapore, but coming in this time round, I definitely feel that there's a new energy around them. I thought their weakest link was going to be Vanix at the beginning of Swiss stage. I think he was one of the big hitters coming into this particular game, especially when he's up against Benny, who's also been doing a phenomenal job here for the Team Falcons.
Yeah, and I think on top of that, NIP Flash also has evolved over time. You look at individual players like Diablo, right? Some people used to say he's a lot more selfish, he likes to play his own, but right now, he's a big team player, big fight setter that really allows the rest of the team to kind of function as a unit. And I personally like the growth of teams that go from one highlight player to just the whole team is now a highlight reel. And I think NIP Flash has achieved that over time.
Yeah, again, if you're not familiar with the story of NIP Flash, there was a time they were pretty much called Hades Esports.
That too, yeah.
Hades' impact on the team, but then eventually they've outgrown that, and each player, you can say, from NIP Flash, I gotta agree with y'all there, you can really make a case to say that, no, they're the ones carrying the team, because they all know how to do that at the right times, right?
Oh yeah. I think a certain level of Hades Esports has influenced the rest of the players, right? Because again, the big issue was, do you have enough mechanical skill to keep up with this, young import coming into Singapore and really just gapping a majority of junglers in that local scene of MPLSG. Now, I would say that every single one of these players play a really, really good push and pull, heavily dependent on that draft. And let's not forget, out of everybody there, JPL has always been, hey, get on my shoulders, I'll get you over the finish line.
Yeah, like he doesn't talk much, right? Sometimes you forget that JPL is actually one of the big backbones of the team. Like he hates being interviewed. If you get him to talk, it's an achievement unlocked. But overall, I agree, he is very stoic, very strategic, very tactical in his calls. He goes for those guaranteed engages, but when you watch him play, it really felt like he has never really dulled over the years.
Yeah, it's interesting because NIP Flash, with the domination that they've had over MPL Singapore, it really feels like they're like the old emperors going up against the rebellious young kids in Falcon Esports. When you think of Falcon Esports and what they've done, especially in their impressive win against SRG, it's like I can't just help but paint them as that, the kids going against the narrative. If NIP Flash is a little bit more traditional, you got Falcon Esports bring out, I don't know, a blend of punk and hip-hop somehow. That's like MGK fans.
It's the next generation, right? The hyperpop is coming in, and it's coming in fast, because initially I would have imagined that Falcons, after seeing them for so long, that they maybe have hit their peak. They hit like a plateau that they couldn't get over. They finally hit their ceiling. This is all this team is ever going to be. But no, they've continued to show that there are new heights to soar, and really bearing some true talons here for these soaring Falcons.
Yeah, and the Falcon team, one of the standout members for me, if we talked about JPL from NIP Flash, for me it's KidX. So I got a chance to actually chat with him a little bit after their victory over SRG, where it was actually him like telling the rest of his team, guys, just keep believing. So isn't that very Naruto of it? They say, just believe, just believe. That's just what he just kept. That's what he kept telling them, to really just stick in it, and eventually they got their win.
Yeah, and I think, when you have the mindset of, I feel when you believe in something so hard, you really feel unstoppable, right? Like, you look back at how Falcons Esports kind of play their game. Even in other tournaments, when we see Falcon Esports like this roster show up, you cannot help but feel that they have a lot to give, right? Even if they don't make it far. Back then, they feel like an aftertaste, after you had a full meal. But right now, I think they are the main course. They are one of the teams that has the best chance to restore the Myanmar region to its former glory. They did say they want to usurp what Burmese Goose gave us in M2, and I think right now, they are on track to make it happen.
Myanmar as a region has always been very interesting, with all their previous representatives always having a new flavor to them. But the one thing that has stayed consistent with their left and right claws is They know how to team fight, and they do it especially well. We've seen times where Falcon Esports is like, okay, that's a throwaway game. Clearly, it's whether it's our draft that's giving us a lot of issue, or generally the whole team just doesn't seem to be on the same wavelength. But when they are, and they're fine-tuned to each other, it's deadly.
Yeah, their chemistry is impeccable. They have been playing together for 2 years. So I think that's an overlooked story for this squad. Like, it's not just them trying to get out of the shadow of the fantastic legacy that Burmese Schools left after their almost perfect run in the M2 World Championship when, of course, they fell to Brent Esports in the Grand Finals, a best-of-7 Grand Finals. But this is a squad, just a group of friends who've been playing together for 2 years who just want to achieve what many may deem as impossible for the region of Myanmar and the Myanmar team to become a world champion. And I think with Benny, Dax, as like the finishers of the team, they're looking very, very strong.
Yeah, when you look at the performance on Swiss stage, you can clearly see that not just Falcon Esports, but I think the region as a whole, right? We talk about the Khmer region, the Myanmar region. The way that they fight is so ferocious, is so visceral, but it's so nice to look at. And sometimes when you have a bunch of players that just know what to do and they just kept running at you, but they kept getting what they want, it feels like you are so helpless. And I think in this case, Falcons have really sharpened those talents.
Yeah, I think I remember when we would be on the desk together calling for a Falcon Esports game. One of the words that you often use for Falcon is just disgusting, Gideon.
Yeah,
yeah, no, it
What is
really is, because you feel very helpless against this team, especially when they're dominating you that hard in team fights after having like a pretty secured early game, right? We've seen time and time again that maybe the meta is about comebacks, or maybe a 5K goalie just it doesn't cut it anymore for the mid game. But it's a combination of things. I feel like, you know, the draft has played such a big part of it that, and especially with the expansiveness of the hero pools that we have seen thus far, there's too many relationships in the network that you can't have a completely dominating draft unless you really, truly drop the ball.
I think now that we're talking about this, it's a good, again, to highlight what we call the left and right claw of Falcon Esports. It's Benny and Dax. Those two young gentlemen really just do so much for the team. They are carries in the most traditional form of it all. They know how to carry the team just when you need them to. So, of course, that is Falcon Esports, but they're gonna be going up against NIP Flash. Knockouts begins today, and it begins with them. Singapore and Myanmar, two teams who for the longest time have lived under a shadow. Whether it's a shadow of their own defeat or the shadow of a glimmering run of ghouls that have come before, it's their time now to build a new legacy. Greater than ever is what they want to be. Welcome to the Knockouts!
The quest to become greater than ever started with 16 of the best MLBB teams from around the world gathering in Malaysia. After a harrowing 7-day Swiss stage, the first ever in M-Series history, 8 teams remain to spearhead the dawn of a new legacy. The game is never over. That much is true, because the ultimate battle is about to begin. In the face of peril, they stood tall. Selangor Red Giants embarks to complete the Golden Road and make history before their home crowd. No matter how much brain rot they encounter, these Sigma Rizzlers always take the W. They are Team Liquid Indonesia, and that's what they do. Vengeance fueled their drive to extend their lives. Love them or hate them, Team Vamos is here, and they're after that title. The bastion of the Western frontier remains mighty amid adversaries. From dark horse to true contender, Team Spirit seeks to remain unbowed. Myanmar's representatives have always been a force to be reckoned with. Now, Falcon Esports aims to fly higher to establish a new legacy. This stack, dubbed as the Singapore All-Stars, is living up to its name. NIP Flash exceeded expectations. Now get familiar with their game. As the lone defender of their country's title, only challenges await. With the power of family, can Fnatic, Onyx, Philippines take home another trophy? After struggling for so long, the King of Kings returned. Stronger than they have ever been, they vow to make the world shout, Viva RRQ Hoshi! 8 teams fighting for the same dream. This is where legends are born. This is where history is written. This is where they become greater than ever.
The increased presence of M-Series first-timers, absences of staples in M6, surprising results of the Swiss stages. This all ushered the dawn of a new legacy in the World Championship stage. While lots of questions remained unanswered, only one is certain, and that is we will be crowning a new champion this year. To all the MLBB fans across the globe, salamat datang ke M6 World Championship Knockout Stage. My name is Rose, and I am your host for today. An amazing 4 best-of-3 matches are waiting for us to witness today. And like what I always say in MPL Malaysia, kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. As 8 of these teams are all good friends outside of the battlefield. However, they are the fiercest of foes in the Land of Dawn. And without further ado, the first match that we will be witnessing are the high-flying Falcons of Myanmar going up against the Singaporean All-Star team. So, teams around the world, this is your moment to be greater than ever.
Making their way to the arena, pushing boundaries and setting new standards for Myanmar, the high-soaring team rises to the occasion. Let's cheer for Falcon Esports!
A powerhouse with a unique brand of gameplay, representing Singapore with pride. The Singaporean overlords take the stage. This is NIP Flash. From the bronze to the brains, arming their soldiers with the best tools possible. Give it up for both coaches and analysts of both teams. Heading on in, fist bumps to show their final last bit of respect before we hit the Land of Dawn.
And those are the stars for our very first match of the day. The first best of 3, Falcon versus NIP Flash. It's time to get to the nitty-gritty. We spent a good amount of time in the previous, we could call it the pre-show. In the pre-show, talking about Falcon Esports. So let's reel back and talk about NIP Flash. Biggest question, what's Diablo gonna end up with playing today? Because I feel like he's been the linchpin for NIP Flash draft, especially that high loss pick.
Yeah, it took a while for, I think, a lot of fans to get used to Diablo on something like a high loss, something that is that's less flashy and goes in the front line as compared to what he was before, you know, El Diablo of the Singaporean region. But part of me, there's this little feeling we might see one of his signatures come out, you know, somewhere down the road, right? That Benedetta has always been a staple of Diablo. If push comes to shove, if they want to take the fight to Falcons, that could be something that they consider.
I have to agree, because I feel like giving high loss over to Diablo, I bet I can understand the sentiment. I agree with Diablo. Both of us have the same wavelength. We think high loss is hella boring. But the Benedetta being shown by Vamos might inspire the team to still go back to their playmaking ways.
Yeah, if I can remember correctly, it was Diablo showing up in MPLSG with a Benedetta in the EXP lane with a Revitalize that made more people start seeing the power for Revitalize for EXP laners. He said that in the past, Singaporean teams weren't a big threat on the international stage, but NIP Flash is a different story. Reaching the knockout stage feels like they are proving their doubters wrong. And yeah, compared to what Team Flash were back in the M5 World Championship, this is 100% a very different team. Singapore made it back into the top 4, top 3 podium at the end of MSC 2024 because of what NIP Flash did in Riyadh.
Yeah, and you can see that evolution from just a Hades esports to NIP Flash, right? Like when this team functions as a unit, they were the one that took down, Homeboys, or currently the Vamos, majority of the Vamos lineup back in MSC, and you see that growth, the exponential growth for NIP Flash. If people are still not respecting the Singapore region, you definitely have to look at them now.
But it's not just Diablo that we have to worry about here. Vanix has been a standout for me. I would say that the most important part that keeps this team together is Cartesi. Because at the end of the day, if he's not playing a weird pick and he's playing more of a standard, either utility style mid laner, I'm going to avoid seeing the Martis for now, but that's only specifically against the Loi. Even his Farsa, very deadly stuff. Because of their push and pull, the only way a push and pull works is if you have somebody to fall back to.
Yeah, NIP Flash knows the power of versatility in key roles. EXP, mid, and of course the roam. Although, in terms of the roam, especially for JPL, there are two really standout heroes that it's funny because if you take one of them out, you can't always say you can default into his Jawhead because there's always going to be another better option than that. But for NIP Flash, that's like the second best option. But you're not just going to commit a Jawhead ban just to make sure JPL doesn't end up with a hero. So that's one of the tricky things about drafting against NIP Flash. Before we continue our discussion, folks, we just want to say thank you because in Mobile Legends Bang Bang today in the game client, we're celebrating 1,500,000 registered MLBB players.
Wait.
I think that's more than a million.
Is that
not
a billion?
That's
I think
a billion,
that's 500 million.
Yeah, because there's a
1.5 billion, right? Yeah.
Can we double check? That is 1.5 billion. Okay, it's billion. Oh, dang. All right, I was way off the mark. But yeah, way more people than I expected there to be. But thank you for being part of our legacy. So from December 6th to December 2023, join the event and complete tasks to get a random epic skin for free. Thank you for your unwavering support and for being part of our incredible journey in Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
No, very, very little parties can say that they have, what, more than 1/7 of the world's population registered in their game.
Doing the math in my head,
Yeah, right. It's like over 1/7 of the world's population. That's crazy.
That is an uncomfortable thought.
Yeah, we can, I don't know, I'm comforted by it. Woo, job security. But no, when you really think about, I mean, okay, to be fair, I have like 2 accounts in the game, so...
Okay, I mean,
it's not like one person, one account,
But realistically, having over 1 billion players, ready to go for this game has built this community brick by brick from when it used to be such a small thing, maybe even a Southeast Asian thing, some may say. Now it's a global phenomenon, and that's why people are excited to see teams like Falcons Esports to kind of bounce back.
Kind of perfect that in our mission to have our greater than ever world championship, we reached 1.5 billion in the game. So thank you. Here's a fun fact about Benny. His dad introduced him to MLBB, but Benny learned fast and had to carry him every match. That is adorable.
Yeah, like what Merkel would say, W-Dad.
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 Hey man, it's a scary thing for parents these days to be introducing these types of games over, because MOBA is a very infectious style, a very infectious genre, some may call it.
Yeah, and it's great because in the casting desk, we have a story like that too. Naisu and his kids, Ingan and Brigida, he taught them how to cast, and then now here they are on the world stage.
To be able to cast a game it's definitely a privilege, but I think it's time we get into the nitty-gritty. As always, get into the technical side, because it is time to draft.
All right, who's gonna go blue? Who's gonna go red? There is an uncomfortable win rate on the blue side right now for the M6 World Championship. It's not as dire as before, but little by little it's becoming a little bit more blue-sided for our current metagame.
I mean, we say that, but like prior to that, that was a day worth of change. On last day of Swiss stage, it was 51 to 49, and I think it's changed now significantly after those matches have been completed. I think by the end of the decider matches, we're probably going to see a flip again.
Yeah, hopefully it kind of tapers out at the end. I think it also, a big part of it was also Bruno being introduced into the meta, and
that's true.
just started thinking, oh, now we have to ban the Bruno, right? We don't really get to catch a break, which in this case is something that NIP Flash needs to think about because we got Benny on Falcon, right? You give him that Bruno, you're going to be taking a very big risk. This Matilda ban from Falcon really wants to take away that fast tempo for NIP Flash, which is something that I want to bring up as well because over time, NIP Flash's team fight, the way that they move in or around the map has really accelerated and they do it so cleanly, especially Hades and JPL with the way they take these initiatives and Vanix being able to follow up individually has really stunned, I think, a lot of our viewers out there.
I have to agree with that too, but I haven't seen the main staples being taken away. The cornerstones, as we mentioned before, we've seen teams actually ban out high loss or even get more interesting when it comes down to the Suyo Alpha relationship in terms of those styles of bans. I mean, obviously, we got the mid-mage bans, that's totally fine, but if it does come down to it, I feel like Falcon might just go first pick Blue Yo, or they might just get the high loss later down the line. Maybe R2, R3, B2, B3.
But again, Falcon Esports, it already suffered one loss, but the best Bruno is in their hands, but they swerve and the high loss pick that's been the staple for Diablo is what they take away. They're willing to give the Bruno to Vanix.
Yeah, it seems like a bit of a premonition to what Diablo might pick, right? He's been playing that high loss for so long. Even this Bruno is very interesting right now because NIP Flash, they don't really care too much about the Bruno. We've seen Vanix on the Moskov plenty of times, and they are one of the first teams that found a direct way to deal with the Bruno, right? Angela Ling was their answer that time.
Yeah.
Angela Ling plus a Bruno. So we'll see if that's going to be the case. I wouldn't be surprised if they just take Hades hero right now.
I think, well, I feel like either, Suyo seems to be the go-to option, right? Especially if you're going blind to a lot of these matchups. They're going to lock in that Bruno. Now, here's the scary thing. I feel like Falcons were expecting the Bruno at a bare minimum.
Yeah.
The Hilda is going to be interesting because the question is, does that mean that Falcons can build a composition that denies Hilda that early game pressure?
Yeah, I mean, no, Alpha is still going to be open for them, but sort of like that's NIP Flash telling them to, like, you know, go ahead, pick up the Alpha. We're totally okay with it. So with Hylas already there, that sounds like one of them was Alpha. Oh, no, excuse me, it was Phoveus, interestingly enough. The Granger I get, the Phoveus to me is where my... not really scratching my head, but it's curious.
Yeah.
It's incredibly honest though, right? They are just straight up telling NIP Flash that, hey, our high loss is going into the roam. We will give you this Phoveus XP matchup. But now the question also kind of pivots to, is this Hilda going to be in Diablo's hand, right? Like, is NIP Flash willing to give JPL that Hilda, which we haven't seen throughout M6 so far. But I suppose the Phoveus is a decent answer to any heroes that have mobility, right? If you go for the Suyo, I mean, the Bruno also has a sliding tackle that enables that passive cooldown a lot more.
But here's the problem. When you throw your deterrent so early on in that draft, it tells NIP Flash, okay, just play around it. Just have less dashes in your composition so he can't get proc that Infernal Pursuit as often. And even during team fights, we've seen most of the times that Phoveus gets so deep into the team fight, he can't get back out. And because Matilda is banned out, now the real question stands. Does that mean that Falcons have to play a very heavy dive composition, just charge at your face, chase you down, and try to outlast you?
Yeah, it looks like that's what might be they're leaning into. In a way, it looks like Falcon wants to pick fights. They took away heroes that make dive a little bit more difficult and even the low Yi. With those two gone, yeah, they can definitely opt to just go pure dive. But the picks of NIP Flash, they can honestly go that way too. In a way, it's sort of Falcon signaling to NIP Flash, saying that, hey, we're confident that we can fight a better fight than you.
I mean, confidence may be key, but the mid laner is still missing, right? From Falcons' side, I would have imagined that their mid laner would have been picked up a little bit earlier on, considering there's already 3 bans in there, with the follow-up ban being Tigreal. I'm not sure what would make Falcons comp really jive, especially in the mid lane at this point. I mean, you could say Vexana, but at the same time, there's a lot of heroes that can just eat that damage.
There's 2 in my mind.
Yeah, there's one in my mind right off the bat, right? First of all, I see the Tigreal ban. I'm thinking Faramis, right? I know PX7 has played Faramis a couple of times before. If you are talking about full dive, that's exactly the hero you want, right?
Yeah.
To go straight into the enemy front lines and taking out the Tigreal eliminates whatever AoE crowd control that NIP Flash has, unless they do a Savo and get that Peleric for themselves, which feels unlikely for NIP Flash.
Yeah, I agree with the Faramis too. Took away the Angela. if this is a Valentina ban on the side of Falcon, that's already a signal that high likely they're gonna go Fairness. But no, they take away the Cho.
Respect to JPL.
There's two on NIP Flash I'm thinking of, either the Aurora or maybe even surprisingly a Zask for them. Because a Zask presence might actually just throw off the pure dive of Falcon. Because when you have that one big Nightmare spawn, and his ultimate already committed as well with the Dominator's Descent, you're gonna have to recalibrate your team fight just a little bit. Because if you don't handle that big shrimp, you guys are gonna get toasted.
We see what CFU did with it.
Yeah.
With that nasty Sky Piercer build.
Yeah.
Not fun to deal with. I think both are very valid, especially when you have to deal with the Glorious Path Rate. I do feel that it would be interesting to see if they do go for Vexana. Anything that gives you an extra body works well against Granger, because Granger does not pierce through those targets, but instead,
Of course.
they show the Jawhead they're going to leave their mid laner for the very last. Single target, lockdown, and pickoffs, the JPL special for the Emperor.
And I think one problem now for Falcon is that if they take Valentina, there really isn't any ultimates that she would like. I mean, you could wait for the mid laner for NIP Flash, but showing a Valentina in this pick without knowing what, seeing the first 4 picks of NIP Flash feels like a weaker approach, right? So Faramis should be the choice. They take the Roger.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Find a way.
Who's going where?
All is forlorn.
It's a Roger jungle, right? Yeah, it should be.
It might be a bit too
Wait.
slow. He's very slow in the jungle now.
He is very slow in the jungle.
Into a Vex, into a Hilda nonetheless.
I'm not entirely sure where they want to go with this, to be perfectly honest, right? Maybe you can utilize the iframes from Lycan Pounce to dodge away against the unstoppable force, but then there's a lot of disruption that happens in between, whether it be the worldie, whether it just be, Hilda being Hilda. We'll see how NIP reacts to this, because now even for the mid lane, it's kind of awkward to say, yeah, I want to take the Valentina, I will take your Eternal Guardian, but there's not a lot of targets I really want to hit other than your front line.
It does solve the problem of the Granger, right? Like, one of the biggest things about Granger is that he starts the fight, but he needs a finisher.
Hey.
The Roger is the finisher for Falcon, so you have this chunk plus execute damage. This Veil pick for Curtizi, inspired by Stormy for sure.
Yeah.
Talk about anti-dive, that is one right there.
Yeah, it looks like they want to cancel out that dive with wins of their own. Leo, Inga, let's go.
For the first time in M6, it's the Pride of the Burmese versus the Warriors of the Lion City. Jose Ingan and Leo at your service, bringing you the opening bout of the knockout stage.
Opening bout, and you could already see from the draft, it's going to be an exciting match. Once again, the Roger is back in M6.
Did not expect to see it this early, but I did hear down the grapevine that Roger might make a comeback. Hey, if Fredrin can rock the Swiss, maybe Roger can do the same for the knockouts. One more look at the draft for Falcon Esports and NIP Flash going into Game 1. Ladies and gentlemen, best of 3, upper bracket, double lives on the line.
Not so much pressured compared to the last day of the Swiss format, wherein the final series went into 3 games. Speaking of the final series, we also saw the Veil perform in the hands of, I believe, Stormy.
That's right.
And it was phenomenal again in terms of disrupting the dive composition that teams can go up against this Veil. It can be a good pick for the side of NIP.
Throwback as well to that Jawhead. We all saw those picks in that series. Folks, the M6 Pass available from the 18th of November all the way till the 29th of December. Complete all active tasks during the event to reach level 75 for free. Get amazing rewards, including Claude's Battle Emote, M6 Glory Avatar Border, Baksha's Battle Emote, and the new special skin Baksha Dauntless Shield for free. Get a couple more skins for your marksman coming through, as well as an elimination effect, trail effect, and more for you to unlock. That is the M6 Battle Pass. Checking out the map again, relatively mum here, a minute in. More action down in the lower quarter in the XP lane. A lot of our analysts actually gasp at Royal Milk's pick, the Phoveus into the Hilda here.
Yeah, I mean, Royal Milk has been performing phenomenal. Again, we're just gonna assume that he's gonna try and go for the aggressive zones, just trying to keep Benny, Vanix preoccupied to be able to not dish out the damage that NIP Flash needs.
Ooh, check it out. With the Little Wanderer control, Dax able to bully JPL and Hades out of the river. This is odd as NIP Flash's lineup. You want to be the aggressor. You want to be the one moving faster. But look at Diablo, who's getting held hostage in his own lane.
And we've seen this so far from Falcon Esports. Their mid trio, and how Trex likes to call it, the triple X, Dax, PX7, KidX, known to be the aggressors, even if their opponents have supposedly an early game-centric lineup. Because right now, NIP Flash, they have the Hilda, and they also have the Joyd. But looking at Joyd, there's an early ejector play coming in, but look at the internal guard to bring it down. Royal Milk will get the kill, but KidX on the other hand will also fall down. A double kill for the Phobius.
Oh no, Diablo gets one. PX7 on the docket up next. Royal Milk catches a triple.
And the triple X rotation of Falcon Esports, led by Royal Milk, gets the triple. They were wondering about the Phobius pick. Supposedly, he's just going to zone out the members, but he gets 3 kills of his own.
Shades of Falcon Esports versus BTK. Game number 2. Royal Milk went ham with a CC nonetheless, but this time, it seems like he turned back the clock on that Phobius. Now, once more, these roamers, Kid X, JPL, the Emperor, starts the fight off with an ejector, and the answer, Kid X with the revitalize. Let's see, round 2. How about we do this again? One more go at the turtle.
Okay, another go, same story goes. Ejector, but the sustain is there from Kid X. Now the glorious pathway for Falcon Esports to counter-attack. Here comes Royal Milk, just trying to dish out the zone. Forces to use NIP Flash to walk away, but look at the internal guard connecting onto the back line as Dax gets the turtle. Wants to go for more. Is the Lycan's bound going to be there? He gets the open fire, now focusing his target onto Cartesi. In a strong start for Falcon Esports.
I could have sworn the PX7 was going to go that much faster, but oh no, Diablo's in trouble!
And they're not even done, just ganking up on Diablo. Kid X and Royal Milk will pick up the kill.
Amazing use of the Eternal Guard, as if Phobius and Hylos wasn't enough. The extra body for Falcon Esports in that clutch objective take. Almost 3,000 ahead are the Burmese. Royal Milk just holding it down. Diablo cannot rotate out. One of the main strengths of the Hilda neutralized.
They're just having a hard time really with the mid and XP lane of Falcon Esports, and we've expected NIP Flash to actually have a better early game, considering the fact that they have a Joyd who has early game damage, and of course the ejector that he always use to initiate for those clashes. But the problem is, it's always Kid X that he manages to throw, and that's why Falcon Esports, they always have a response. In fact, the ejector is actually helping Falcon Esports because Kid X is just able to cast the glorious pathway right on time.
I got a couple of things brewing in my mind. Number 1, Curtis is not dealing enough damage just yet. Mind you, it is just about 4 minutes elapsed into game number 1. It should just be a matter of time. Second, Vanix and Benny. The fact that it's been quiet for our gold laners, meaning they've been getting the gold lane experience, you know, in farm, in dueling. Is that dangerous? Do you think that Vanix is playing towards an inevitable late game once more? Because so far, in a lot of NIP Flash's wins in the Swiss, that's been the story.
It's always the late. You have to rely on your late game carries to actually dish out the damage and eventually get you the win that you well deserve. But again, NIP Flash, with the current aggression of Falcon Esports, we also know that Falcon, when they are in control of the early game, it's not necessarily gonna reach the late game with how flawless they've been executing the macro plays that they're well known for executing.
I hear you. The Burmese, I'd say, are better in the mid, and then I guess the earlier parts of the late game, we have seen them slip up and drop the ball here and there. So with that said, this is a great start. Falcon Esports, 6-3. NIP Flash holding on for dear life, trying to get those skill enhancements on Curtisi, trying to make, I guess, ends meet for Diablo. Great decision on the handsome devil, El Guapo Diablo here, picking up the Fury Hammer casually. Because if you played this the usual, just run Hilda into your face way and just build full tank, the whole hostage situation would have been so much worse. So the fact that he's building some teeth on this XP lane sledgehammer makes more sense. Back into the action we go. Once more, about 3,000 gold ahead. Falcon Esports is. Check out Vanix picking up the Hasclaw.
Okay. So right now, NIP Flash, it's still safe to say that in terms of mid-game, they can actually, again, counterattack. We all know the power spike of Hades. When it comes to the Alpha, the third turtle, at the same time, when Curtisi is activated, they can disrupt, again, the dive composition of Falcon Esports with the Windblown paired up with the Windstorm.
And that is what NIP Flash are holding out for. One more turtle. I'm guessing with the delay in the first, this might be the count for the second/third turtle coming up about 30 seconds from now. Kid X holding this river brush. Vanix and Benny rotated out already. This fight's just waiting to happen.
Okay, now Kid X zones out Hades. JPL forcing them to back away. No major objective yet for Gods for Falcon Esports, and now they're just going to play the waiting game and wait for the neutral objective to respawn.
Big ticket item picked up. Curteasy, his first built item, the glowing wand, should make Kid X and Royal Milk's life a little more difficult. Diablo bullied out from his lane down bottom. Down to a third of his health.
Yeah, up against the Hilda with the Phobius. You're bullying El Diablo, and even up against two, it's like you're unbothered. It does nothing to Royal Milk right now. Just enough for Falcon Esports to get the turtle, but a shutdown coming in from Curteasy to bring down Dax, and Diablo goes in for the kill. Unstoppable kill coming in from Royal Milk. But Diablo picks up the kill as well as Curteasy gets the turtle. Here comes the response coming in from NIP Flash. Windstorm just to try and keep Falcon Esports at bay, but here comes Benny and Royal Milk as well. Picks up another kill again for Falcon Esports.
Right in your face, Royal Milk running through NIP Flash. 6-0-2 on this Phobius, 6 minutes in. Jose, that's a kill per minute.
That's a kill per minute. Falcon Esports just really upping the tempo, upping the pace, catching NIP Flash off guard. They're not giving enough position for JPL or even Diablo to make crazy plays for the all-star teams of Singapore.
A turtle apiece. Despite the delay, we will still see one more spawn in the upper quarter. A minute and a half about before this comes through. The final turtle. Are we still on schedule? For all the NIP Flash fans watching, can Hades still hit that power spike?
I mean, it's going to be hard. It's going to take a longer time because, again, 0-3-1. And up against a Roger, in terms of farming speed, in terms of scaling up, you'd expect that Hades would have a much better time compared to Dax. That's why Roger is out of the meta. But right now, JPL goes in with the ejector, countered down with the Eternal Guard. Glorious Pathway is there, but Kid X is the first man down. NIP Flash caught off guard there, but Falcon Esports has a response right away. NIP Flash manages to get Kid X.
A master stroke from the Emperor. The counter engage, throwing bodies underneath that turret. Despite there being an Eternal Guard, hey, nothing stings as much as an early game turret. That was a win for NIP Flash, closing the gap, keeping that lead up to just about a 2,000 gold distance. Falcon Esports, they gotta slow down, but I feel like that's not how they want to go, especially when you have a Roger. I don't think Dax is making the most of it. He's doing all right, but I think in his head, when they were planning this with the draft with Coach Nyocha, with Coach RC, they were expecting more.
Yeah, and you can really see the effect of Curteasy with the Veil. The game plan is working for them right now, especially for the last clash, because they were able to counteract the dive-centric again of Falcon Esports, and now starting things strong by taking control and hold of this turtle bit. Here comes Kid X with the Glorious Pathway, like an inch coming in from Dax, but still Hades gets the turtle, plus the Spear of Alpha connecting onto 3, forcing Kid X and the rest of the members of Falcon Esports to walk away.
Huge movements from NIP Flash, denying Royal Milk the late entry. Falcon Esports let go of their lead. Slowly but surely, just 1,000 ahead now. Here we go, another fight. JPL's in trouble.
Here comes Vanix though. Kid X, is he going to be able to take down JPL? JPL walks away safely. Now Falcon Esports, slowly their lead has been diminishing. For some point, it reached up to 3K. Now it's down to 1.6K.
Not enough of a hold. I can expect in the next couple of minutes, unless something changes drastically, Falcon Esports will lose this lead. Kid X dropping the Glorious Pathway, deterring the push, coming in mid, check it out. Diablo underneath, defending against Royal Milk, no wave, no dice.
Okay, that was a good play coming in from Diablo. They don't want their mid lane turret to be exploded by Falcon Esports, because again, it opens up the jungle of NIP Flash, and now they're going for more. JPL with the ejector onto PX7, diminishing, deleting him off the mid lane, and here comes the clash. Falcon Esports trying to answer right back, and look at this, Royal Milk will get the kill. 3 kills, a double kill for Dax, and a kill for Royal Milk, and Benny still working on trying to bring down Diablo, but on the other hand, here comes the Glorious Pathway coming in from Kid X, just forcing Vanix to retreat, and the Death Sonata will bring down NIP Flash!
It's a wipeout! Falcon Esports is eating good, and they wiped out NIP Flash, converting into a turret in mid and in bottom. Dax was just waiting. Who let the dogs out?
Man, when you thought Falcon Esports was behind, again, Their macro play was intact despite PX7 being the first man down with a beautiful play, mind you, by JPL with the ejector. They were still able to turn things around with proper timing, proper entries, and of course, Benny just dishing out the damage along with Dax.
PX7, an amazing threat magnet. He knows that NIP Flash needs to take him out. If they don't, then trouble could ensue. The fact that every single time he just is able to let go of the EG, I think that was key to making that wipeout play possible. Now with the Lord spawned, upper quarter, Hades playing footsies. In comes Kid X.
Glorious pathway. Hades has to walk away with a Spear of Alpha. But Kid X just doing a good job keeping NIP Flash at bay! And all of a sudden JBL is gonna fall down. The next man might be Diablo!
Oh.
Getting taken down by Royal Milk and Kid X. And the attempt of NIP Flash to try and contest for the Lord has now been foiled above Falcon Esports.
The Burmese are about to put the Lord on lock. Major wins for Falcon Esports in the past couple of minutes. Not to say that they heeded my word, but they suddenly turned it up to 11. They understood how urgent it is to keep a hold onto the mid-game power spikes. And here they are, almost 9,000 gold ahead. Royal Milk, look at the damage he's dealing, man. 40K, 707. All right, about 11 minutes in, he's gone past a kill and assist per minute.
Yeah, and just looking at the lineup of Falcon Esports, technically, you have two marksmen. Well, at least Dax is a fighter assassin, but still Royal Milk exceeds every single member hero in the Land of Dawn in terms of damage dealt. Just literally performing out of his mind in the trance right now. 707 for a Phoveus.
Homie is in a state of flow. You could call him Flovius. Mid lane in trouble. Barrages, salvos, assaults thrown out by Benny. They break through. Top lane up next.
Kid X is doing a good job keeping NIP Flash at bay as the rest of the members works on bringing down 2 inhibitor turrets. They still have the Lord, but NIP Flash going to make quick work of that. Now they're set their eyes on the bottom lane turret. No minions yet, but looking at the lead, that's a 10.2k gold lead for Falcon.
Surgical. Falcon Esports understand very clearly the stakes at hand. Around this time, we've seen over and over again in the Swiss, some teams would just let go. Some teams would drop the ball, but no, not Falcon Esports, not like this, not right now. In comes the Emperor!
Oh! JBL tried to dive in the unstoppable force, but Cartesi, last attempt, and Vanix will bring down 2 members. Here comes Diablo on the chase, just trying to cut off the exit route, but Benny answers right back with a Rhapsody. A Death Sonata connecting onto 3. Vanix managed to stay alive. 3 members of NIP Flash left. It's going to be a 3-on-3, but Falcons, they have minions down bottom.
2 for 2 here. Down goes the final inhibitor. Benny picking up that Sky Piercer, making sure that no prisoners are taken. Falcon Esports will wipe out NIP Flash once more. That seems to be the only solution here. The way I'm seeing NIP play Flash, NIP Flash play, is if anyone is left, I'm thinking Vanix, I'm thinking Kurt, a defense is possible.
Yeah, and I do agree with what you're saying. NIP Flash needs to play flashy. With Kurt Teasy leading the charge, we saw what can happen when a wind blow and windstorm connects. They just need to scale up to have more damage and try eventually to burst down the members of Falcon Esports. But it's still not impossible for NIP Flash to come back from this game.
They gotta make the most of the fact that Falcon Esports right now aren't building much magic defense. Ladies and gentlemen, check it out. It's mostly just tough boots that's keeping them safe from Kurt Teasy's CC and damage. So if Kurt somehow just finds the perfect moment, if he's able to channel his World Championship genes once more, ladies and gentlemen, the only player left in M6 to go for that double World Championship run, then maybe NIP Flash can take this from underneath Falcon Esports' nose. 9,000 gold ahead, lower quarter of the map, that's where the Lord spawned. Hades going for the dance.
Okay, Eternal God already casted JPL. Just giving vision here for NIP Flash. No commitments yet for both of these teams. Looking at Diablo, he has control over the mid brush. Gonna get vision again for NIP Flash.
Hades holding on to that pixel brush. Diablo pushing back. JPL holding that river brush. In comes Kid X, there's a throw!
Oh, the unstoppable force got stopped! But NIP Flash manages to bring down Dax as well. Kill spree coming in from Betty, forcing Falcon Esports to retreat. Here comes Vanix, and a shutdown from Kurt Teasy. Picks up a double kill. This might be a green light for the Singapore All-Stars.
Massive win for NIP Flash, 3 for 1. Hades off the map, but that's not gonna stop NIP Flash. Benny going for the back here, looking for that segue play. It's just him and Kurt.
Okay.
Kurt and him. Can he do this?
Can't forget Kurt TP, one of the most mechanical gifted players. Manages to flicker out. Detonata will not connect as Benny works on clearing out the minions, forcing NIP Flash to react. PX7, one more hit, and Diablo says no and goodbye. NIP Flash, it looks like they're back on track.
I'm still here, amigo, says Diablo, despite having a tough 15-minute game. Keeps PX7 honest. The Lord's still standing. And despite all that, the push and pull, the back and forth through the map, coast to coast, Falcon Esports just checks in and says, hey, Lord's still here. Let's take it slow. They've lost the lead, Ingan. 4.5K left, 15 minutes in.
It reached up to 11K. No inhibitor turns for NIP Flash. But one thing is for sure, they still have the determination to come back from this game. Ejector gonna bring down Kinect despite the revitalize. He might fall down, but in exchange for JBL, body slowly falling down. Royal Milk in the press. Once again, a shutdown for Diablo. Benny's gonna fall down. The next target is Royal Milk. Cartesian with a windstorm to bring him down. Diablo once again with a double kill.
Another massive win for NIP Flash. 3 for 2. The numbers don't add up for Falcon Esports. They're losing even more of the lead. They're down to 2,000. And Dax and PX7 are on damage control. They're just making sure the waves don't crash back. They're making sure that there's not much of a backlash on the map for Macro to come get them in the behind. NIP Flash gonna score a Lord.
Oh.
No, not possible. Falcon Esports blitzed it.
They blitzed it. Because again, Hades wasn't in the picture, so there was no reason for NIP Flash to go in for the Lord. Fortunately for Falcon Esports, they got another major objective. But it seems like NIP Flash is ready to defend this. They're ready to trade for this. As long as they're 5-man strong, they can do this. And again, looking at the time, it's 16 minutes. Husky has been telling us that when it reaches this point, the Bruno is going to be activated.
Loki, that's why I was expecting NIP Flash to just have Vanix throw a worldie in there and have one crit steal it away. But Dax, all the more locked in, takes it for Falcon Esports. The first Lord of the game. Second, this time marching through mid. It took a while for them to score that second one.
Yeah, it took a while, took a lot of skills, took a lot of bodies. Kill scoreboard, 26-16. Lord sieging in the mid lane.
Check Diablo in the back. Dax on that man-to-man defense. Glorious Pathway dropped by Kid X.
Unstoppable Force got stopped. They're going to make quick work of the Lord. Royal Mint just trying to go for the crystal damage. PX7 will fall down. Job now working on the backline onto Benny. Detonata is not going to connect. Hades is going to fall down once again, but NIP Flash still has 4 members strong. Here comes Royal Milk with the Infernal Pursuit. Vanix with the last effort, Wind of Nature, but Falcon Esports will lock down on the turret!
The Roger puts in the final clause to score game 1 for Falcon Esports. Dax bringing back an old favorite.
First game of the knockout. Didn't go in a flash, but for sure was hella fun, hella exciting. These two teams are in it for a treat. We might see Leo a best of 3, a game 3.
I just can't get over the fact that the meta is still evolving. Mere minutes into game 1 of the knockouts. I'm excited to hear what our analysts think about that, Roger, because even I was 50-50 on it. Ranmar Santa Cruz, Husky and Gideon, talk to us.
Woo, what a start. We thought it'd be Falcon Esports heavy, but at the end of the day, that Phoveus pick that we doubted, it made the Merlions drown in milk, in royal milk. It spiked up so fast and was just the problem for NIP Flash the entire game.
Yeah, it really boiled down to Falcon just snowballing out of control way too early that it put NIP Flash on the back foot the entire game, because we saw when Falcon had a 10k goal lead, NIP Flash had no inhibitors at a lore fight. NIP Flash could actually put up a fight, and only if they were not that far behind, I think this would have been a closer one. But still, props to Falcon for getting that lead in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that NIP Flash, the early mid-game played terribly at this point, right? Because again, a lot of the macro decision-making was kind of strange. Like at a certain point, when do you stray away from the game plan? It looked like their early game plan was to make sure that this Hylos wasn't strong enough to scale into that mid-game to be that frontline tank that Falcons really need and will have to only depend on the utility from the Glorious Pathway. Second problem that I did see, NIP Flash, unfortunately, when it came down to quote-unquote scaling, once that early game is gone, sacrifice those turtles. Royal Milk is always going to be a problem, and therefore you should be playing to your win conditions, and that big win condition had to be Vanix. And I felt like they put a lot of resources into Kurt, but at the same time, unless you have the right items, then it's not going to drag on. That could have ended had Kurt not missed.
That Veil, I feel like it's a revelation. We saw it in the SRG game. We saw it here again. At one point of the game, it just becomes a big -1, an instant -1 with a full combo coming out from the mid laner of NIP Flash. And they fought back with good pickoffs. And I think Falcon Esports were just surprised by the sheer raw output of a Veil that once Kid X goes down or Royal Milk goes down, you see their formation crumble.
Yeah, it reaches a point where it really doesn't matter who Kurt catches as long as it's one of the big three, right? Either PX7, Dex, or Benny. You get caught in the knockup, you just disappear. Like, it's either a -1 for FCon or a -1 for NIP Flash if those ability misses, which is sort of what we saw in that end game. But overall, I have to agree with Gideon. I think that the macro decision in the early to mid game wasn't exactly the smartest. I think that's something that I personally would encourage people to look back at how BTK played these macro games when they're behind. They are willing to let it go, but NIP Flash just kept banging their heads into the wall.
Yeah, it's about understanding what the trade-off is. Whether it be gold, EXP, or neutral objectives, you need to be able to get something back, especially with a composition that's so heavy on the economy. People like Curtin as well as Vanix don't come online until they have about 3 items, unless you get like that very early start. But the only person who can technically do that would be Vanix, and they were hoping that Diablo could kind of supplement them. Oh, if Cartesi gets a full combo, especially when he hits level 4, they'll be put very, very low, so we need Diablo to kind of shred them down, maybe even Hades, but his job is too difficult. At this point, I think that Falcons understood if we can stop Hades early, we can eliminate Diablo from these fights, we should be able to dominate the early game, but from that point onwards, we need to be careful not to overextend, because again, Falcons need to respect NIP Flash, even in those late game fights. If somebody gets caught up by Cartesi, that -1 on PX7 dragged out this game for the next 8 minutes.
Yeah, and the mid laners were big components of each lineup with how much they respected each other. At some point, it felt like Cartesi just had one mission. Whenever I see PX7 or that Turtle Guard, they're going boom. It's like, take them out right out of the gate. But of course, that also went into Kid X. Looking now at this Roger pick, of course, the problems of Roger in this current metagame, I feel like to me, were evident. Kind of a little bit slower, but it looked like Falcon built for this. You have a strong side EXP laner who was confident he would win that lane, and he did. That takes away one of the biggest problems of the Roger, because now he has big help in the major objectives, a high burst, high control mage, and of course, it's not the carry of this composition. It's actually the Granger and the side lanes. Yep. And the side laner, the EXP laner, Royal Milk, definitely did his job.
I'm telling you, man, if you end the if you go 5-0 in the first 5 minutes and you come out with a Thunder Bell and your second item is an Oracle,
yeah,
you deserve to be MVP. Like,
yeah. That's how you know you're popping.
Yeah, that's how you know you're popping.
He also went Rupture. Yeah, the Oracle is just, you don't see it a lot, but it's so smart. At one point, I told you guys, like, oh wow, he built the Oracle. That's why his shields from his enhanced basic attack was so good.
Yeah, Royal Milk is one of those players that some things don't leave him. He used to be the, the one trick, the go-to Yuzong guy. War Axe into Oracle if he's ahead against his opponent. Same thing for Phoveus, but instead of War Axe, it's Thunder Belt. So really smart itemization to make sure that he can not only dominate, but really be, hey, unless Vanix has got 3 items, specifically the Malefic Gun, if you don't have that, I'm gonna just beat you up. I'll be in your face.
Yeah, and as we look at the highlights, I think a lot of what Royal Milk did in this game is embedded in our memories. He was one of the biggest problems of NIP Flash, and even though they'd get Kid X, they'd get Dax, problem was they just could not get the Phoveus down.
He's just too durable. This was sort of like the second turtle fight, if I'm not mistaken, but actually the first turtle fight overall, because it got dragged out for so long. But still, I think the fact that Royal Milk at this point of time, like almost 6 minutes in, he has 5-0. If you're NIP Flash, you have to start respecting what this guy could do. He is diving turrets, he is diving your backlines in fight, and no one can peel him away.
Yeah, I think that NIP Flash, a bit, but if I had to change anything, a couple of decisions that needed to be done. Number one, when it comes down to early wave clear, PX7 on this Vexana definitely clears the wave a lot faster in comparison to Carteezy until Carteezy gets a couple of items, right?
Yeah.
Just naturally based off of kit. I was hoping that NIP Flash would make these more mid-centric rotations and try to invade the jungle to bait motions out of Falcon Esports. Maybe catch them off guard later down the line, because again, Vanix could easily rotate down for these early fights, especially pre-level 4. But once a couple of things that we did notice. Unfortunately for this, for our man Vanix, getting chunked out in lane didn't help. He was a level down in gold as well. The laning phase did not go as well compared to when we saw him during Swiss.
Yeah. Both your side lanes sort of collapsed, right, for NIP Flash. Like, Vanix's lane, okay, right? It's a matchup thing, but Diablo's lane, that one was a complete disaster. It got completely locked down as a Hilda, and when you don't get to leave the lane, you don't get to apply pressure to the Roger, and it doesn't help that every single objective fight, Diablo just couldn't do enough in that early to mid game.
Yep. And that's game number 1. Hopefully we'll get to see an answer from NIP Flash with that Phobius. I mean, with Falcon Esports, like, they got the hot hand right now. I wouldn't be surprised if they even think about prioritizing the Phobius yet again for that game number 2, just so that Royal Milk can continue. Wait.
You hear that?
Yeah, I hear it. Oh, Gideon?
Was it that loud?
Yeah, I can hear the crinkle.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I felt it in my soul.
Hey, man. Hey, I mean, I would imagine that all Singaporeans are going to need a little bit more fuel in their day with Hello Panda.
Yeah, it's a crunchy biscuit filled with creamy chocolate. Well, in this case, it's... Wait, is it filled with strawberry for this one?
This one? Yeah, it's with strawberry. Want one?
Yeah, sure, of course. So, yeah, this is our ultimate snack to keep us energized. Level up your day and visit Hello Panda's website for more. So, yeah, the Phobius should be a problem, and I think if I'm Falcon right now, I just look at Royal Milk and go, "Want to run it again, man? I know you want to."
One more time. Give it.
Just one more time. It's a best of 3. If it doesn't go well, game number 2, we'll put you in a different hero.
The fact that it's such an honest draft,
Yeah.
where they started with a high loss, and then they immediately revealed Phobius after that, and it worked out exactly how Falcon wanted it to be. I think just run it again.
Yeah.
Let NIP Flash respond to it.
I think they're probably not going to get blue side this time around. I am interested to see whether NIP Flash wants to take blue side away from the Falcons, or whether or not they're going to stay to the red side and maybe switch up the bans a little bit more. I do feel red is a little restrictive in that particular sense. However, maybe they go back to, comforts. I'm expecting JPL to get a Cho pick pretty early on this time around if they are on red side.
Let's see if that will happen in the draft. But of course, from November 22 to December 29, the M6 support chest will be available for a limited time. You can purchase the support chest for 50 diamonds to get a large amount of pass EXP with a chance to obtain the basic M6 pass if you don't have it yet. So if you don't want to get the pass directly, you can try using the support chest so that you can get that. And by the time you get the pass, you already have the XP already won with that, already embedded in it. Use the basic M6 pass to instantly activate the M6 pass, lock the pass rewards, and immediately get Challenger Spark. That is the M support available for 50 diamonds each in the game client.
I'm so close to the statue. I'm so close to this thing right
Really?
I am nowhere close.
I am so close.
Look, as an analyst, I live my life in the most efficient way possible. And every single day, if you have enough diamonds already, you don't need to splurge on so many support chests. You just buy one every single time, and then you go into those daily missions instantly to get a little bit more EXP. I'm maximizing to see how big of a discount I can get.
Yeah, don't forget your Challenger missions too, because I'm getting close to like 100 games and you get like 3,400 pass EXP.
Oh yeah, it's
3 levels. Yeah, there's 3 levels once you reach 100 games. So just keep playing, and you know what? Just like a man who believes in himself, who just told his teammates to keep playing and they eventually won against SRG. Kidex also has some more words about the rise of Myanmar and Falcon Esports. He's going to be coming up on your screens right now, and to him it feels like a fever dream that they've reached top 8 with a different lineup than the old Falcon Esports lineup. Again, the last time we saw Falcon Esports at the world stage, that was the likes of Justin and gang. And now here comes the Databayo We Believe squad of Falcon Esports.
It's always very, very vindicating. The vindication you feel, right, when all that hard work pays off and you're finally on that world stage, you're facing off against teams that you used to idolize, you kind of imagine them hoisting a trophy, and you take them down, and now you're one step closer to that, to achieving that dream. I can only imagine, right, being in Kid X's position.
Or at the very least, at a bare minimum, if people don't know how that feels like, just think about it. Previous Falcons, Justin and the gang, now known as Mythic Seals, you beat them 4-3 at the Grand Finals on home soil. Oh, that's good enough for me.
And of course, here they are now. He's been playing for a considerable amount of time. There was still an MPL Myanmar, the 5th season. And just the development of this group, they were the same, I wouldn't say bloodline, but the same trajectory as Phoenix Esports, if I'm not mistaken, from MSC 2023, when Onyx Esports won the championship then. And even then, there were already a few eyes, but people were just like, give it a bit more time. And finally, they got the time, and they're in the world stage, 1 game away from advancing over the Singaporean All-Star team.
Yeah, and getting into the upper bracket, which is sort of like a shortcut, right, to that finals. You win 2 upper bracket, you're in the upper bracket final. You're guaranteed top 3 on the M Series stage.
You get to skip so much. It is a huge advantage here for teams who are winning in this decider matches to sort out the bracket. But I think there's still opportunity because I don't feel like we saw the full extent. We saw a good extent of Falcons, but we didn't see the full extent of NIP Flash, which is, I need to see that first before I can believe.
Yeah, I think another thing that we could tell from NIP Flash is, yeah, we pointed out, especially in the early to mid game, the macro decision making, rotating at the right time. It seems like they weren't hitting in what we see as the right points to apply pressure on the side of Falcon Esports. But as basic as you can get in the objective team fights, when we thought the gold laner, the Granger, Benny would single-handedly end the game already up against Curtizi's Veil. That happened because I was screaming at the top of my lungs while that was going on. Guys, just get the Bruno to clear the mid or something first, and then you dance around the objective. So let's see if they'll improve on that. But here's the head-to-head between Dax and Hades.
Yeah, see, Hades is a big farmer, right? Like, GPM-wise, the stats favors Dax a bit more, but it also comes down to like how these 2 teams play in a sense where Dax, he is not afraid to get his hands dirty. He's all for the KDAs. But for Hades, you put him on Alpha, it becomes more of a supportive role for his team. It plays for Vanix and Kurt like we've seen even in the previous game.
Interestingly enough, the average turtles where we see the biggest difference for Dax here, 62%, having a 12% advantage over the 50% coming in from Hades. And considering how the Swiss stage actually played, I'm surprised that he only has a 50% average turtle rate.
Yeah, that should be at around 3 to 4 turtles more than Curtizi, and that's sort of big because when you really think about it, a lot of our games, or the games that they fought in, were best of 1s. You know, it wasn't before. You just had like 2 best of 3s at most. So big numbers, and NIP Flash respecting the Phobias. First ban right away. It's like, we don't want this anymore.
I'm pretty sure after that game they went backstage and they're like, please don't. We don't want to do with Phobias.
Yeah.
Oh, but they also get rid of the Hilda alongside it. That's interesting. Do they really want to try and shut down Royal Milk at this point? Or does this also signal that NIP Flash want to play a traditional assassin?
You think that Angeling is going to be a thing again?
Oh, probably not Angeling. Maybe like Hayabusa. Hayabusa plus X, maybe Hayabusa Farsa with the Granger in the gold.
Yeah. The main signal for this, from me, is that NIP Flash will definitely first pick that high loss, right?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be, right?
That isn't just going to be a Diablo high loss pick already locked in. And at the same time, teams that go and ban the Phobias and the Hilda first phase are the ones that say that it's sort of respect. I don't want to say it's fear, but it's respect that they know that they're up against a lane bully. And it's not saying that Diablo's not confident in the lane, but they'd rather just not take that option of trying to outduel a lane bully.
It's like, I just don't want a bad matchup, right? Like, I'd rather have a more comfortable time in that lane.
Play it safe, comfy.
I would say that respect demands fear. And I think, unfortunately, in this case, NIP Flash have successfully tried and downloaded what Falcons are trying to throw up. But with the high loss gone, at least the first picks are out of the way. I'm expecting the Cho or maybe even Blue Yo to show up.
Yeah, Cho or Blue Yo would be good for me. You know what? I wonder if we could see a Phobias pop up.
Yeah, Phobias.
Excuse me,
Gato?
The other purple glue.
Glue.
I thought of
Probably not first pick.
Keep in mind that a lot of power picks are coming through. Yves hasn't been touched this time round,
Yep.
allowing it to go through, but as a first pick, allowing Falcons to respond to it, there's still the relationship between Yves as well as the Valentina. We've seen some teams succeed, other teams not so much, but it looks like
Wow.
Joy. That's disgusting.
Oh, brother, that is aggro.
It is disgusting, but holy cow, you are literally just revealing one of your trump cards in the first pick. I had a lot of people ask me like the kind of the pros and cons of Joy. The thing is, as good as a late game, glass cannon Joy is, there are a lot of conditions that needs to be met, right? You have to be able to find a backline. You need to be able to deal with crowd control, which Joy struggles against, and you just break at the slightest of touch in that late game. So the fact that NIP Flash is willing to go for Joy signals me that there is an ulterior plan to it. Maybe the Angela might come true.
I mean, sure, maybe the Angela might just come through, but this is so weird. Granger, Loyi together straight away. I mean, yes, Granger was doing all right, but when you already see the assassin, especially one that has so much mobility, it's difficult to land these Death Sonatas or even line up the Rhapsody. Not to mention, I get the Loyi pick, but I would have preferred single target lockdown, or at the very least guarantee your peel first.
That's a
chasing
JP show.
the course, the power picks, and it's the show. And they need a little bit more macro presence, so they do pick up the Moskov. With the Joy diving in deep, they're going to need to supplement that. So a marksman that could protect himself was the best option for NIP Flash. Well, Falcon will get Kid X's Tigreal in their hands paired up with a Low Yi. This could be a strong wombo combo centered lineup for Falcon Esports, while for NIP Flash, it's a little bit more individualistic when you look at it.
Yeah.
They don't need to sync so much as a team. They can go off, take their micro fights, and then eventually collapse onto whoever's remained. While Falcon clearly is going to play as one.
We've seen NIP Flash kind of pull off archetype of this comp, right? It's all about isolation, where JPL kind of opens up the front for Vanix and Hades to dive that back line. It exactly feels like it. But again, we haven't seen Diablo's pick just yet, right? That could be the X factor for NIP Flash.
What if we already see it? What if they
show?
And what if it's a Joy in the EXP, like what Fried Chicken did?
What would be? I mean, I'm thinking of all the potential counter matchups. I mean, yes, the Phoveus is technically gone, so unless it's like a Gatot or something who just doesn't mind taking the damage, at least you can fight back in the lane. But it's mainly about priority more than winning the match in the first place. So I'm interested to see whether or not it does get flex. If anything, I would say the Cho is more likely to be flex overall, but then you're taking it away from your boy JPL. The next couple of bans, we finally see the mages start to come through. The relationship is gone now. No Yves, no Valentina as well. Suyo has been banned out by the side of NIP Flash, and I think they're going to double down on getting rid of these junglers. Force them back into Granger Roger?
Yeah, probably ban a Hayabusa. I mean, Hayabusa is also a decent ban, because as much as you want to play isolation, Hayabusa is not the easiest one to catch.
But
you do have a Cho Moskov, I agree.
I mean, it's a give and take, right?
Yeah.
As long as somebody is eating those spells, somebody else on the other side of their team can look to apply damage more effectively.
All right, what's the last man going to be?
Or do you ban Alpha here?
Could also. Oh, no, there.
So they ban the Hayabusa, yeah.
Go with the Hayabusa instead. So, yeah, I think us assuming that this is going to be more in an isolated team fight style from NIP Flash that they've shown before, it seems like that's true already, with the Hayabusa ban. So for Falcon, I wonder if they're just going to go, if they're going to pick up another chunkier EXP laner so they can hold a solid front.
Make some noise for your
She's not chunky, but she's definitely going to hold front very well with offense. And now NIP Flash are going to have to really decide if do we still want to double down on the isolation style team fight, because CC is amazing at winning that.
You don't want to get caught by the curtain call as well, right?
I'm thinking whether Diablo wants to play something wild and crazy.
Or Benedetta again?
Maybe not Benedetta. I think this could be an angle for Badang.
Yeah, dude, I was thinking that too.
The good old days.
The
good old Diablo Badang.
Bring it back.
I mean, it's a possibility, right? You have ways to kind of, knock the implosion out of the way. You can basically one-shot everybody in the back line.
Yeah.
You've got the disruption. The only thing is that you're not providing the utility that you are hoping your team needs. Ooh, Vexana going to get locked in for the side of NIP Flash. It looks like they've really diverted a lot of their attention to the jungle as well as the mid lane.
It's a Khalid.
Oh, yeah, okay. So nothing too crazy. It looks like at the end, NIP Flash, they kind of swerved their priorities. They went now for prioritizing matchup in the EXP lane by saving their EXP laner for last and then waiting to see what Royal Milk was gonna pick. Or jungle or gold, because this Granger could still put... No, I don't think.
No, I think it has to be a
That's
gold.
gold. Yeah, it has to be a gold against the Khalid and the Joy already, and even the Cho. You need something else in the jungle for Falcon.
Oh, man.
Something that can kind of stem the bleeding. You kind of like put a break to the pace of NIP Flash.
Ooh, what if we go Fred?
I think, honestly, Fred might not be a bad
Might not be a
option
bad
at this
choice,
point.
yeah.
Yeah, because
Fred
at this point, if you play Alpha, the Vixana is not going to allow you to play the game. Same goes for Cho. If you decide to go for Ling, it scales up way too slowly. You don't have any
You're
targets.
so smart.
Good call there, Renmar.
Yeah, well, I saw the Tig, Low Yi, Granger together. It's like, oh, that reminds me of BTK. Oh, they can go Fred.
They can.
Great pickup, and yeah, let's see. You mentioned stem the bleeding, you know, disrupt.
That's the tempo breaker right there.
It breaks the tempo. I wonder if they can dance to it. Let's see. Will we see Game 3, Leo and Ingan?
It's just a matter of time before we see Falcon Esports soar high and fly high if they do take down NIP Flash in a sweep. But the way NIP Flash choked out Dax, you see that, Ingan?
Yeah, I mean, a while ago, even if Royal Milk was actually performing very well from the start, 7-0-7 start, they were able to turn things around and extend the game to their favor. But unfortunately, it's just that Falcons Esports, they had a lot of neutral objectives to their side, used it to their advantage.
One more look at that draft before we head on into the battlefield. Cloud and Dexter watching from up above. NIP Flash looking to extend this series against Falcon Esports, who is white hot. Bringing back that Fredrin, picking up a thing or two from their fallen enemies in BTK.
You know, the scary thing for me is even though the Joy is a late game hero that scales up, surprisingly, Joy has been performing very well in M6, getting a lot of early kills. And with the current composition of NIP Flash, specifically Diablo, on the side of the Khalid, you can expect them to be, compared to game number 1, be more aggressive, but at the same time, more calculated and trying to delay the jungling speed of Dax.
And that's the beauty of NIP Flash's draft here. They're super agile, super mobile. I'm expecting Falcon Esports has to pick very specifically where they put their big ticket ults. I'm looking at the implosion. I'm looking at the diversion. Oh, Kid X here, down to a fifth of his health. That's a TKO sent home early.
And you can expect NIP Flash to just continue the aggression, try to gain mid control, for at the very least for the first 2 turtles, not letting Falcon Esports to go for their usual rotation, force them to be reactive and not dictate the tempo that, as we've seen compared to game number 1.
You see here the Emperor living rent-free in Falcon Esports' jungle, giving Dax one hell of an early game. A minute and a half elapsed. Benny versus Vanix. How do you reckon this gold lane matchup is going to go? You think it's going to be as quiet as game 1? Like, nobody touched them for like the first 5 or 6 minutes.
I think it's going to go the same way. They're going to all focus on the XP lane matchup, especially when it comes to the very first turtle. But we'll see, because again, as much as possible, Falcon Esports, they want to activate Benny as early as possible, considering that Dax isn't is a utility jungler. So in terms of damage, they're going to bank on PX7 and Benny to dish out the damage early on.
Let's see. First turtle already spawned, lower quarter of the map. Check this bush. I think PX7 and Royal Milk no. And the Emperor will remain calm. They catch Diablo.
Okay, Diablo flickers out to safety. And this forced Falcon Esports to have a better control over this Lord Pit, Turtle Pit. Diablo, though, on the other hand, just used the quick Sand Guard. Here comes Royal Milk. With a dispersion rotation, Kid X onto the backline with the ultimate connecting onto the members of NIP Flash, but the first man down will be Dax. Kid X on the other hand getting caught up by 3. Here comes Hades onto the backline, onto PX7, forcing him to walk away. Another kill by NIP Flash. Royal Milk caught in the midst of everything. Will be able to escape though. But NIP Flash executed that to perfection.
Is but a flaccid collapse. Falcon Esports not quite there yet. Curteasy taking out Royal Milk. In the wake of that turtle take, NIP Flash have awoken.
And that's basically Curteasy. We all know NIP Flash in terms of their play style, even down to their draft. They're a really unorthodox team. We've seen a Martis mid, a lot of mid lanes that Curtizy can play, but here comes the save from Kidx though. Benny, one more hit. Kidx and PX7 working to try and save Benny away from harm's way, and NIP Flash will disengage.
So far, Falcon Esports, all they could do really is put up a wall between their cores and NIP Flash with 1,000 ahead, given that they're waiting for Benny, they're waiting for PX7, even Royal Milk. I'll tell you now, I think it's a very Royal Milk lineup. Oh, Vanix!
They're just waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike onto Vanix at the 3-man rotation from the Triple X mid trio of Falcon Esports. That was a kill they were willing to take any given day.
If they weren't going to play defensive, those pickoffs are going to cost them. But if they get it on Vanix over and over again, on Kurt, on Hades, then maybe we got something. Maybe the Burmese are cooking. Falcon Esports down 1,000 gold here. 4 minutes in the upper quarters where the turtle will spawn next. 45 seconds. They aren't checking as much as JPL is. So that means Hades is getting free farm.
Yeah. And the thing is, towards the late game, if ever we reach that part, it might be alarming for NIP Flash, even if they have the Moskov that has good macro presence. You can't just split push at any given moment, knowing that PX7 in Kid Hex has this Louis integral combination that just can lock you down wherever you try to do the split push.
It's a matter of time. It's not when, it's not how, it's if they can catch NIP Flash. The double Purify actually makes quite the difference. Curtizy and Vanix not going to be as easy to catch. Now, they're prepping up for that turtle take. This Eternal duel down bottom. Royal Milk versus Diablo. Oh. This is a very clear decision for both XP laners. Oh wait, there's a kick by the Emperor.
There's an angle coming in from JPL for the kick onto Dax. Energy Eruption is there, but Benny just giving out the damage and gonna bring down JPL. All of a sudden, Falcon Esports in full control of this turtle pit.
That's why Falcon Esports was delaying the whole thing, because they were waiting to collapse on the one. Diablo very low.
He has to recall there as Dax gets the turtle. Kid X on the other hand, Implosion play. They're going for more. They want all the smoke, extending their lead, and Falcon Esports breaks the tempo of NIP Flash, now invading the jungle.
That was so hot. A kill and a turtle apiece.
Oh. Okay, as they steal away the purple buff, they might get a sandwich play. But here comes JPL just trying to delay the push that Falcon Esports can bring. Vanix clearing out the minions. Benny, here comes BX7 as well. To save it, Dax though on the other hand. Energy Eruption onto JPL. Will they commit? Okay, they're not going to commit.
Not much of a kick. From JPL. That's the beauty of these Fredrin lineup. And now suddenly it's Falcon Esports on the offense. They're the one asserting their dominance. They're the one moving in, proactively pushing forth their tempo. They're up 1,000 now. It looks like this turtle coming up in about a minute should be theirs too.
Yeah. And that's the thing, because of the presence of the Louis diversion, it gives NIP Flash some sort of urgency to try and check all the brushes. You know, make sure that there's no open, there's no angle for Falcon Esports to make a crazy play.
And I reckon it's those angles that they're forcing on JPL that's getting them off time. Because, what, back to back now. Whoa, Curtizy!
Okay.
Oh, day low!
Fortunately, JPL was able to block the Death Sonata. Here comes Diablo to try and force Falcon Esports to disengage. That was one Death Sonata away from a Curtizy takedown. And here comes the diversion. They might be able to sandwich Hades, though. On the other hand, Falcon Esports is taking their time and trying to look for the perfect angle.
NIP Flash's bruisers, the enforcers, putting up a perimeter. You shall not touch Hades. Curtizy back to the front lines after that recall. A TKO by Falcon. Not enough time they bought, though. And this is tough, because look, Vanix is pushing, and NIP Flash have initiative. They can say, we'll fight or we'll turtle, and it looks like they can get away with both.
Oh, but Diablo Will he manage to get away up against 2 Raging Sandstorm? But against 2, that's not going to be enough. And this is the problem that NIP Flash is facing. Because of the presence of the diversion, they're forced to be reactive. They're forced to try and have the numbers game, have the number advantage, to force Falcon Esports to think about trying to go for the pickoffs.
And they forced their decision. They said, hey, Vanix, all you got to do now is push. And now Vanix, trying to run away. He's sandwiched.
Oh, sandwich! And get caught up by the Rhapsody of Benny. And that's the thing we were pertaining to early game. Eventually, they're gonna cast a diversion to try and look for Vanix because we all know that this Moscow will just go for the turret pushes, go for the turret takedowns until he scales up. And Falcon Esports, they have some sort of urgency to try and stop that as much as possible.
And they made the decision for the Singaporean champions. They knew that they could only split push. They knew that Vanix wasn't going anywhere without an SOD cross map. No one was down bottom. They've already passed mid. You're seeing here, folks, a soft counter to the Moscow because the diversion can hide you. The diversion can put you in places where the SOD cannot hit you, giving the Moscow one of its main strengths, coast-to-coast map control. Looking at the items right now, Benny is what? 2,000 ahead of Vanix.
2.1k gold lead. This is also considering the fact that Vanix just picked up his DHS, also has a Purify, but despite the presence of the Purify, Falcon Esports was able to take him down 2 times in the last 7 minutes. So that's how Falcon Esports is when it comes to trying to go for those pickups. They're decisive, and at the same time, it's always the proper timing.
It's a concealed play by JPL, looking for something. Checking that bush. Spots 3 from Falcon Esports. And look at Royal Milk. This is Royal Milk's signature CC. So far, calling the shots. It's as if the diversion wasn't enough to push back and cordon off NIP Flash from their formation. Even the jungle isn't safe.
Yeah. That's why the yo-yo blitz of Royal Milk has been crucial, because we've seen a lot of times the Diablo, you would want him, of course, to get control of the brushes for the unexpected Raging Sandstorm. But most of the time, you've seen him just use the quick sand guard because of the damage that Royal Milk has been expending onto Diablo.
And it's a very similar story to game number 1. 9.5 minutes in, Falcon Esports have figured out a way to make Diablo play to their tune, to dance to their song. And it looks like the Burmese are ready to tango. Lord spawned upper quarter, 9.5 minutes in. Check the bush here. Hades holding that tri-brush. Kid X spotted by Kurt. And we get a reset.
Okay, we're gonna have a diversion. Royal Milk descending, Royal Milk onto the back line towards one Cortese. Forcing the Raging Sandstorm. Cortese will fall down. That's 1 member down for Falcon Esports. Vanix on the other hand working on the bottom lane. They're trying to go for a trade. And now Falcon Esports full control of the Lord pit. They might be able to get the Lord away from NIP Flash.
Gets the SOD. No one home. JPL hunted down by Royal Milk, standing there, asserting dominance. And NIP Flash just fold. Falcon Esports here, able to play the map. NIP Flash, a lot of their major wins here, Ingan, are just cross-map trades, mainly off of Vanix. And I think the fact that he's keeping himself safe, he understands, he acknowledges the fact that it's urgent, that he gets some level of farm, and that the map doesn't completely go sideways.
Okay, Hades will have to recall because he's going to be needed for the base defense for the first Lord that Falcon Esports has. But with a 4.7k gold lead, they might be able to take down an inhibitor turret. They're doing their best to try and kite away the Lord. Just looking at the damage coming from the death, so now that they have to walk away, K-Knight goes in with the implosion!
And they find another Hades Force back. Diablo goes down, sacrificing himself for the defense, and they're not done. Holy Shield popped in mid, but Falcon Esports surgical, unrelenting. They're still here for the push.
They might go for a diversion play right after this, but JPL wants to go for the kick, forcing Kid X here to walk away. They're gonna get a kill onto Hades. Now working on the turret takedown. They might be able to burst down the inhibitor up top.
Amazing positioning by Kid X and the retreat. The defensive diversion, the DD from Falcon Esports. Shout out to Ruby DD watching from home. Ladies and gentlemen, NIP Flash once more up against a corner. That top lane inhibitor, permanent damage. It's more difficult now for Benny to actually just trade against Vanix, because Vanix is going to keep himself safe. Vanix is never going to show himself.
You know, I was thinking that Falcon Esports might be able, I think they were overcommitting a bit a while ago during the top lane push. if giving an opportunity for NIP Flash to counterattack, considering that they don't have the implosion anymore. But the problem is Falcon Esports, with the lead that they established, even with the aggressive play from JPL, the Kid actually connected to Kid X down to the turret. They weren't able to burst down any member of Falcon Esports.
Again, it's the worst possible target for JPL, but you can't blame the Emperor. He was going to kick somebody, and it's just Falcon are so good at these tight formations. They're so good at fighting underneath less than ideal conditions. And that's why Royal Milk, this hero, that's what it does. That's what the CC does. He wants you to fight back against him. That's why he rocks it with a vengeance. And looking at the items, oh no, what is that? About 2,500, 3,000 between Benny and Vanix.
Yeah, no Winter Crown, no Wind of Natures. There's a clear opportunity, window of opportunity for NIP Flash to go for the backline, eventually get the pick off onto Benny. But the problem is he has a Purify that can be crucial if ever JPL decides to go and penetrate the defense, go from the back. And Falcon Esports, again, we have to consider the fact that they have a Luyi. Top lane is open. At any given moment, they can make a huge macro play.
So far, NIP Flash have a grocery list of things to do to come back. They have to control the map, make sure it doesn't turn as red as possible, defend from that backdoor play up top, and they have to check bushes, even on their side of the map, to make sure that Falcon just doesn't come up from out of nowhere. So I guess one way to do that is to make sure where PX7 is, but that makes JPL such a easy target. It's so hard for the front line of NIP Flash.
Okay, they might make a repeat of what happened a while ago. JPL with a conceal. They don't know where TZ is. Here comes JPL though. Double man knock-off. Kinex goes in with the implosion.
And they go in. That River Brush is going to be a death box. Down goes Hades. Down goes JPL. Royal Milk traded out for 3 for 1 so far. 2 for 3.
And Vanix got demolished in the mid lane. Curtsizi is left to fend for himself. A full team wipeout for Falcon Esports. No need for the Lord anymore as they siege in onto the top.
So many bodies roll unrevenged as Falcon Esports can smell victory.
The legacy of the Falcons sourced in new heights, sending NIP Flash down to the lower bracket.
It's a sweep. 2-0 for Falcon Esports.
And a decisive one for this team. Man, just looking at what they went through, they won against Aurora, they won against SRG, they won against BTK, and now they won against the Singapore All-Star team, NIP Flash.
Falcon seems to be the kind of team that just once they find their wins, once they get their bearing, they just soar and soar and soar. I'm getting flashbacks to M2 here.
Well, it's scary, it's exciting, and at the same time, Falcon Esports, a well-deserved win.
Let's throw it over to our analysts to figure out what they feel about Game 2.
Falcon Esports are not haunted by their ghouls. They are inspired by them, and they now move forward to the upper bracket semi-finals. Congratulations to Falcon Esports. What a game.
What a game. Right after the draft, we talked about the tempo breaker. You called that Fredrin. I looked over at our Barca colleagues. Milo looked at me and he went,
He knew it.
yeah, he knew. It was the 2-0.
I mean, it was clear. It was clear. There was so many. It was so difficult for NIP Flash to really get back into this game, right? The only ways that they can do it is to actually punish their opponent's mistakes, or maybe try to make some off-tempo plays, maybe play with some macro feints. But we saw a very honest game from NIP Flash, and they always seem to want to clash head-on against Falcon from minute 1 until the snowball started to develop.
Yeah, and now NIP Flash are in this tough position. Any team that loses this first round of the knockout stages has to crawl through 1, 2, 3, 4 series to make it to the grand finals. 4 BO5s to make it to the grand finals. While now Falcon Esports just needs to fight potentially at 2 more grand finals, win 2 more grand finals to make, 2 more series to make it to the grand finals. So many finality to it all because we just saw NIP Flash drop and Falcon Esports move forward. So now, of course, with Myanmar happy, we're going to be hearing from them in just a bit.
Yeah, we definitely, I mean, for me, I had a lot of things I want to talk about NIP Flash, right? From the draft and how they played that game 2. I know we've gone through a few of them in game 1, but I felt like game 2 was a big miss, right? So many missed opportunities. I don't mind a team playing honest, but sometimes you're too honest for your own good. I think the sequence has to really change. I think Gideon told me that they probably woke up on the wrong side of the bed today. I kind of agree, but we'll leave it for later.
Yep, that's what it felt like. But of course, let's revel in the victory of Falcon Esports in Myanmar right now, as we're going to toss you on over to Rose to talk with the winning team.
The Flying High Falcons of Myanmar has just set the Singaporean All-Stars team down to the lower bracket with a clean sweep. Right now, I am with Coach Nyo Chao and Dax. First of all, how are you guys?
Thank you.
I'm fine.
You're fine? Just now, he was like, happy. Are you happy?
I'm so happy.
You're so happy. Were you nervous? You're nervous? Were you nervous just now in the game?
Yes.
You were nervous. Did you expect 2-0? Or you thought it was a 2-1? Did he expected it to be a 2-0 or was he thinking it was a 2-1?
2-0 နဲ့နိုင်မယ်လို့ထင်ခဲ့ရလားဒါမှမဟုတ်လို့ရှင်2-1လို့ထင်တာလားတဲ့
2-0.
2-0, that one I understood. He was expecting a 2-0. Okay. Now, Coach Nyo Chao, just now, everybody was shocked that you guys picked Roger. Can you share why you guys picked Roger?
Yeah. In Roger Pit, we already trained maybe 100 match in screen.
100 matches?
Yeah. Roger versus FR.
Okay, but why? Because Roger is the old meta, right? This meta, we haven't seen a Roger jungle. So why did you guys think it will work?
Yeah. I think if they ban assassin or assassin, we need to play one hero, yeah, right? That's why we train Ultra hero Roger.
Oh, so does that apply to Fredrin as well? You guys like to pick non-assassin junglers?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, Dax, since you're the one playing in the jungle, do you like assassin or not assassin?
I like assassin.
You like assassin. Why do you like assassin? It's okay, there's a translator. Why do you like assassin, Dax? Mechanic, fast speed, fast hand.
because
I want
it's
to
joyful when I play assassin.
Oh, he feels happy when he plays assassin. You know what? I agree. Unfortunately, I can't play assassin. Now, Dax, let me ask you, is there an assassin you want to play in M6?
M6 မှာ play ခြင်းတဲ့ assassin ဟိုရှိလား hero
funny.
Fanny! Are we going to see Fanny soon?
Sorry come again
Are we going to see Fanny soon?
Fanny ကိုမကြခင်တွေ့ရဖို့ရှိလားတဲ့
If they don't ban
if
Fanny,
they don't ban,
we
I
will
will
pick
pick funny.
I love it. The chemistry of the coach and the player, both of them said it at the same time. Okay, now Dax, just now, I mentioned to you that before you said you wanted to surpass whatever Burmese Goals has done, which was in M2, right? You guys are slowly getting closer to the grand finals, actually. How are you feeling with that?
ဘာပြောမလဲဟိုဟာ Burmese ကို surpass လုပ်မယ်ဆိုပြီးတော့အရင်တော့ Dax ကပြောခဲ့ဘူးတဲ့အဲ့သူတို့ကအရင်တော့ M2 တုန်းကဒီပါခဲ့တဲ့ team ဆိုတော့အခုတဖြည်းဖြည်းနဲ့ဒီ legacy ကိုလုံနိုင်ဖို့အတွက်ကိုနီးကပ်လာပြီအဲ့အတွက်ကိုဘယ်လိုမျိုးပြင်ဆင်တာလဲခန်းစားရလဲပေါ့
ပြင်ဆင်တာပါတယ်အများကြီးပြင်ဆင်တာပါတယ် training တွေဟို screen တွေကိုမနာတမ်းနားရမရှိပဲနဲ့အမြဲတမ်း focus ပြီးတော့ train ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့အကောင်းဆုံးကြိုးစားနေပါတယ်
I have prepared a lot, and during the screening stage, I have trained non-stop, not even one day close, and so we are going to be trying the best.
Dax has mentioned previously that he does want to surpass however far Burmese Goals has achieved in the M2. And as we can see, this kid right here has been training non-stop, not even a day off. Thank you very much to Dax and to Coach Nyo Chao. Congratulations on proceeding to the knockout stages. And with that, let us throw it back to the panel to break down what happened in this clean sweep up against NIP Flash.
all of the hard work and training, the non-stop action that this Falcon Esports squad has been on, looks like it's paid dividends. They've done so well throughout M6, and them defeating NIP Flash in that manner that they did, I feel like it's an even bigger statement. It sets the bar for the action we're going to be seeing in the very first round of knockouts.
Yeah, for both teams that came to the 3-1 bracket and, you know, ended up matching against one another, I didn't really expect the series to go this way. I was expecting it to go 2-1 either way. But Falcon, they really just dominated the playing field.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I think the NMP Flash, they're not playing their A game right now. And that's a little sad to see, especially now that they have to drop down to the lower brackets. They maybe need a little bit of pressure to kind of keep them going. But I got to give props where props is due. Great drafting coming in from the side of Falcons. It looks like they continue to improve. From the Swiss stage, we don't see as many inconsistencies like we saw before. And honestly, it really just boils down to, did I accidentally like whiff an ability most of the time?
Yeah, it was honestly great strategizing by the coaching staff of Falcon Esports. They know how their opponents like to play, and the two drafts that they've popped up here with today just ended up breaking through the NIP Flash formation incredibly well, or it sort of took advantage of some of their lapses when it comes to macro control, and they do just that. Gideon said off screen, Benny, he's a damn good Granger. He is now on the map as one of the best Grangers in the tournament.
I gotta give it to him. He's got really good resource management, right? And when he needs a Death Sonata, he's got shots, but he doesn't waste it willy-nilly. He doesn't open up the map with it most of the time. He's allowing the rest of his team to do so. But I think, you know, even though he's doing really well, there are a couple of things I can't accept. Number one, Diablo, second item, decides to go for the Oracle instead of going for a Dom Ice, which I think would have been very helpful not only in lane, but for the whole team fight. Somebody needs anti-heal other than Curtisi, who gets zoned out, all because Royal Milk package into the back line.
Yeah, then that one credits to PX7, right? Like the mind of a Loyi player, being able to see these big angles and, you know, making the right call, and just delivering FCon kind of that team fight win, right? Like if game 1, the -1 factor was a veil from Kurt, game 2, that -1 factor is PX7.
Yeah, I think a good way to put it also is that Falcon are playing up against a team that they know very well or have researched really well. It looked like the positioning that they were taking in the objective team fights always blocked key entry points, and especially Hades' favorite area, which is just a little bit beside that wall, not the shrub behind it near the lane, but the shrub right behind the wall. We can easily just dash in, retreat, and dash out. It was always blocked by Kid X.
Yeah, I think on top of that was also this Fredrin last pick, right? Like when that Fredrin pick came out, you see NIP Flash, how are you ever going to start a fight? Like who is JPL gonna kick? He tried kicking Dax, that didn't work out. He kicked Kid X, that didn't work out either. Diablo couldn't get into the backline at all. And then those calls, they started getting weirder and weirder. Diablo trying to man-fight Benny without his Radiant Sandstorm or Flicker as a means to escape. Ends up getting solo kill. Vanix trying to shove lane to draw FCon to them, but forgot that there was a low E, so it was just a straight-up airplane ride to the top side to take him out. And I think Flash, I don't know, I just think that from the draft to the gameplay onwards, there were a lot of holes that need to be plugged. This Joy first reveal, I didn't like it at all.
It was costly.
It was very costly, but at the same time, I like the way the Falcons took advantage of it, right? You see Joy first pick, what do you go instead? Granger straight away into the Loyi, knowing that you want to see the rest of NIP Flash's line up within that first phase before you lock in that Tigreal. Because, you know, straightforward answers could have been, I could have locked the Tigreal into the Loyi and then wait to see what kind of gold lane matchup, because we're expecting Vanix to either play Granger or Moskov at the end of the day. We haven't seen him play the Beatrix that often, even though they have single target lockdown in JPL.
As now we look at the MVP of the game in what was such a unified front by the side of Falcon Esports, we just got to look at an amazing individual performance from Benny on that Granger. Gideon, what exactly did you like about this Granger that made you go, wow, he's really damn good?
I mean, I like the way that he plays the lane, but also in these team fights, he's not throwing out Death Sonatas without reason. And I think a lot of players who play Granger usually do that. A majority of his damage is going to come down to his Rhapsody, and then you want to hold on to as many charges, if not at least 2 of the charges, to reposition yourself in case your verticality or your lines aren't great with the Rhapsody, because you can cancel it midway and then launch the Rhapsody again once you have enough stacks. best part about him is that when he's working with the rest of the team, especially when we start thinking about like, oh, we wait for the duality, we want the duality to come out from our Lo Yi, I can set it up for you with the Death Sonata first, so you can guarantee land it, and then I can follow up.
And you can see even in these team fights, he understood the amount of space that he has, right? This one was sort of like a freebie given over to Benny by Diablo. Very weird moves, but aside from that, Benny is just being gifted all these easy kills because he has the right resources, the right team with him. Kid X with big implosions, and then you have the duality from PX7. That's kind of the left claw of Falcon for you, right? In this gold lane, 4-0 on the Granger, completely uncontested the whole game. No one on NIP Flash's side could get to it.
I want to give a shout out to Kid X as well. I think on this Tigreal, he has been extremely comfortable. He looks very confident with a lot of his plays, even though he's sometimes just looking for one person to flicker Implosion on top of. I think that Falcon Esports, if other teams are looking to try and punish them, they have to start thinking about not only comfort heroes, but at the same time, it feels like it's very difficult to punish Dax in particular.
That's Falcon Esports for you, and definitely the team from Myanmar have put themselves on the map as one of the teams to watch out for. The Dark Horses are starting to, well, not at this point, you can definitely say they're true contenders with what they've shown so far in the M6 World Championship. And remember, getting here was them defeating Aurora, SRG, and BTK 2-1. That's how they made it to the knockouts. Again, congratulations to them. And of course, thank you for supporting M6. Your feedback is invaluable in helping us improve future tournaments. So please, scan the QR code to share your thoughts with us. I think that, looking back at that last game, dare I say, we might be seeing the legacy that, and I'm sorry to bring in a team that isn't no longer here, but it's very glaring, the legacy of BTK. Falcon definitely picked something up from their series up against BTK and watching them play Lo Yi, Fred, Granger all together, having an EXP laner whose one sole purpose is to split up and mess up team fights for the opposing team. It's very BTK of Falcon Esports, but of course, their own style, you can't take it away from them because as they mentioned, the CC is a signature pick for Royal Milk. The Fred, Dax started making a name for himself as a Fred as well, and the Tigreal of Kid X, which you pointed out. It was just Falcon Esports, it's like they saw what other teams were doing and said, hey, we can do that too, but because we've been doing that too as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think for Dax, being able to show that Roger, I want to quickly just add on to what Gideon said about Kid X. I think him on the Tigreal, in the early stages, there were some jitters, right? Like his Tigreal, sometimes he was using Implosion, he was doing the Natalia Implosion, but over time, he is getting a lot more solid with his timings. He's willing to use it to catch key targets, and identifying that NIP Flash's draft really centers around having JPL around the map. If we take JPL with one Implosion, we do it. It's very valuable. So props to them. They've guaranteed top 6 at M Series. That itself is incredible for Myanmar.
It is an incredible feat, but there's still a lot of competition to go on here. So I think, the way that they're evolving with the draft, as you mentioned, very BTK-esque, it allows certain team members to become a new win condition, right?
Yeah.
We don't see too many EXP laners kind of fulfill that role.
Yeah.
But drafts like this where at least Dax can say, hey, all I got to do is peel. I'm going to let the rest of my team do majority of the work, and this will be an easy game. If the Royal Milk does well, if Benny does well, this game's done for.
It's going to be a long day and important night for MLBB Esports history as we have 3 more best of 3s coming up. But don't forget, you make sure that you're there for the M6 Battle Night happening from December 28 to 29. Enjoy exclusive bonuses, including a limited time 25 Epic Skins trial and all heroes free trial. Whoa, that's pretty cool. So it's a perfect time to tell your friends, hey, help me out here. Join us. Play MLBB with me December 28 and 29. It's Battle Night. If you're asking why it's just one night, guys, it's called Battle Night, not Battle Nights, not Battle Weeks. Magic Chess Go-Go on the multiple player strategy game now actually soft launched in Malaysia and Singapore, where pre-registration is now underway for other APAC regions as well. So it's a new multiplayer strategy game. I mean, if you know what Magic Chess is, you know what Magic Chess Go-Go definitely is.
I mean, I'm on a 25-game win streak, man. I'm still going, baby. Climbing that ladder pretty fast. I'm that new tactician in the ring. Come join me. I'm lonely. I need friends.
He needs friends.
Please.
And plus, it also speeds up some of the daily quests that you need to do. Not to mention the fact that it runs at 60 FPS, which is great. I mean, that's a great technical feat. Like anything below that feels a little underwhelming, if not extremely underwhelming, because technically you can also play it on your tablets as well.
Yeah.
I mean, if I have the ROG Phone 9 and it runs at 30 FPS, I'm not gonna play it. So yeah, 60 FPS.
You're gonna be a magic chess. At that point, you're overkilling it for a magic chess. I mean, come on. If you want like the best possible experience, you go for the best possible experience. And here's one. Coming up next is a very important matchup. We're gonna show the bracket just in case you don't know what the next one is. But now we're gonna be seeing the opponents, or if possible opponent of Falcon Esports. It's either going to be FNOP, Fnatic Onyx Philippines, as champions of the Philippines, against SRG, the champions of Malaysia, the team on the way potentially to a golden road. RQ Vamos, Team Spirit, and Team Liquid ID are still waiting. And the loser of the upcoming match is who NIP Flash is gonna need to face.
It's not gonna be
Easy. I mean, it's either we get the neighbor rivalry or somehow we get the upset of the knockout brackets and take down FMLP, which, as much of a prater as I am, is a tough task.
It really is. I think regardless of who makes it forward, I feel like overall, FNOP is looking to be the favorites to win the entire thing, right? It looks like they're a cut above the rest. If SRG can kind of equalize the score, it's not like the matches get easier. They will then have to look for revenge in the Falcons afterwards. So again, it's just proving ground upon proving ground upon proving ground, while FNOP is just like, all right, let's just stay in the upper brackets. This should be technically a pretty easy day.
Yeah, that's the match coming up, folks. A match that maybe we thought we'd have to wait up until later in the tournament to see. On the very first day of knockouts, they're not eliminating each other just yet. They're fighting to see who Falcon Esports will be seeing in the next round. Again, the champions of the Philippines, Fnatic Onyx PH against Selangor Red Giants. We are spoiled. We've been spoiled this whole M6. We already saw FNOP versus TLID in a BO1. Now we're seeing it in a full series against our SRG.
I'm getting babied, right? This whole experience, this whole Swiss wildcard to Swiss stage to knockout, I feel like I'm having the best spar experience of my life, but for MLBB Esports.
We're eating good tonight, boys.
Yeah.
We're eating good tonight with the level of games that are going to be coming out. And hopefully we're going to see a fully fleshed out BO3. And hopefully they all slept on the right side of the bed.
IOI City Mall is starting to get packed up as a marquee match is coming our way. Again, congratulations to Falcon Esports for advancing. But now they'll see who they'll be facing in the next round. Will it be Fnatic Onyx PH or Selangor Red Giants? Join us for the next series.
ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ。明治。Hello Panda, Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
In MLBB, each of the 5 players plays a distinct role.
Whatever it is you want to believe, let's again!
But how do these roles work together on the world stage?
Go Sons, who picks up the
Mid laners and roamers are the bedrock of the team.
looking for the knockup, not able to find us. Hence who he wants more, takes him out.
Whether it's picking beefy tanks, mages, or sustain, together they provide crowd control and damage in the early game, making space for the team to farm or secure objectives. Then we have the EXP laners, usually playing tanky heroes. They poke and zone the enemy to create opportunities.
All right, let's see, another fight commences here. Gear goes in, it's going to be a lot of damage played.
While the roamers pick to fill the team's needs and support if needed. EXP laners must win their lane and protect their tower with aggressive, confident play, ensuring map control for the team.
Ooh, final slash.
Finally, we come to the junglers, the early to mid-game finishers, and the gold laners, the mid to late game finishers.
Fiery, the god in the jungle, takes a double kill.
For junglers, whether it's frontline tank utility or assassin early game assassin burst, they form the core of the team. They act on the space created by their team to finish off objectives, utilizing power spikes with the early game advantage they get from farming the jungle.
Should be a retreat from the Burmese gold, and they get sent down into the ground.
Gold laners focus on farming for gold to become late game monsters.
1v3.
They are savvy observers, staying out of trouble and positioning well to deal the most damage with their fragile heroes. Do you agree? How would you describe the roles that make MLBB greater than ever? A new era begins at M6. But who are the rising superstars leading the way? In Latam, Maycam Evolve emerges as the new gem of the region. With Aurora's fierce adaptability and rookie sensation Super Nahuel, the Dynasty Enders made history, toppling the undefeated RRQ Akira after a 2.5-year reign. At MTC Turkey Championship, S2G Esports rises as a new challenger. Led by Sigibum's superstar performance at the gold lane, Pagu's playmaking, and Begin's rotation, they are ready to shine on the world stage. In their M Series debut from MPL Cambodia, CFU Gaming is ready to strike. With M2 veteran Poppy and core members Detective, Z, and Wadu. Can the Sharks are primed to make waves on the world stage? Returning to the M Series is RRQ Hoshi, the Sang Raja.
Looking for a drain as he finds the triple. Looking for the maniac.
Reinforced by Sutsujin's lethal skill, and led by Skylar, this squad of young stars is on a mission for global dominance. The Indonesian cavalry made a bold gamble by swapping their lineup with MDL rookies, uncovering gems like Fabian, the deadly jungler, a calculated roamer in Witty the Wise, and King Aaron Shiki, the next level gold laner. Team Liquid ID rises as a new M Series challenger.
The double, the Roy goes down one by one. It's a maniac.
MPL PH Season 14 saw the debut of Aurora Gaming with rising gold laner Domeng and MSC 2022 champion Demon Kite.
Universe defied them. They wanted more. They wanted to be at the top. But the universe said no. Until something snapped and they started breaking records at home and eventually took it to the stage internationally, where everyone has eyes on them. Which team am I talking about? Well, it's both of them. Fnatic Onyx Philippines, the champions of the Philippines against the champions of Malaysia in Selangor Red Giants. It's the second series of the day, and only one of them will advance, with the other falling to the lower bracket. My name is Renmar Santa Cruz, just call me Renmar. Still here with Husky and Gideon Q, and I just realized I'm sharing the desk with two Malaysians.
Yes.
Dude, FNOP have shown such a solid performance, touted as the favorite to win the whole thing. So we gotta somehow outnumber you, right? So I think it's fair, 2 against 1.
Yeah.
Also still on against us though.
Hey, consider this evening the playing field, at least outside of the game. In the game, it's anybody's game.
Yeah, I lean more towards that idea of where this is anybody's game. A little bit more of that later, but of course, if you want to experience or discover the beating heart of Qiddiya City, the gaming and esports district, the world's first real-life gaming hub, and a beacon of gaming culture, go on over online, search at Qiddiya Gaming for more information. We've been partnered up with them ever since the M5 World Championship. There's always a lot of questions on what Qiddiya actually is, so go ahead and online and check it out. Of course, we just talked about it earlier, but time for you to share it again. Of course, Magic Chess Go-Go, a multiplayer strategy game, is now soft launched in Malaysia and Singapore. Just a reminder for y'all, Magic Chess Go-Go is actually separate from the Magic Chess game mode you have in your MLBB app. This is a whole new separate experience, Magic Chess experience for you. So if you want to put your strategies to the test, outsmart your opponents, and claim the ultimate victory, go ahead, scan that QR code for surprises and for more information online.
It's a fun game. I enjoy it. I enjoy it.
I mean, it's an auto battler, and most people are going to be like, oh, they gave the same impression to MLBB that they do to these types of auto battlers, being like, it's just a mobile game, it's just for children. It's a lot smarter than you think, and it has at least a good amount of depth to it to utilize against your opponents to quote-unquote outplay them.
Yeah, and think about it. With 1.5 billion registered MLBB players across the world, you definitely will be going up against some very crazy minds in Magic Chess Go Go. And of course, to celebrate our 1.5 billion milestone from December 6 to December 23, you can join the event and complete tasks to get a random epic skin for free. That's in-game in the Mobile Legends Bang Bang app. Thank you for your unwavering support and you being part of this incredible journey all across these years. You know what? Recently, what's come up? A lot of those old screenshots from when the game was so much younger.
Yeah.
And sometimes I'm just like flabbergasted with how much things have changed in MLBB.
It's like the glow up, right? The glow up phase,
yeah.
right? You look back at your own photos from a decade ago, you get to see that change as well. Some people have longer hair, some people look aged more, some people look younger, some people change style.
Yeah.
MLBB constantly just glowing up to be greater than ever.
I'm just glad that they've updated the graphics and as well as, you know, start changing the land of Dawn bit by bit from heroes, revamps, and especially the land of Dawn, because good lord, was it really uncomfortable to turn around certain corners.
Yeah, but then now, of course, here we are with it being one of the most popular esports titles in the world, one of the most popular mobile games, or just in general games in the world, sports in the world. So thank you once again from the bottom of our hearts. And thank you to the universe that we're getting this early. Get all of the stress out right away. This is the limit test. No one's getting eliminated. PH era isn't gonna end here. But it's still intense, you know? It's still FNOP and it's still SRG.
It definitely is. I remember back then, back in M1, it was also in Malaysia. That time, Fnatic Onyx Philippines, before they were Fnatic Onyx Philippines, I remember they were playing in Group D and they were playing up against teams like Deus Vote at that time, and they were eliminated, right? But Loisky was still on that team as Greed, and I had to do the exit interview, and now, like 4 years later, I get to see them opening knockout match against SRG. I don't know, maybe this is what the universe wanted.
It was waiting for you to come back for Fnatic Onyx to make it back to the world stage. Are you the lucky charm?
It could be the lucky charm, but at the same time, you know, Fnatic Onyx are looking to be the favorites overall. This is why I'm nervous for this matchup, because as much as SRG is going to test themselves against one of the favorites, it could go both ways. And I think pre-preparation is going to be especially key in this matchup. Luckily, nobody gets knocked out, so I can wipe my sweat just for a little bit.
Remember, as much as Fnatic Onyx Philippines are the favorites, there was another team in their way. The team that is on the step, to completing the Golden Road. The only team to win 2 MPL tournaments in 1 year plus MSC. Now they're just waiting to see if they could win M6. That's SRG, but the gold standard stands in the way of the golden road of the Giants from Selangor.
This is, I mean, it's a crazy storyline, right? Because at the end of the day, nobody has achieved the golden road. The closest we've ever been is obviously with the Onyx from the Indonesian side, but even they failed at the very end. Obviously, we want to be looking towards Onyx Philippines to win it all. However, it's been a very long journey, and they've been denied so many times for actually reaching the M Series. Because MPLPH, at the minimum, one of the big 3 regions in the world. They get 2 representatives to go on. And because of how competitive their series has been as an overall competition, getting 3rd just feels so bad.
Yeah. In the Philippines now, because of just how much success there has been with the Philippine era, it's like, weirdly enough, for some people, or a good amount of very vocal people are saying it's either championship or bust for the Philippines, which is so weird to say, because achieving a high rank in an international tournament in MLBB esports today is a big enough achievement in itself. This is, there's a lot to explain with the story of key players between these 2 teams. So please watch this and join us for the journey.
Rise as one, it's TNC Pro Team.
When I first joined TNC on MPL stage, I cannot handle the pressure. That's why I cannot play really well. And that time, every losses, I always think that they might change players. So I just keep on playing. Then I don't think a lot about if we lose, they will change me. I just focus on playing that time.
As Onyx goes for the sweep, TNC, what went wrong?
After my second season in TNC, I already talked to my girlfriend that she doesn't want me to play as an import because I really want to try, but I think I cannot find a team on MPLPH that time. That time I just go because I just trust my instincts. If I don't do that, maybe I'll regret it for my whole life. So I just tried to play on SRG.
The one that catch my eye is definitely his mentor and his EQ for me because he's really confident as a person. I think his main motivation is definitely coming to prove himself because everybody was trash talking like 8 plays, clown from PH, stuff like that. He feels okay. He really has a very strong mentor. Basically make the team has a very good vibe.
You want us Roger this time?
We want Roger, coach, promise. Roger
or Ling?
Roger.
So that's SRG taking the Roger route.
Innocent is really one of the top code laners in the world, so when it comes to the aura, that it's just naturally there.
Slagger and Giants are your new champions of the mid-season cup!
I really don't want to regret something on our game, so I just give it my all. Just all in.
Okay, Innocent goes in! Innocent walks in, Stormy! Goes in for the kill! With a nature from Innocent, Detective walking in aside! With a maniac!
Ganun pa din, tulad pa rin ng dati. Pero mas confident lang ako ngayon sa...
SRG are still on that road!
Sarili ko, di tulad dati nung unang MPL ko na nagda-doubt ako sa sarili ko.
It was him trusting his instincts and the goal to delivering his best that led to SRG where they are now. The play that he committed with the rest of the remaining members of SRG against CFU in that Game 3 as that Moskov ensured that the Golden Road dream stays alive. That is the story of Innocent.
Yeah, when no one trusted him, he trusted himself, right? He trusted his instinct. Came over to Malaysia, instantly became FMVP Season 13, won 2 back-to-back MPL. Got asked for a Roger pick in MSC Finals, Game 7, wins that, and then became the national hero, as the BM broadcast called him, when he beat CFU with that Moskov.
Honestly, I was asking this ever since the new SRG was formed at the very beginning of this year. After winning the first MPL, the question was like, how are these how competitive is MPLPH? Because TNC Pro going basically no wins at all, and these players suddenly, even King Kong from the side of Fnatic, Onyx, PH is doing amazingly well. Something just wasn't working there.
Let's look at the quote from Innocent on your screen so that we can understand one of the stars of this story that we're about to see just a little bit better. He said he expected to face Fnatic Onyx Philippines and it wasn't surprising. In fact, he wanted to go up against them since he never won a game against Kelra in MPL Philippines. During 2 seasons with TNC, he couldn't fully showcase his skills because he was afraid of being judged, especially with so many champions in the Philippines. Facing top gold laners only added to that pressure. So it seems like the pressure that is the pressure cooker of MPL Philippines eventually molded this man into a MSC winning, 2-time MPL winning champion.
It's like fine wine, right? You guys produce the best talents, you know, arguably, undoubtedly the best talents in the world. Like, even we saw in the video, right, he went from being clowned as the worst marksman in MPL Philippines for the longest of times when he came to MPL MY to now regarded as one of the best, even getting credits from people like Super Marco. So that's a huge improvement from how he was back then.
So you're telling me the only way to escape judgment is to get imported to a different country, so even if you do get trash talk, you don't understand the language enough to actually take it into account.
I mean, that could potentially be the play there. But now I think it's time to welcome our 2 titans of Mobile Legends Bang Bang onto the stage. It's Fnatic Onyx Philippines and SRG. The stage is a team looking to extend their region's dominance. Good thing they're not just a powerhouse nor a mere family. They are the super family of Fnatic Onyx Philippines.
Going up against them, Mr. Pride of the host country. Bumpy as their journey down the Golden Road may seem, they're walking stronger than they've ever been. Malaysia, give it up for Selangor Red Giants! The brains and the bronze, the tactician and the strategist behind the games of both teams stepping onto the stage for Fnatic Onyx Philippines and Selangor Red Giants. As both of them take a bow and go for the fist bumps, it's about to be a battle of epic proportions, a premonition or prelude of what's supposed to be a championship match. As Seas go down, is about to get heated.
It may be an intense battle, but smiles on the stage. I don't know if I saw that right. Did Innocent try to give Kelra something there at the start? Was that a sticker? But I think we're going to have to check up on that a little bit later on. They are ready. It's the battle of red and yellow. Actually, red and yellow versus black and yellow for these two. I just cannot wait for the draft. And let's check out the M-Chat brought to us by SRG. Are you guys excited to meet Fnatic Onyx Philippines? Innocent said, yeah, of course. King Kong and I used to be teammates in TNC Pro Team. Sakai wants to face King Kong for that reason too. And Sakai sounds jealous. What?
Hey, talk about good vibes and a good time, right? We were talking about mentality, the EQ on this guy through the roof.
Yeah, I mean, even from the MPL Philippine League to even our gala night, Fnatic Onyx Philippines has been messing with Innocent a bit. King Kong and rough his hair up during his model run. So that's pretty funny as well.
By the way, the MLBB Rising Open, a new game mode, is available to check out. So if you want to redeem it, scan the QR code, or you could use the redeem code MRO. That's the letter O. Bang Bang. You can go to your in-game profile icon setting and then redemption code so that you can go ahead and claim it.
All right, we got a minute before we get into this game. A couple of things that I want to point out here is especially from SRG's side, because again, keep in mind that FNOP are the favorites in this matchup despite everything that's happened. If an upset were to occur here, nobody's going to get knocked out, but I am genuinely worried about two picks. One being the Loyi, the secondary one being in that Bruno. So I don't know if SRG has figured out an answer to one or the other, but this is on the assumption that they are going to be on red side.
Yeah, alongside the Loyi and Bruno, you have to watch out for that big trade-off or big trade of the Cho, Yooms, and even Yooms himself, as a lot of people are already saying Yooms is one of the best Cho users in the world. Yooms himself said Brusco is one of his favorite Cho players that he ever got to play against in scrims.
Some of them will say never meet your idols, right? But in this case, you have to. Not just that, I think even when you look at picks that, something like as common as a Suyo in this meta, like when you put King Kong on Suyo, is a completely different from all the Suyo that we've seen in the league thus far. So I think that's something that SRG needs to consider. But again, when we head into the drafting phase, it comes down to which side both teams are on. If SRG is on red side, they got a lot of thinking to do in this first phase, especially.
Well, let's see who won the coin flip, and it looks like FNOP have decided to, at very least, actually, we're not sure who wins the coin flip, but whether or not, SRG decided to go red, even if they did. But at the end of the day, Suyo has been a very strong opener for the blue side, and especially in the hands of King Kong, it doesn't feel like he ever hesitates on his decision, which is why he seems to be so mobile on this one pick.
It's not just that, it's also kind of the macro knowledge, right? I think a lot of people have talk about FNOP as a team that are so good in their mechanics that it translates into those macro decisions. We saw that with picks like Suyo, like Loyi, and I think the general consensus would be this iteration of FNOP is the best out there, right? Like it feels that they're irreplaceable right now.
So FNOP have respect banned two of the topics of Cram in the Swiss stage, which is the high loss and the Hilda, and the space that it provides, while taking away a stable alpha pickup for SRG in the hands of Sakai. So they are signaling to SRG to go ahead, let's play the assassin game. Let's go for the high mobile, high damage heroes that we're known to use, Sakai and King Kong, while for SRG, they take away the Fanny of King Kong, and one of the most stable bans you have to commit when you're up against Fnatic Onyx Philippines is actually the Ju Sin. So for SRG, are they thinking of taking away the Bruno, or they actually take away the joy of King Kong?
This is actually pretty smart here, because now I want to see what the opener for FNOP is going to be. Is it going to be instantly pick up the Phoveus to try and deny another pick away from Cram? If they do decide to give Phoveus away and go for Blue Yo once again, which they usually do, especially on that blue side, that means they might have another potential answer to the Phoveus, maybe in terms of just lane pressure or wave clear with Gatot, or maybe some other picks.
If you want to go for first pick Bruno, like a lot of teams do, there is also that choice. The Loyi is also up on the table for FMOP. If you want to first pick it, now is your chance, right? Because SRG, they're essentially willing to go for the trade, but this King Kong Suyo is now going to be out of his cage.
Yeah. So the next possible trades are Cho, Suyo, maybe even a surprise Low Yi steal as one of the first 2 picks on the red side, so that Super Friends won't get his hands on it. Though they did get a loss against BTK with that hero, FNOP are very prideful of that Low Yi pick.
Yeah, they are. And very understandably so, man. Super Prince is one of those Low Yis where it's hard to imagine Low Yi without him.
Yeah.
Now, Low Yi stolen away, but they also decided to take away the Cho. I would have imagined that they would lean into maybe picking up the Bruno alongside the Cho and attack the gold roam support side of the map. But doing it in this particular order now tells, hey, if you pick up the Bruno, that's totally fine, but you must take the Purify alongside it.
That, and also this, I know that we've seen SRG flex that Cho a few times in the local league for Cram. I mean, if they want to go down that route, it's always there, depending on what the roamers are left in the pool after this. But for FNOP, this is one of the few teams that does not mind leaving Kelra's hero for last, right? So for them in this case, they're not really worried about that goal lane matchup. They've won in a disadvantage matchup, but that Bruno is online, so you guys just pick it.
Okay, and there's the Khalid for Fnatic Onyx Philippines going most likely into the hands of Brusco. Now, Fnatic Onyx Philippines, though, still need to be careful of potentially SRG swerving and picking up a lineup that does well with Fredrin in the jungle. They were able to play that well up against during the Swiss stages, so I wouldn't be surprised if they might have their eyes set on building that and just playing for a lineup that wants to supplement a long-range hero such as a Granger for Innocent.
I'm thinking about Burst, right? As much as Granger sounds like a great idea, I feel like taking a Beatrix might just be the better bet only because you have the Cho. But if they don't want to go through that route, they can look to pick up Phoveus now, despite Khalid being that flex pick, just to kind of force, hey, EXP side of the map might just be within our control. You're forced to play towards gold.
Yeah, I like a Phoveus pickup for SRG here. And it's going to be the boss.
Wow. I mean, you can't blame him, right? Like, when they asked about his what pick do you want to help us win a knockout game, and he said Moskov, give it to him.
This is a very interesting idea because this feels very NIP Flash, right?
Yeah.
It feels like they kind of want to play with the diversions. They want to sneak into the back line at key opportunities in this game. And as an SRG fans are building up the hype for the second half of the drafting phase, there are still a lot of holes for both teams this side. It doesn't look very lopsided right now.
Yeah. So with SRG playing the map, that sort of shuts down one of the tendencies of Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Their signature 4-1 split that sends King Kong into the far lane while 4 members with a strong team fight by FNOP can hold the major objective. FNOP blocks the Fredrin while SRG blocks the Sicilian. Fantastic drafting and banning from these 2 teams so far.
Wonderful, wonderful draft.
This is why some people say that you are looking at a potential grand finals match already, right? Like the drafting is just masterclass from both teams. Just good understanding. Like we've seen Super Prince with the Sicilian also. The only difference is that SRG, they're looking for a jungler and a flex, whereas for FNOP, they're looking for Super Prince's hero, and SRG, they're trying to block it out.
Yeah, I'm interested to know what they're going to do to get that level of burst with the Cho. I mean, the Cho can be used proactively or defensively. He's extremely flexible in that sense. I'm curious whether or not, as you've mentioned before, whether this Cho flex into the EXP is a good idea. And I think that's what they're going to do all the way to the very end, as they've already banned out Godthought. Unless they want to solidify what their EXP lane, they're probably going to pick Phoveus, worst comes to worst.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there goes a Nolan.
The signature Nolan from Sakai. Just good respect.
Wow. Well, great respect from both of these two. I wonder if that means that they might end up picking something like a Hayabusa for Sakai's as one of his last best options. The Ling is still on the board, but Ling has definitely fallen out of favor.
What about Julian?
I feel like actually, unless they have, if they go Julian here, all they're missing is whether or not they have an EX, unless they go for like a damaged EXP laner, because then it just won't be enough, right?
Yeah.
You're trying to supplement, you're trying to look for, if you play Julian, you're looking for a composition that is willing to skirmish on a drop of a dime, right? At any point of time, let's go for the all-in.
Okay, they get the Terizla, a solid front. So I wonder how solid they'll actually get with this lineup. What if suddenly, now they will need to go damage in the jungle, or they're gonna be playing for a very mid, very late game style of play style. Well, Fnatic Onyx Philippines needs a little bit more AoE in their books.
Yeah, it's telling Kelra that, okay, you need Purify for the choke kick. Hey, if you use Purify, you're not going to have Flicker for the penalty zone, right? You got to pick a poison. This is limit testing Kelra. Kind of put him in a spot where you got to play your best game as a Bruno.
Oh, I wonder if they'll pick up a CC for Kirk. Go for the traditional CC to Rizla matchup.
I was thinking that as
Edith?
well.
Tamus?
I feel like Edith may make a little bit more sense here, only because you want to keep up pressure, but at the same time, I still don't know who's going to go into the EXP lane. I feel like Khalid can technically go there as well, but when you have Farsa on your side, it makes a little more sense to have Edith as your support.
It feels like it's a Brusco Khalid. Like we've seen him play like Khalid roam plenty of times.
And Edith is a signature pick of Cram in MPL Philippines, so that's going to be the lineup for FNOP. They needed just a little bit more magic damage, so they paired it up with the Edith as well. Good damage distribution and profile for FNOP, while for SRG, they have the choice. They can either go Assassin in the jungle, or they're just going to go Sturdy again and just play for a mid to late style play style. I'm leaning towards a Hayabusa right now.
Yeah, I'm thinking that it doesn't feel like there's much choices right now with the Fredrin and Nolan banned out. If not Hayabusa, Julian is probably like the riskier pick, but Hayabusa is definitely feels like that one.
It's Julian.
Oh yeah, they went to Julian. All right, okay.
All right, yeah, they want to be able to fight at any point of time in the game, pre-level 3. If they will get some kind of an early lead, it'll be interesting to see, but both sides very team fight heavy. This Farsa pick is going to be dangerous.
Fnatic Onyx Philippines versus Selangor Red Giants in the very first day of knockouts. Make some noise, Iowa Cinema!
The Philippines' last hope clashes with the Immortal Giants at the end of this best of 3. One of these tournament favorites will be forced to go on an underdog run in the lower bracket. Jose Ingan, Leo here at your service, bringing you Fnatic Onyx Philippines versus Selangor Red Giants.
A possible glimpse of a finals matchup between the champions of their respective regions, and man, looking at the lineup, they really choked Sekai's, like as you mentioned before, with the draft in bans.
Choking him is an understatement. I think they really ran the Sky Prince out of his jurisdiction and said, you know what, throw back to about 6 months ago when Julian was good. Let's get into the battlefield as we watch these two champions, these two titans of MLBB esports clash for our entertainment. Wherever you're watching from, at home, here with us in the arena. If you are at a watch party, one of those from all around the world, thank you so much for making us part of your weekend. Let's check out these early rotations. Is this the first time we're actually seeing Super Vince on a Farsa in a year? Maybe in a couple of years since his debut.
I think so. We've used to seen him use Luyi, the Valentinas, even the Faramis, but right now, an artillery mage. You know that Super Prince really wants to give out the damage. Just looking at the emblems, he's ready for war.
The monster mage here, putting up quite an effort. Malaysian Goat pushing him out. Fumes, in comes the beast!
They're going in for an early aggression onto Cram. Same like what we've seen during the first series, wherein they want to target the XP lane. They're going to keep the gold lane safe first. They're not going to mind that. All eyes are on the XP lane.
Look at this multifaceted attack, the assault on the senses by Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Selangor Red Giants, we've yet to see them pull any proactive moves here in this early bout. Again, a minute and a half in, and for the first time, it's Yumes crossing the river.
I actually like that you point that out, because if you're gonna watch out for the games of SRG, we've seen Sekai in his local scene, you know, be the aggressor, go for the invades. But right now, so far in M6, we haven't seen the aggressive side of Sekai. Maybe it's because of the draft, because they're trying to choke him out like what Fnatic Onyx Philippines do. But right now, if SRG wants to go up against a Titan and bring them down, Sekai needs to be proactive.
Brusco coming in with those hot scimitars. Quick check on the gold lane for Mer league mates. Both MVPs, both MSC champions at that, and now Brusco jumping in.
Yes, and Kelra already pops his Purify. Brusco on the other hand, quick sandguard. Here comes Yuns. G2 Crab goes in with a penalty zone, and the first blood drawn onto the bruiser of Fnatic Onyx. Crab picks up the kill.
And that was a trade. Fnatic Onyx happy to get that out of the way as King Kong secures the turtle. If you ask me, 4 out of 5 times, that's worth it. King Kong overshoots.
Overshoots, but now focuses his eyes on Sekai's. Here comes Yuns though to the rescue. He doesn't have his level 4 yet. But on the other hand, Super Prince! brings down his reign of terror over Stormy.
The Mage Prodigy didn't see that coming. Again, that is what's so elusive. That is what's so odd about seeing Super Prince on an artillery mage.
Yeah, this time, we've said this a lot of times. Super Prince has been the unsung hero of Fnatic Onyx Philippines. He has been a team player, but it looks like this time he's gonna be the star that the Super family needs to bring down the Giants.
Amazing how they have relegated core status to Super Prince. And I'll tell you now, I'm seeing where it's coming from, because King Kong, he's playing more of a utility Suyo, as weird as that sounds. So far, this has given Fnatic Onyx about 1,000 gold ahead, 3.5 minutes in. Second turtle spawning in the lower quarter, so expect a little bit more action there, a little bit more of a commotion around our gold laners. More on Kelra, more on Innocent. I believe the score is X and nil. Not a single game Innocent has won when he's faced off against the gold standard.
Yeah, but this guy, in this case, Innocent though, his mindset has changed. It's shifted. He doesn't think about the player behind the hero. This time, he just thinks about the hero matchup, when in this case, it's Bruno. And we all know Bruno can be a lane bully, especially with the fast rotation from the mid trio of Fnatic Onyx Philippines. So they're going to play it safe. Again, they have a huge advantage when it comes to the mid to late game. They still have Stormy on the Louis that can play a huge role when it comes to the macro gameplay.
And we've yet to see those diversions come into play, given we are in the early game, 4 minutes in. Huge rotations up top. King Kong and Kirk making sure the coast is clear as they rotate back, using the waves, using the current to rotate in. The flicker away.
But on the other hand, they're going to go for a counter-attack though. Defender airstrike is there. Selangor Red Giant still has the numbers game advantage. Scram still has the penalty zone plus the flicker. Let's see who's going to set up first in the turtle pit.
Yume's here down to a fourth of his health.
Oh, penalty zone! Connecting onto Brusco. Raging Phantom is there, but it's not going to be enough to sustain the damage. Coming in from Selangor Red Giants. Fnatic Onyx Philippines on the other hand, answering right back. Brings down Yume, brings down Sakai's, and it looks like King Kong has a clear path to this turtle. But Kirk says, we don't just want the turtle, we want 3 bodies. 3 giants will be taken down.
That was hot.
It was.
2.2K now, 5 minutes in, suddenly the snap. Ladies and gentlemen, the clutch has been stepped on, and we're going into 6th gear as Fnatic Onyx go into Selangor Red Giants jungle. Even Yumes can't stand the heat.
Honestly, at this point, it's not the 6th gear, it's the 7th, 8th, 9th tempo on Fnatic's side at 2.9K gold lead. You rarely see SRG on the backseat, having a step back on the aggressor side. So Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they've studied what SRG can do again, utilizing their knowledge down to the draft, preventing Sakai's from getting a good hero, but here comes a diversion from SRG.
All right, it looks like Kirk saw that coming. So this relative mum, this silence, this calm before the storm allows for us to catch our breath, you too, Ingan. So with that said, 6 minutes incoming, a minute until another turtle spawns. It's a crapshoot. It's a dice roll here for Selangor Giants if they want to fight that, because if anything, right now they're going into what we usually see in the late game for these high-octane teams, these well-oiled engines. They would rather go for ambushes. You saw that diversion.
Yeah, we saw that diversion again, but Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they're 1 step, 2 steps ahead. Even Super Prince, this is one of his signature heroes. He knows where the diversions will be casted, even down to the specific time. As King Kong trying to dish out and kite away Cram. Cram has to walk away, but this time, they might overcommit onto King Kong.
He goes down, a clean pick-off by Selangor Red Giants, and here's a clapback. Yumes gets flipped over and burnt out. Super Prince gets a kill.
A roam for a jungler, that might be a favorable trade for SRG. That's why SRG wants to extend their lead. The Spear of Destruction will connect along with the penalty zone, but Kirkdo with Earth Shatter catching SRG off guard, and they're gonna halt the clash, but Stormy says, Super Prince, it's my time to shine, brings him down.
1-1, the score between the Mage Prodigy and the Monster Mage in mid. And they're man down. It looks like Selangor Giants have found the window.
Okay, but Brusco though has a good opportunity here. Yumes on the other hand has to conceal. Now it's gonna be a turtle. That's Yumes was able to do.
And they find one. Ikram in the middle of it all, taken down by King Kong, Stormy, and the Yin Yang.
King Kong delivering the Sever to bring down Stormy and take back what he did to Kelra. As Innocent has to walk away, getting chased down by Brusco and the Kirk. Here comes the Raging Sandstorm.
The Bruiser finds one. Innocent is down. Sakai's the only one left. Onyx Philippines are fanatic about this as they take the last turtle. None for SRG.
The Super Family displaying excellence, displaying their chemistry. You said that Brusco found one. Well, Super Friend says, I'm gonna take him down, brother. 4.6k gold lead. And even if Selangor Giants, we do have to commend Yums. He has been performing relatively well. The Jeet Kunduz has been connecting.
He's my goat.
Wave the Dragon as well. But the problem is, Fnatic Onyx Philippines, again, always 2-3 steps ahead.
From minute 0, I think Fnatic Onyx have found their way in to SRG's camp. They, some way, somehow, made Sekai struggle even harder. Critics, analysts, fans would say this is not the Sekais we saw in MSC. This is not the same Sky Prince from Riyadh when they won MSC. And now they put him on a hero that isn't even meta. And now Yums is in trouble. In comes Brusco.
Kirk with the Earth Shatter. Here comes the Feathered Airstrike. The artillery coming in from Super Fringe just to bring down Innocent. And that's the proper target the Fnatic Onyx Philippines wanted. He went for Yums, but now Brusco, trying to go for Sekais. As Sekais tries to work on his purple buff. Here comes King Kong, dashes in. Tram still has his penalty zone just to counter attack, but SRG will have the discipline to walk away and just let Fnatic Onyx Philippines get the purple buff.
The Sigma Junglers Riz, Ohio Phantom Tax pushing in. They're not done.
Oh, Yums though, in a very good position. Tram goes in for the penalty zone.
Kelra in trouble, taken out. Yums gets his man, and that's a pickoff. Selangor Red Giants finds one.
Wow.
Like a needle in a haystack.
Leo, Fnatic Onyx Philippines initiation, they got Innocent. What's a better way to answer right back? SRG, Yums with the conceal onto the back line to take down Kelra. They know their target, and they're hitting their marks.
He got that without a flicker, ladies and gentlemen, so he got it the hard way. Now suddenly, since Fnatic are a man down, Selangor Giants are standing their ground. They're pushing back against Fnatic. Sekais dashes on out, gives us a few more moments to breathe and figure out what's happening. 10 minutes into game number 1. All right, a little bit of a recap on what exactly is going down in the battlefield. Kelra just respawned.
Yeah.
4 men circling around from Fnatic Onyx. Selangor in a better position. The Giants are actually pushed forward a little bit. If anything, it's Sekais who looks like he wants to dance. Who's gonna start this? Because Yums has a flicker.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You mentioned Yums has a flicker, and we also, prior to that clash, Kirk expended his. So where's the initiation coming in from Fnatic Onyx Philippines? They do have the Raging Sandstorm, but is it going to be enough though to catch? Because again, we've seen Sekais and Innocent. They're not necessarily grouping up. They're spreading out along with Stormy.
And what's worse is Kelra's Purify has been used up already. So the Super family is in super danger right now. This Lord, despite them being up by about 3,000 gold, isn't looking as yellow and orange as a lot of Filipino fans would want it to be. So now, I'd reckon IOI is slowly going to come back to life here. SRG is on up and up.
Yeah, I like that you mentioned that, because if you were here yesterday with a CFU SRG game.
That was yesterday's yesterday.
Yesterday's yesterday. 80% of the time for game 3, the crowd was mild. And when Innocent Sphere of Destruction connected, everyone went wild, up their seats, screaming at the top of their lungs. And SRG is looking to replicate that. Again, Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they do have a gold lead. That's misleading. As you mentioned, the kit that SRG has right now and the availability of their skills.
That's right.
Can be is advantageous actually for the Red Giants.
Yeah, you give athletes as talented and as committed, as clutch as these champions are from SRG, and even a 5-6k gold leading, and even that will not put them down.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. And so far, what I've been seeing for SRG, Yums and Cram and Stormy has been doing their job well. Sekais, on the other hand, though, we need to see the Sekais that we saw back in MSC. The aggressor, the mechanically gifted jungler for SRG. He needs to be able to out-retreat King Kong during this first Lord fight.
Despite the comebacks, you know, these small jabs at Fnatic Onyx lead, I think you're right. I think the retry diff, the jungle diff here is going to be key. Lord here down to a 5th of himself, down to a 10.
Okay, here comes the Raging Sandstorm coming in from Brusco, and Stormy gets the Lord! Innocent on the other hand, just to sing on the down to the knees. Cram, in the midst of everything, will be taken down in exchange from Brusco. Sekais also falls down. Lord. Here comes the counterattack coming in from Fnatic Onyx Philippines, but SRG, Stormy gets the Lord.
Oh, in comes King Kong, the beast finds his target. 3 for 1. The Lord now looking like a bad deal for SRG.
Now Fnatic Onyx Philippines turns the tides to their favor once again. SRG not going to be able to use up this Lord. Keller's going to make quick work of it. That's why SRG, I think they want to go to look for a pick-off here. They know that Fnatic Onyx Philippines is scattered.
And just like that, Kelra and Kirk make quick work of the Lord. That's a negative gain, if ever we've seen one from a Lord take. Very expensive, very costly. And folks, that was off of a turn from Fnatic Onyx. You could have sworn that SRG got away with it. You could have sworn it was worthy of the trade. But the mechanics of communication, the synergy of Fnatic Onyx, who'd have thought that was possible? King Kong show himself here. River control by the defending champions from the Philippines. SRG back to square one. They're trapped again on their side of the map.
You know, the way that Fnatic Onyx Philippines has been grouping up, it's like that they're the ones with the diversion. It's like they're the ones confident and in a better position to make a play compared to what SRG has been doing. We haven't seen so far a diversion play.
Ikram pushing back. It makes sense though, the way they're moving like this. And there you go, Brusco, no one home. Up to the wall, and the conceal.
Penalty zone coming in from Grab Super Prince. Even in the midst of everything, gonna cast a feathered airstrike. Gonna try and bring down Grab. Kelra picks 1 kill. Here comes King Kong, dashes in, forcing SRG once again to retreat. And Fnatic Onyx Philippines, I mean, that wasn't a perfect executed initiation. But for some reason, the guts of Super Prince, even though SRG is literally staring at him, he still casted the feathered airstrike.
Must have been bittersweet, popping those spells on his former teammate. Nothing personal. 4,000 gold here. Fnatic Onyx is ahead, 14-7. The Lord spawning up top. They catch Humes. Forced him back. Another feathered airstrike. That's a warning shot.
Warning shot to make sure Yums doesn't have the comfort of going for those brushes. Again, they were... this is actually Fnatic Onyx Philippines' adaptability. A while ago, wherein they were able to take down Kelra, that's what Yums did. He went to that brush specifically and eventually concealed to try and be able to Jit Kundu then Way of the Dragon Kelra despite the Purify. So you can see already the adaptability of Fnatic Onyx Philippines.
This is Fnatic Onyx freestyling and changing the tempo, changing the measures. They understood what SRG was trying to get at, so they changed the beat and they pushed Humes out of that bush, and now they control even that lower quarter. Once more, they catch Humes, forcing him to dash back into that purple side brush. And now the conceal. Where's Fnatic Onyx going? Who do they spot? Ikram pushed out. Brusco. Sand walks in, and they realign. Again, a scrum here. Looking for the engage.
Good use of the conceal to try and get SRG out of position. Just looking at damage coming in from Keller. Here comes Cram with the conceal. Stormy though, diversion plays. Spirit Destruction also connects. A lot of isolated clashes happening right now. But still Sakai's gets the Lord. Bang! Keller answers back with a volley shot to bring down Sakai's and Stormy. Again, same thing happened. SRG with the Lord, Fnatic with the kills.
The jungler in the mid for a Lord and nothing to trade for it? I think Fnatic Onyx had this planned out all along. I mean, sure, you could have retrieved, but King Kong made the call. He said, I'm going to go on Stormy, and we're going to make him pay. Lord spawns down bottom, but mid and top are for Fnatic.
At this point, SRG, that's more than what they wanted. Preventing Fnatic Onyx Philippines from getting the Lord and getting an inhibitor turret down. 4 seconds before Stormy responds, Sakai's responds. They have the diversion, so they can make a play actually, since Fnatic Onyx is preoccupied with this Lord.
Humes, Cram, and Innocent on the aggression here. They're on the offense, they're looking for targets, and seems to be a feint. They're pushing him back, unless in comes Brusco.
Connecting onto 2 with a Raging Sandstorm. Here comes the diversion. Cram with the penalty zone. They're working on Innocent. Innocent is going to fall down in exchange for Brusco. He ums as well. Cram caught in the midst of everything. Last man is Stormy, and Sakai's wasn't in the picture. Fnatic Onyx Philippines takes 4 down.
The Sky Prince running solo, and he can only push mid. King Kong to the rescue, clean in house. Selangor Red Giants reeling right now, 1 for 4. I thought it was the worst start when they lost Esan, when Innocent fell. But when Ikram followed, when you followed, when Stormy followed, oh no. Ingan, I think they're going for the end game.
One card minion is here. Sakai is desperately trying to burst it down. He will do so successfully. But Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they have minions middle lane. They're going to be disciplined enough to disengage, and that was enough time both for Sakai's to save Selangor Giants.
Not quite the end game just yet. Fnatic Onyx Philippines reading the room. With a minute until the next Lord spawns, finally they might score one, and they'll take it slow, deliberate, surgical in their approach. Approaching the 16-minute mark, Innocent is actually in a better shape than Kelra.
Yeah, because again, Innocent, although he's at 2-3-1, still, with the space created for Innocent, specifically from Cram and Yums, he's still able to do a lot of things for SRG. But the problem is Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they have a lot of engage.
That's what you call a funnel. And it's all in on Innocent. Fnatic Onyx, they have their eggs spread across many different baskets. There's one in a Swiss bank account somewhere else waiting, because that's what Super Prince's Feathered Airstrike is. It's such a long-range artillery spell that even if you start the fight with it, fight goes long enough, he's got another coming.
He's got another coming. I mean, looking at the battle spell, it's just a flicker, not even a purify, but still, one death. Despite there being a Yums show, so far Super Prince's super positioning has been doing wonders for Fnatic Onyx Philippines. So SRG, let's see what's their play.
Brusco coming in, conceal, spots Innocent. Does he force it? There's the Feathered Airstrike. There's a jump!
Winter Crown's not going to be enough to try and delay the push Fnatic Onyx Philippines is doing. King Kong on the other hand is going down. Innocent on a rampage right now. Wind of Nature is going to be there for the two gold laners. They're working on Brusco. Might be able to take him down though. But Brusco has his immortality. It will be popped. Crown on the other hand goes down in the hands of the gold standard. A 2-for-1 trade. King Kong for Sakai's and Cram.
With Innocent, Yums, and Stormy here, what's the call? Do the Super Family blitz this Lord? Can they afford to do that?
Man, plan A should be the Hail Mary Innocent Spear of Destruction. They don't have, both teams don't have a Retribution holder, so it's still possible for SRG.
Watch out. Innocent does have an immortality. That gives him more of an advantage, a larger margin for error compared to what Kelra's working with. Just raw stats, sheer mechanics, instincts that would take decades to perfect, that the gold standard has done through his years in professional play. Fnatic Onyx finally just respawned all in. Selangor making them work for this final Lord.
Okay, looking at the items, Innocent just pick up the Wind of Nature. On the other hand, Kelra has just the Rose Gold Meteor. So Innocent can still swap the Wind of Nature later on for the immortality. Let's see how Kelra's micro mechanics will save him up against a Titan like Innocent.
Lord here, down to half health. Fnatic Onyx urging, taunting, provoking SRG to dance. Cram up to the task. SRG taking control of this river brush, and a sneaky push by Innocent up top.
And that's the thing. That's what you're going to do if you're Innocent. Play the macro game. Play it at your own pace. Again, you did lose 2 inhibitor turrets, but that's the thing. You still have Moskov and Stormy with the Lu Yi.
So far, it looks like Selangor Giants have Fnatic Onyx number. The macro, slightly better. The map control.
Oh,
Kirk down to put to a fifth of his health. Forced to use the ult.
Forced to use the ult, and he still gets the Lord away from SRG. Penalty zone will connect Stormy on the other hand onto the back line with the diversion. Winter Crown play. Here comes Innocent onto the top lane. He takes down an inhibitor with him. Sakai's doing his best to work on Kelra. 2 bodies will fall down for SRG. There's a Winter Crown, but look at the base coming in from Innocent. He already used up his Wind of Nature. King Kong's immortality will be popped. Now they're on the chase. They on the revenge onto Innocent. Kirk with Earth Shatter. Immortality will be popped, and they will shut him down.
Flashing back to his days in MPL Philippines. A failed segue. A backdoor denied. Esan falls. Fnatic Onyx Philippines on the offense. Cram flickering away.
Cram and Sakai's left to defend. There's the Lord sieging in onto the mid lane as King Kong works on Cram. The rest of the Super Family works on the push, works on game number 1.
Fnatic Onyx Philippines taking the first game here, threatening a sweep. SRG up against the ropes. 20 minutes. Definitely a grand finals preview. If you ask any fan, 5 minutes into the finish, you could have sworn anyone was gonna win. Let's throw it over to our analysts to break it down.
That that is exactly what we wanted for a first game in this series. Surprisingly close, tense, and just filled with damn good, sometimes messy MLBB.
God damn, I didn't expect this first game to be that explosive, right, SRG? So many times from the depths of certain defeat, they keep pulling it back, and it really came down to the most minute of details. SOD going wide, right? Not being able to get the Lord at the end that allowed FNOP to win. Gotta give props to SRG, man. They put up a fight that I didn't expect that they would.
Yeah, me neither. Especially with the lead that Fnatic Onic had. Like, I feel like Fnatic Onic could have ended this game a lot sooner, but there was a lot of overthinking happening because of the diverse, because of where the SOD could be coming from, which is why we can clearly tell that both teams respect each other to an uncomfortable degree.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to put it. The sheer amount of respect they have for each other's capability to turn things around just extended this game to a length that we didn't expect because of the lead that Fnatic Onic Philippines had.
I mean, think about it this way. King Kong had a 4-level lead on the guys on a Julian of all things. Now, Julian struggles to get in on the Lord pit, right? Everybody knows that unless you are committing all your abilities to jump into that pit, you're basically sacrificing yourself to try and give your team an option, a chance at it. But I don't know. There's a lot of moments where Fnatic Onic probably should have just taken a fight instead of going for the Lord. Just push SRG. Even if you get into our flanks, who cares? We've got a whopping lead against you, and as long as Super Prince's positioning isn't compromised with his Feathered Airstrike, majority of these fights should fall into their hands.
Yeah, the craziest thing is that throughout this entire game, we saw 3 Lords. King Kong got none of them. It was 2 on SRG. The last one was secured by Kirk. And King Kong had a level lead the entire game.
That's hilarious.
You are right. Like, a lot of his farm really just came from sheer farm and even the kills alone. But that's one of the signatures of Fnatic Onic Philippines from MPLPH Season 14. They are willing to lose the Lords, but they're not willing to let go of their leads. You can get the objective, but they're going to get the kill trades after. And then every Lord that SRG got through that way led to them getting taken down and actually losing turrets.
I mean, you get a second Lord and you still end up losing 2 inhibs, right? Like, who would have thought of that as a possible scenario?
Yeah, it's definitely a scary place to be, especially when you know that these clapbacks are so hard from both sides, honestly. But I will give it a FNOP. The early game was played especially well. They had a lot of tempo against SRG and forced SRG to actually respond to them accordingly. Initially, we were expecting the re-gank on that top side after, I mean, unfortunately, Cram getting put down to 1 HP. He didn't die, but that initial recall, he lost 1 minion off of that wave, and after that, Kirk played it really, really well. I mean, give the man props. If he doesn't get MVP, I mean, sure, but that Edith is disgusting.
9-0. 9-0, 10 Edith. What's the last time you seen Edith have that stat in this meta?
And the MVP of the game is the gold standard. A lot of highlight on Innocent. A fantastic gold laner in his own right as he is on the road to potentially achieving the golden road. But you gotta get through the gold standard first. 6, 2, and 14 on this Bruno.
Yeah. Dude, my man Innocent almost repeated the CFU 1v4 in that top fight.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, like, it's a scary moment, but up against Kelra, we even saw in the early game before the first turtle that Innocent tried to get an 1 extra minion. Kelra willing to trade Purify just to make sure that Innocent instantly loses that lane.
Yeah, I mean, that early game was really hard for SRG's side, right? Each lane was already struggling. Their initial coverage towards the top side of the map didn't really prove much because they forced Cram to recall anyways. That isolated island, Kelra did a great job in lane, but even Super Prince finding that solo kill into Stormy is why they had such a perfect transition into mid with a whopping lead. And this made King Kong's job super easy, right? Just power farm, show a little bit of presence, make SRG respond to you, then hop to the opposite side of the map and clear the entire wave.
I think we also see here one of the tendencies of Fnatic Onic Philippines, or excuse me, this draft. Everyone can do their job right. From Brusco to Friends to King Kong, Kirk, you could say they did their jobs and what they needed to do with each sequence and with each fight. But if Kelra didn't step up and help finish that job, if he got taken down too early, if Fnatic Onic PH lost their main source of basic attack damage at the worst possible time, then they wouldn't have been able to get this win. This was one of those moments. I was looking at that thinking, Kelra, no way, bro, you're actually gonna go down here, but he survived. Innocent tried, but FNOP were able to clear the minion waves first. King Kong hard focused each minion in that wave that Innocent had.
And it only happened because Innocent missed his SOD, right? Like that could be a completely different event. If there's one thing if there's one thing I really need to kind of, add a bit of salt on, it's just kind of the micro mistakes, right? The mechanical mistakes from Innocent. Few times he decided to step into a crowd control, like that bot lane fight, Cram gets ganked, and then he steps into a Brusco Raging Sandstorm, which forces Purify, and then Kirk kills him afterwards. But aside from that, I think SRG put up a very good fight, despite being so far on the back foot. It does make you wonder what that game 2 is going to look like.
Honestly, it's probably going to look roughly the same, right? Punishes in this particular case, and for those who don't know the fighting game trial of a whiff punish, if you end up missing your ability, and let's take for an example, Cram, in 5 people, hits Flicker, penalty zones in the middle of it, it hits absolutely no one off of the initial whiff coming in from Brusco, who hit nobody as well with a point like 1 foot Raging Sandstorm.
Oh, man.
These whiff punishes are really important. The execution needs to be at a near perfect standard because both of these teams are great at pushing back against each other from these types of mistakes.
I can already see MLBB esports page memeing that moment, right?
Yeah.
It has to be a meme moment. Like, they meme everything, so that has to be the highlight.
All right, so we're going to take a quick little breather, of course, from this amazing action that we've seen. We're going to eat up some Hello Panda while we go on over to Rose and one of our favorite pandas in Michelle.
Thank you very much to our panel. Hello, everybody. My name is Rose, and I am with Michelle right now. Welcome to the Courtside Report. And right now, we are with somebody whose name is Fuego, all the way from the Philippines. First of all, hello, Fuego. Welcome to Malaysia. Maybe you could introduce yourself to our global fans.
Hi, guys. I am Fuego Gaming. It's nice to be here, and good luck, Philippines.
Welcome, Virgo. So, tell us which team you are coming for here.
Of course, I am supporting Onyx!
Now, just now was a very intense matchup. How are you feeling? How do you feel like the crowd is here in Malaysia?
Sobrang active po ng crowd sa Malaysia. Like, pati yung mga taga-Malaysia, grabe sila mag-cheer. Pero kahit na wala yung Pilipinas sa kanilang sariling bansa, grabe pa rin mag-cheer yung mga Pilipino.
He said that actually the Malaysian fans are really, really active in cheering. And as much as there is no Filipinos here, a lot of Filipinos here actually, there's a lot of Filipinos here in the crowd, still cheering for Fnatic Onyx. And guys, I was at the talent room just now, and oh my goodness, the cheers from both sides just now, I personally felt like it was grand finals, Fuego.
Ako din. Ganun talaga yung nararamdaman ko. Pati yung labang kanina, grabe yung kaba ko, feeling ko finals na. Ang tindi.
He said he also feels like it's the grand finals because the crowd is wild, the games were just as wild, and you know what? It was really heart-stopping just now.
Okay, sure. So, compared to other teams in the knockout stage, how far you believe Fnatic Onyx is supposed to go?
So 100% sigurado ko yung Onyx mag-champion.
He said, wow, okay, Michelle, I don't think I really need to translate this, but you know what? To really set in stone what he said he's 100% confident that Fnatic Onyx is going to be champion this time around. Okay, now we know that this is a best of 3, right, Fuego? And we saw that Fnatic Onyx just took game 1. In your opinion, what do they have to do in the second game to guarantee that this upper bracket slot is still theirs?
First of all, sa drop pa lang, nakita ko na agad na grabe yung kalamangan ng Onyx sa kalaban, sa SRG. Though ang ganda ng naging laban, pero pagdating sa picking, sa drop, ang laki agad ng advantage with the Parsa. Yung hero ng kalaban, wala masyadong dash. Hirap makapwesto yung kalaban. Tapos yung aggressive play pa ng Onyx, laging nandun. So feeling ko, para magtuloy-tuloy ang pagkapanalo ng Onyx, ituloy lang nila yung pagiging aggressive at pagiging consistent. But kahit aggressive sila, ganun pa rin katindi yung kanilang discipline sa paglalaro.
Yes, indeed. Now, Fuego just said that honestly, he felt like in game 1, the draft itself was already a winner. And even though the side of SRG played well, Fnatic's on his side was actually very aggressive, and aside from being aggressive, they still maintained discipline. He thinks that in his opinion, if they want to win second game, they just have to play the same way and draft the same, right? Exactly the same.
Not exactly the same, but the play style will be always aggressive not passive. Yeah.
Aggressive and disciplined is the key. All right, I do agree with that.
Yeah, have fun the key. So, before we throw back to the panel, any message to our players on the stage here?
Sa mga players na dinayo namin dito sa Pilipinas, alam ko hindi nyo kami bibiguin at papatunayan nyo sa mundo na hindi pa nagtatapos ang PH era sa ML.
He said that to the players on stage, we came all the way from the Philippines to support you guys. We know that you guys will not disappoint us. And we are going to show the world that the PH era is not, in fact, over yet. Thank you very much to Fuego. And with that, let us head back to the panel to start the Game 2 in this best of 3 series up against Selangor Red Giants.
Thank you so much to Michelle, Rose, and Renmar, Fuego Gaming. It's always great to see him in the internationals. My cousin, not actually my cousin, but yeah, I'm in on the joke. I know we both look alike, but yeah. We enjoyed our little refuel with Hello Panda here. Crunchy biscuits filled with creamy chocolate. Did we finish it? Where is it?
It's gone.
It's gone?
It's gone. Oh, are there remnants left?
One more? All right.
Right here.
You got the last Hello Panda. Go ahead.
There's one more.
One more?
Yeah, rock, paper, scissors.
You know, I think I want us to try something we failed at before. Your turn. Say go. Ow! I'm sorry. I think I tossed it way too hard. Oh, that was good. All right, don't worry. We'll get into the next one. But
it even smells like strawberry.
But of course, no Hello Panda will go to waste. That Hello Panda was actually caught by a member of our crew and is currently getting consumed. From November 18 to December 29, participate in the M6 Lucky Gift. Join the draw for a chance to win Claude's new Epic Skin Challengers Flare and Beatrix's new M4 Epic Painted Skin Light Seeker. Don't miss this rare opportunity to get Beatrix's M4 exclusive and M4 Prime skins returning for a limited time.
Honestly, you know what my favorite part? To get these Prime skins, people are gonna have to do a couple of rolls for those who were late the last time during M4 for not getting it. So for all those who are DMing me, when am I gonna get it? At least they have to pay just a little bit more, just the RNG into it.
Yeah, I did a 10 roll and I got both Beatrix's skins.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm so mad.
Why is this guy so lucky? If you missed it in game number 1, Kelra was the MVP against SRG. Now let's hear from him and what he said. As one of the teams expected to win it all, the pressure is always a privilege, whether big or small. What truly matters is how you deal with it. Pressure is always a privilege. I've never heard that come from a pro MLBB player before.
Yeah, I think you look at it from a way where if there's pressure, it means people have expectations, right? It means you're doing something right. The thing that he only just recently won a local league is crazy, right? Considering he is considered a gold standard for the longest of time.
Of course, but at the same time, we should also understand where he's coming from, right? Especially, you know, his story as a gold, not only as a gold laner, and especially with the meta. The meta first demanded of him to be better. And even when it strayed away from him, he said, no, I am still going to be the best. And as they continue to play and not make it to these M series, once they finally do, and now that all eyes are going to be on him for this upcoming matchup, it is a privilege to be not only on that stage, but to have to worry about expectations.
That is the man on your screens right now. The gold standard, Kelra, versus half-man, half-beast in Innocent. The player head-to-head so far in the M6 World Championship. Keller leads in KDA and in the kills as well, but Innocent, a hell of a farmer. Plus 45.6 in terms of GPM.
I mean, right now, Kara is 7-0 up Innocent. That's not looking too good for our half-man, half-beast there, you know?
Oh boy, poor guy. Hey, at least nobody's getting knocked out. Innocent, despite winning in one of these categories, is going to need to bump up his stats for 2 more if he wants to compete against the gold standard so far, because he's already lost lane once in a bad matchup. Let's see whether or not maybe SRG is going to kind of pivot a little bit to try and give him something, their side laners, more of a chance.
Let's see if the Bruno will become a factor here again. If the gold laner picks or the jungler picks, especially with Julian being one of the last best options for SRG up against the Suyo of King Kong. Not the funnest matchup in the world.
No, not at all. I think that game 1 really just boiled down to the jungle having too big of a discrepancy from SRG's side. But then on blue side, so they get to kind of dictate what FNOP goes for. We see that Loi Cho ban out by SRG, not going for the classic red side ban of Jusin and Fanny.
I'm curious to see how this is going to play out, right? Because if we're expecting, you know, Blue Yo once again into the alpha matchup, which is probably going to be the case here, actually, no, it doesn't necessarily have to be the case because King Kong does have a pretty deep hero pool overall. It does point the direction towards the mid laners. Because again, we didn't see too many crazy diversions coming in from Stormy in particular in the last match. And honestly, Super Friends was playing a very strong Farsa game. Every time we saw the Feather Airstrikes come out, it always guaranteed somebody getting put down to either 50%, if not 10% of their HP.
The approach from Stormy was also slightly different. With that Loyi, he sends himself in most of the time, right? Instead of his teammate, which that, I think, kind of also shows how SRG wanted to play that game, and this Bruno ban is to guarantee that Innocent has a better matchup, or hopefully better matchup.
I'm curious about that very final ban for Fnop, though.
Alpha is online.
So they denied that Alpha.
Okay. More incentive for SRG to actually go for Blue Yo as their opener for this matchup. I don't know if they want to follow the exact same steps as Fnop, though, because as much as I want to believe that Farsa is deadly, it scales very, very well. It works in a meta that's all about burst. Now that Bruno is gone, that might just be the go-to, but at the same time, Fnop could easily turn that around. There are easy ways to actually cancel it out.
There's Hilda and Hylos still up.
Yeah,
too.
Hilda, Hylos, are SRG going to surprise and take away the joy from King Kong? I think a stable Hylos pick would be great.
Yeah.
Just anything for Cram right now, because it's a very different banning process from FNOP. So EXP laners are much more open, and Cram can get on something a little bit more comfortable to zone. But they get the Hilda to take the charge.
Yeah, I can deal with this. Definitely not a first pick Joy. I think that one is out of the question for sure. But it does.
Yeah, not the first pick, of course.
Yeah, definitely not first pick. It does open up the Suyo for FNOP. If they want to take it again, they have always been going for that first pick Suyo, regardless of which side they're on.
Yeah.
Suyo Hylos?
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah,
Hylos makes sense.
I like those as the first two for them, especially with the Cho'Gawn. Yeah, different priorities. You're not gonna suddenly rush a Granger or something, but whoa, they really want that joy.
Okay.
And they got the Gata Kacha of that's a signature Gata Kacha for Brusco.
Wow. Okay. So this is in anticipation of maybe the Tigreal coming into play, right? Tigreal goes for the implosion. You just GOA in to try and deny anybody from actually trying to follow up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so too. So it doesn't make. I mean, you get a skill matchup with the Suyo if you're SRG, but the answer is how do you deal with this Gatot, right? Not only it can be a solution to a Tigreal implosion, but also if you have any backline mages, which is all mages right now, Farsa, whatever, you have the Gatot to cut that battle line.
I'm thinking whether or not. Hylos Matilda is actually a pretty good shout. Because I was thinking maybe going into the Belleric, but with Matilda still available, that might just be the option. So, Harith, interesting.
In a while, we've seen this young little hero get prioritized like this. Not the usual gold laner trades anymore, but I think SRG, they're playing for Snowball. Those first 3 picks scream, we win the first 6 minutes of the game.
To the jungle.
Final pick in the very first phase. Granger going to get locked in early for Fnop. Huh. Oh, how does that matchup actually go? I mean, to be fair, Harith does need to close the distance first to the Granger. Granger is able to kind of move out from the center of the blast if he does start throwing it out willy-nilly. But this second phase begs the question a couple of things. Both mid laners have not been selected just yet.
Yeah. It's going to be a very small pool by the end of this. So you still have like your classic Valen, Eve. We saw that Super Friends Farsa. Sicilian was also banned in Game 1 by SRG.
I think the Valentina is going to be the hot contested pick. That it's going to be up to the teams whether to ban it or open it, really, because it can be a good option for either or. I'm surprised FNOP actually banned out the Hylos. I thought they go for that themselves, because usually Brusco, when he plays the Gatot Kacha, he's not the main guy up front come the mid to the later portions of the game. It's Kirk, while he usually goes for more follow-up set with his AOG from the back line.
I was thinking instead of the Granger, they were going to go for the Eve, right? They already have the GOA. They kind of have an easy setup to put them inside that RWM in the first place. And maybe the high loss might have been like a supplement as a way to be like, hey, look away from the mid lane, ban out some random stuff.
There's also one thing that SRG hasn't addressed yet. How do you control this joy? How do you keep this joy in place? Hilda is definitely not the solution to it. You need a secondary answer. That's why this high loss ban now kind of makes a lot more sense, right? We stop that high loss that has that law and order that can instantly break the pace, the tempo of this joy. Hovis is still left in the pool. I mean, if SRG, but then SRG has a Hilda. I'm not sure if you want to run that roam Hilda.
I mean, it's not like we haven't seen Yums play Hilda before, but
That's true.
in the current metagame, it feels kind of bad if you're not ahead with Hilda.
Unless you do the Ohio Brothers Hilda Petrify.
Oh, don't remind me, don't remind me.
Ooh,
okay.
They read into a potential Akai pickup coming in from SRG. They decided to ban it out.
Very deep.
It could have been a roam pickup. Honest. Oh, the Tig is open for them.
Actually, I think at this point, now that we haven't seen any mid lane bans, there's no point really banning out any mid laners at this point, especially with the relationship of Valentina as well as Yves. They're probably better off looking in a different direction here, but in terms of like EXP, it's starting to get really, really rough unless we talk about Swiss army knives like Benedetta.
Yeah, FNAF probably gonna go take 4. Take out the Kali. That's take roam, and then the God that Kacha goes EXP, then they save their mid laner pick for last. That's a working theory.
I think if you're Fnav, you're not worried about a Phobius for SRG.
I think that the safest opening for Fnav, especially if they want to respond at the very end, is to take Valentina now. That way, if SRG do decide to play Tigreal into the Yves, you got 2 great ultimates to work with.
Yeah, I agree.
So they're opening up the trade. Valentina, Tigreal. And before suddenly we get another surprise pick in M6. I mean, that's been the trend so far. I think later for SRG. Oh, yeah, see? Yeah, of course it's going to be the Tigreal.
Nah, I mean, you take it away, right? Like, even if SRG gets the Valentina and you somehow still implosion, you are still relying on Valentina to stop Joy. That is, doesn't feel good, you know, if you're SRG.
And that's also close range. Your long range wave clear is not good. You're going to have to go long range here for SRG.
Yeah, very, very difficult. I mean,
did they get the box?
I would imagine. You know? Oh, box or vet, both are very good options. At the very least, disengage mechanics will be very helpful, especially if you're going to get chased by Fnav anyway. I mean, they've got some like great combinations, and I think obviously the Granger is going to be a large proponent of not only opening the map, but kind of soft setups for the team.
All right, what's SRG going to end up with?
What if?
Ooh,
that's a Yums classic.
Only picked once in the M6 World Championship, and they get the Valentina away. I think FNOP are going to be thinking into either the Aurora or the Eve.
That's a classic Yums pick.
Yeah, just take the Eve at this point, right?
The Eve, right?
Because they've covered both sides from the side of SRG. You go Farsa, it doesn't matter. You still have the Nature's Barrier to cancel it out, or even like the Wild Charge. Either or is totally fine.
And Grok is extremely weak to magic damage, right? If you power on that Eve, it's going to be super tough for Yums to just run up and set up a play.
Yeah, they might even consider that they will need a late game hero, because if they end up picking something like a Cecilia, that might be them going a little bit more conservative route. But yeah, Eve, of course.
I mean, if they go, luckily it's an Eve. I mean, if they go Ceci, it's just FNOF saying that we are gonna win anyways. It's only a matter of time. But I mean, Eve is the safer pick.
All right, that's the Game 2 draft for you. Looking forward to seeing what happens in Game number 2. Will a Game 3 be forced, or will FNOP advance?
SRG have their work cut out for them. Up against the wall, Fnatic Onyx Philippines looking to close up shop. Looking for that sweep. Let's see if the hometown crowd will allow that. One more look at the draft.
Man, one of the Yums classic, the Grok. When push comes to shove, you know, SRG is going to go back to their comfort, and they're really diving down in on the early game-centric composition of their lineup.
So far, SRG working with more utility now, in my opinion, than in Game 1. Fnatic Onyx, though, individually, such strong picks they ended up with. As we go into the battlefield, Claude and Dexter watching from up above. Let's get into game number 2. Once more for all the marbles. 2 lives in the upper bracket, Fnatic Onyx Philippines versus SRG.
Man, if you're SRG, you really want as much as possible to advance the upper bracket and keep your golden rose safe. And it looks like it's working pretty well for them, or at least for this draft, because again, Sekai's has a good meta hero right now with the Suyo.
That's what I'm saying. In Game 1, it's almost like FNOP did not allow for the Sky Prince to play. He was barely 3 feet off the ground. So don't even think of the Sky. Think of now, here, and that prio in the first phase on the Suyo definitely paid off. So already a minute in, I'll say it's a better look for SRG. Fnatic Onyx, though, what are they looking to do here? Because Ingan, it's very rare that you end up with such high AoE and high team fighting potential picks like the Tigreal, the Eve, and the Gatot in one go.
Yeah, imagine when it comes to the neutral objectives, of course, they're going to have good ground control because, again, the AoE, the CCs, but it's also possible for them to look for those initial pickoffs. Considering that Kelra has a Granger also, and when all those Rhapsody connects, he's going to have an easy time in taking down members of SRG, especially when he picks up a Sky Piercer.
A little bit of a heart racer there, how King Kong just suddenly jumped out of the bush, sending home Humes. Early recall on that Grok, now more pressure down bottom. Sekai's pushed out of the lane. What does this XP lane feel like for you? Who's going to rotate out first? Because it looks like Kirk is holding his own.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be Kram first, but they know this. That's why they're trying to go for Kram.
Here we go. King Kong looking for the stacks. Brusco down to a third of his health. And it looks like SRG win the engagement, sending back Fnatic Onyx. This is a cautious approach by the Filipino champions.
Yeah, they also lost the Revitalize from Kirk. So the aggression of Fnatic Onyx Philippines has been used up against them, while Yums just trying to zone out the members of Fnatic. And it looks like it's going to be an uncontested turtle take for SRG, but Kram though.
Kirk down to a fifth of his health, maybe a 10th. AOG just for a good measure.
Okay, just to be safe. Just making sure, because again, Stormy can just dash in and use the Shadow Strike to try and bring down Kirk. Again, he doesn't have his Revitalize during that time, so it's just safety measures for Kirk on the
SRG more cautious this time around. You're right. In most other games, the Mage Prodigy would have already been behind Tier 1, sandwiched between Tier 2, going for that kill, but this time around, you know, they're taking control of the map. They're going for plays that will benefit them in the long haul. Now Humes gets hit with the Retribution.
Okay, King Kong uses Retribution. Here comes the real manipulation coming in from Super Friends. Draws the first blow in the hands of Brusco to try and bring down Yums. Here comes Sekai's though, with a Sever. Fnatic Onyx Philippines, that's the signal to walk away because we know Sekai's is there. We're not going to overcommit anymore.
BJ Brusco Paro is indeed a roamer, but folks, make no qualms about him getting first blood. I remember in the Swiss, man got one in 58 seconds.
58? Is that the fastest?
That was the prior fastest.
You don't call him Bruiser for nothing.
Whoa!
But you don't also call Sekai's the Sky Prince if he's not going to shut down Brusco just like that with the Queller. And that's the tankiest hero of Fnatic Onyx Philippines, supposedly falling down in the hands of the Sky Prince.
Well, Sekai's, we were just blazing up Brusco. Now the answer, the clapback. Kram and Humes versus Kirk and King Kong. Stormy just behind, has that implosion stolen. What's Super Friends thinking here? Does not have the RWM just yet.
Okay, so right now they're just going to resort to dominating again the laning phase, specifically the XP lane, to help Kram rotate as much as faster, and at the same time give a lot of pressure for King Kong in his own jungle.
For the first couple of minutes, Kirk was holding his own, but now suddenly, Kirk is forced to stay underneath his turret. Now we're truly seeing what this matchup means. What a Hilda into most XP laners, here in this case, the Gatot, looks like. Second turtle spawn, upper quarter. This time around, maybe the gold laners will join in. The Harith and the Granger. When Granger was slowly rising, Harith slowly got pushed out. Yeah, so this is a matchup we don't see very often.
Yeah. I mean, Harith also used up when potentially there's a Bruno, but Kram, though,
hold up,
a little bit too deep there. Getting caught up by King Kong while Stormy works on Brusco. Here comes the electrifying beats. Kram running for his life.
Ikram! One more hit! King Kong gets him. The beast went hunting. Turtle down to a 10th of his health.
Okay, already commits the implosion, but the Purify coming in from Stormy is their Super Prince, though. Reward manipulation! Gets an implosion, but is it going to be enough, though? Paired up with the power of nature and wild charge. It's not going to be enough, because Fnatic Onyx Philippines slowly slaughtering the Giants. Even King Kong onto the Tier 1 turret gets one more.
The beast is on the hunt, and he finds another. Converting into a turret in mid. Fnatic Onyx Philippines are online. The shutdown by the Sky Prince. Not so fast as the gold standard gets one in return.
3 Death Sonatas connecting onto Sekai's. And Kelra once again proving that he is unfazed, unbothered. even with a team like SRG, the MSC champions, Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they're more than enough, more confident to take down anyone in their way.
That's why they call him the Filipino savage, man. He doesn't care.
He doesn't care.
He's gonna do what he's gonna do, and farm away he will. Now 2-0-1. Currently on top of the gold rankings. He's about 700 away, and now a fight breaks out.
Fight breaks out, but it's already done because Fnatic Onyx Philippines manages to pick two. Stormy and Cram. Just look at how proactive Brusco is right now. A while ago, we've seen him getting scared or getting taken down by Sakai's with the Quiller. And this time, with a huge win for the previous class for Fnatic Onyx Philippines, Brusco is now unbothered. The Bruiser in his element, just gonna zone out for Fnatic Onyx Philippines.
Oh, dear God! One more time! The Filipino savage is at work. He's now 1,000 and change ahead. Calra is on a mission.
And that mission is to be the pride of the Philippines. Again, we only have one representative. The Philippines has one representative left. And Fnatic Onyx Philippines, the pressure is high, but it looks like they're unbothered. 3.4k gold lead, looking to get the turtle away from SRG.
This is the final turtle of game number 2. Fnatic Onyx jungler way is up top. Cram here in the middle of everything.
But just look at the implosion once again coming in from Brusco, paired up with a real manipulation and unstoppable kill coming in from Kelra. Sakai diving into the defense, manages to get one though. Here comes the AOG coming in from Kirk, but Innocent picks up a kill as well. The answer from SRG is here, King Kong!
Coming in, red tree on the Cram. He's not done. Here comes the Beats.
The Beast slowly slaughtering the Giants, paired up with the help of Kirk. Gonna bring down one more. Kelra, Death Sonata. Is it gonna be enough though? There's no charge, so SRG is safe for now.
That's a DZF defensive Zaman force dropped in by Innocent to get out of harm's way. And just like that, the late entry from King Kong scores him the final Lord. 2-1 the score, 2-1. 8 minutes in, Fnatic Onyx, 5,000 gold ahead.
Scream his name and King Kong will appear. Even if it's late, it's better than late, picking up 2 kills of their own, plus the turtle takedown, preventing SRG's tempo to regain their tempo, but Brusco!
He elevates and he detonates!
With the AOG and implosion play, Kelra also working on the back. Even Cram, even Sakai will bow down to the gold standard!
And the Beast shall clean up house!
Oh.
And here comes Innocent from the back line. Super Prince pops him point blank. Fnatic Onyx, they sense it, they can feel it. Folks at home, can you smell what Fnatic Onyx is cooking?
I'm pretty sure Selangor and Giants, they don't want to let the momentum of Fnatic Onyx Philippines carry over, because so far there are a lot of isolated clashes, and all those clashes are won by Fnatic Onyx Philippines. They do, however, get some sort of kills for the trades, but it's not, unfortunately, it's not enough. And looking at the lineup of SRG, you'd expect them to actually dominate or at least have a good time in the early game, considering that they have a Harriet, they have a Suyo, and Fnatic Onyx Philippines, King Kong is a joy that scales up perfectly, especially in the late game.
They have expedited the farming phase for the Joy, and now Fnatic Onyx are sandbagging into SRG's side of the map, into their faces, and I think that's what's making it so hard for SRG to come back, making it hard for SRG to find a favorable engagement, an entry into the fight, because look, they're gonna throw Cram in here, but he's not so sure. Off camera, Innocent's down!
An off-cam kill, solo kill. King Kong brings down Innocent.
So low!
So low! Fnatic Onyx Philippines, here comes the real world manipulation coming from Death Sonata! Brings down Death to Stormy! Yum goes in just trying to delay the push of Fnatic Onyx Philippines, but here they are. They have minions working on the top lane turret.
They don't care about Sakai's in the back line. They want to penetrate. They want to come in.
Okay, Sakai's gonna dash out, but the problem is the base has now been exposed. Kelra just really working on the double. And now the recalls are here for Fnatic.
They have many choices. They could push mid, they can push top, they can take the Lord. What's Fnatic Onyx to do here? They're about 10,000 gold ahead. No waves. They should breathe, take it slow, Fnatic Onyx.
While all the while, the beast incarnate, King Kong himself, gonna work on the Lord. Just making sure Fnatic Onyx Philippines can end this flawlessly.
SRG, they're slowly folding to the high-octane engagements of Fnatic Onyx. I get it. SRG want to find the slow roll. They want to set it up for Innocent. They want Yumes to get that Guardian's barrier into a great power of nature, the wild charge, but they just couldn't. Sekais can only do so much.
Man, how can you set up, provide vision, and get the proper angle if even down to the Death Sonata, you're having a hard time trying to soak up the damage?
Not to mention catch the perfect ult, not to mention catching the implosion or the real world manipulation. Even Stormy is compromised.
Okay, forcing out the Salmon Force already. King Kong electrifying beats. Innocent though, here comes the AOG!
That's 3, pushed back. Fnatic Onyx, 12,000 gold ahead. Pop in mid, bottom up next.
Lord sieging into top. Well, Fnatic Onyx Philippines working on the last inhibitor turret down bottom. Kelra and the rest of the Super Family in charge, in full control. Will they go for a play? We're all just waiting for Brusco to go in. Flicker in with the implosion play. Let's see how SRG will respond. Minions onto the middle lane. Fnatic Onyx Philippines waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike though. Will they go for it? Look at Kelra with the Rhapsody. That's not connecting.
One more, the RWM, the stolen one away. Down goes Sekais, that's one man down.
Kelra just working on bringing down bodies of the SRG. Implosion from Brusco!
They find 3, forcing them out. Down goes Yumes, the RWM from Prince. King Kong taken out, traded out for Yumes is down. Another one in the way. Innocent pop. And they go for more. The punish, the AOG by Kirk. Point blank, Stormy's gonna fall here. Down to 1. Ikram cannot take it up a notch. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. The base standing. Fnatic Onyx Philippines, lakad matatag. The Filipino champions, the Philippines' last hope, march forward in the upper bracket.
The gold standard in the rest of the Super Family becomes the greatest obstacle to date that the Giants cannot overcome. Fnatic Onyx Philippines sends SRG to the lower bracket.
One life. One series loss for SRG. Fnatic Onyx breezing through the upper. Let's throw it over to our panel.
The Bruiser, the Monster Mage, the Young Buck, the Beast, and the Gold Standard. That's who Fnatic Onyx Philippines are, and they advance into the next round, continuing their upper bracket run. What an absolutely gob-stomping, dominating game number 2 performance.
It didn't feel the same as game 1 at all, right? Game 1, SRG was able to claw back slowly, but game 2 was just execution. Put SRG right at the guillotine and just chop their heads off. So some people might call me a patriot turncoat, but from the start I had a prediction, and oh
my God!
I'll do you one better, right? It was this, and then wait, I pitched my prediction. So it started with a 0.
Yeah.
2-0 Fnatic Onyx. Got it right, baby. I got it right.
Got it right.
I'm a statistic man.
Yeah, it is to be expected, right? They are looking to be champions of the world, and they are continuing their route in the most convenient way possible through the upper brackets. A lot less games to play, and it's still best of 5s. However, the raw domination here is just a good showing of what, I mean, I would imagine that the coach told the rest of the team, guys, let's not messing around here. We need to make sure we hit our abilities. No more whiffs this time, Brusco. And Brusco said, yes, I'll hit everything.
No one whiffed, no misses. That was a hell of a performance by Fnatic Onyx PH. Again, sweeping, selling all Red Giants is going over to the stage with Rose and FNOP to hear the winner's interview.
Dropping the hometown heroes to the lower bracket. Fnatic Onyx Philippines with a clean sweep up against Selangor Red Giants. And right now beside me here on stage, we have Kelra and King Kong. Hi guys, how are you guys doing?
We're okay.
We're okay. I love that. Okay, now Kelra, we know that the first game actually, it was pretty close, no? It was closer than the second game. And in the first game, if you remembered, Innocent tried to do a split push at top. How was the communications like that time for you guys?
Wala talaga kaming comms dun eh. Parang biglaan lang din. Nagulat, kinabahan nga ako kay King Kong, kala ko matatapos eh.
Oh, you got scared. So you told King Kong like you thought he was gonna end? You thought Innocent could end?
Akala ko, king, king, king. Sabi na, yung call lang namin, king, 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 yung base, yung base. Ay,
Oh, all they said was king, 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 the base, the base. Okay, how do you guys like deal with intense situations like this? When a split push is happening or a potential sweep, a potential comeback? Paano nyo hinahandle yung mga gantong intense na situation? Lalo na kung, like example kanina, nagli-lead na kayo, tapos biglang potential makamba kayo, potential ma-split push kayo. Paano nyo hinahandle yung mental nyo?
Di tayo kalmado kanina eh.
Oh, they were not relaxed.
Ano, parang medyo, ano kasi kami, overhype din kanina. Siyempre, ano, SRG yung laban namin. Talaga, ano, malakas din kasi isa din sa tinitingala ng sa MLBB. Kaya siguro hype lang din kami kanina. Kaya, ano, pag hype kami minsan, mas nakakapag-isip kami na maayos eh.
I see. They said they were actually very hyped going up against SRG because SRG, they said, is one of the team or organization that people look up to in the MLBB scene. So that is why. And also, he said that when they're overhyped, they can play better. So you guys can play better when you're more intense situation. Nakakapaglaro kayo pag intense yung laro? Mas nakakapaglaro kayo pag intense?
Go naman. Mas nakapaglaro talaga kami. Mas nakapag-isip kami na maayos pagka sa mga ganong sitwasyon. Kumbaga nasanay namin yun sa practice namin eh.
I see. He said actually they play best under intense situations. I like that. That is the mentality you need for the World Championship stage. Okay, King Kong, it's your turn. You can't avoid me forever. King Kong, we know that you have a storyline. Same goes to Innocent and Cram. Started from the bottom, now you guys are here. How is it like going up against your former teammate, Innocent and Cram, in the international stage?
Wala, ano, masaya lang sila katapat. Kasi naging kakampi ko rin si Cram tsaka si Innocent dati.
International stage, and he said because they used to be in the same team. Ano gusto mo sabihin sa kanila? Do you have anything to say to them?
Gusto ko pa kayo makatapat sa ano, sa upper bracket.
He wants to meet them again in the upper bracket. You can't. You can't. They're in the lower bracket. The only potential is finals. Okay, King Kong, another one. You mentioned in an interview before with me that you want to meet Sakai's, right? Now that you've met Sakai's, what do you have to say about him?
Nag-enjoy ako sa laban namin, ano, palong-palo siya.
Okay. He said that he enjoyed the game and that Sakai's is actually good. Now, Kelra, as the only Filipino representative left, Aurora has already gone home. Do you feel extra pressured being the only defending champion for Philippines?
Sa pressure, di naman kami na-pressure kasi kumbaga, ano na lang, one game at a time lang talaga kami. Hindi namin inisip yung mga ibang tao. Focus lang kami sa sarili namin.
He said they actually don't feel pressure being the only Filipino representative left. They take it one game at a time and they just focus on it so they don't really feel pressured. I like that. I really like that. King Kong, do you feel pressured?
Sakto lang.
Just right. Just right. Okay, King Kong, you're not speaking a lot. I don't like that. King Kong, what do you have to say to the fans of Onyx who came to support you guys? And, of course, to the entire Philippines who are supporting your journey?
Sa mga fans, thank you sa pag-suporta, sa mga patuloy na sumusuporta sa amin. Nakakatuwa yung narinig namin kayo kanina sa headset habang naglalaro kami.
He said to all the fans, thank you so much for supporting us. And he said it's really nice to hear the cheers of the crowd while they were playing. Even though the headphones is noise canceling, but they could still hear the cheers. Thank you very much to Kelra and King Kong. Congratulations on continuing your journey in the knockout stage. And with that, let us throw it back to the panel to break down this game up against Selangor Red Giants.
Wow, always great to hear from Kelra and King Kong, and you could get a little bit more of an understanding of their overall vibe as a team. Just a fun interview all around.
Yeah, they are very versatile players, right? Not only in MLBB, I've gotten the privilege to watch them also slap in other fun games we play behind the scenes. You have the experience, Renmar.
Oh yeah, that's true. I need a rematch with Kirk. We're not going to mention which game that was, but I need a rematch with Kirk.
Look. It's a good time with these boys, but there's a reason why why they're so good. They put in a lot of time and energy, even forgetting that, like, oh yeah, we could meet them again in the upper brackets. Nope. Probably in the grand finals. But let's look at the way this game played out, because this is pure domination. 7-22, 12 minutes. We don't get to see that very often against SRG unless they're playing terribly. And I wouldn't even say they were playing that bad, but the draft was such a big proponent to it. I mean, me and Husky were talking about it. As soon as Super Friends got a second item in that Wishing Lantern, this game was basically done.
Yeah, basically checkmate, right? And it doesn't, and it's not even the more in-depth reason why FNAF's draft just kind of destroys what SRG has, right? They get a very early joy for King Kong, which usually, when you review it that early, teams have answered to it. But SRG never really had an answer to the joy. In fact, they pick a Harif into the joy. So you see that late game, every time King Kong sees Innocent, Innocent just straight up disappears.
Yeah, it's not just something about the joy, it's how they play it. There's things that they do in the map that if you have one or two members of your team that cannot stick and needs to farm, needs to isolate themselves to get vision or to be able to get resources, King Kong will hunt you down. And maybe that's why we saw that Joy struggle up against the Loyi, Fredrin-centered playstyle of BTK when they went up against each other. But going up against a more quote-unquote traditional in this current metagame style of drafting, there's a lot of easy pickoffs for the Joy.
Oh, very easy pickoffs, right? And even in terms of itemization, the third item decided to go for a Wishing Lantern. Not very common for Joy players, but it's more understandable when you see that you've already built up a lead. You're playing based off of Super Princess ult anyways. And let's not forget, Brusco did not miss this entire game. Every flicker implosion was impactful, catching 2 to 3 people at a time. And the counter engage from Stormy, yeah, sure, it's good, even with the Wild Tribe from Yums, but the damage output is just not there, especially since the guys was down 3 levels by the end of this game, 4 building up to this moment.
King Kong was feeling so strong that Blood Wings is not even a necessity, right? It's just straight up raw damage. And not to mention that this whole avalanche happened because of one turtle fight that went wrong, just slightly wrong for SRG. They lose one turtle fight and FNOP ballooned that lead to an eventual win.
Yeah, and the two picks that Super Friends played in this series, first the Farsa, then the Eve, it's controlling the map not as a low Yi, but as heroes with such a wide berth, with the range of their abilities, with the vision that you can get, the pokes that you can get as well. And I think that's one of the ways that FNOP was able to control SRG in this one. With the Eve, you have the Tigreal getting vision for it, and of course that sets up your main damage dealer in that Granger. Kelmer was deathless and bulletproof. It's just like every piece of the puzzle for Fnatic Onyx Philippines just connects so well together to shut down SRG.
Oh, absolutely. And it's also based off of the timings of each of their items, right? When Super Friends finally got his initial glowing wand, that's when they said, all right, now that I have enough to actually deal some form of damage, especially to Grok specifically, let's target him down. And that's what Brusco did. First, one of the first couple of deaths that we did see was him flicker implosioning on top of the Grok as soon as the power of nature dwindled down. And then when we see Kelra get his second item, oh yeah, I've already finished the Hunter's Strike. We've already done with the Malefic Roar. At this point of time, I want to start gunning, the Sea Halberd. I'm going to start chunking people down as soon as possible and setting up, rather than sending Brusco into the fire, I'm going to scout it out for you.
Yeah, and usually when you look at kind of item progression, right, you would have maybe your mage gets a glowing wand and then your front line gets a Dom Eyes to be that secondary healing reduction carrier. In this case, Kelra was that second man, went for Sea Halber's second item, so Brusco can go straight for an Athena shield into an immortality. He is just that implosion machine because his damage dealers have more than enough resource to stop the regeneration from SRG.
Yeah, and this was just another game of us seeing Fnatic Onyx PH's tendency to really, they're willing to sacrifice 1 or 2 just so that they can keep on the lead. When this play happened, I was worried. But then once I saw King Kong, I was like, oh, they did it again. Just when you think they've won a team fight, SRG, suddenly there's 1 or 2 off members of FNOP who were somewhere else winning the macro that finally they joined the micro and got the turnaround kills.
And this is why King Kong has developed such a huge lead against the guys, taking away resources from him and still clearing his own jungle. It's not like he is, oh, I steal a bit of your jungle, I tell my gold laner to go pick up my farm while I'm, constantly applying pressure. It's the constant push and pull macro-wise across the map, whether the top side or the bottom side.
Yeah, that, and also, you see, King Kong always joins the fight last, right? Like second to last. He lets Kelra do the initial chipping, he lets Super Frizz do the initial poke, and then he comes in and just mops it up. SRG, even in fights where it feels like they finally got an edge, Innocent was popping off, and then suddenly King Kong shows up. And SRG are like, well, we don't have anything else, King Kong is gonna eat us up, and we just have to face it.
What a terrific game and performance by Fnatic, Onyx, PH. And now for SRG, okay, I think I want to give the floor to you guys for this one because you got to witness in 2 MPL-MY seasons this year just how much SRG has grown and changed into a world-class team. Starting with you, Gideon, what do you think happened here?
Well, I think a lot of it just boils down to the way that the draft was being played out. Also, the recovery has not been looking as good as it usually does. They're much better at playing with a lead rather than playing from behind. Because when you're playing from behind, especially from SRG side, you need to capitalize on your opponent's mistakes rather than forcing it upon them in a meta so aggressive.
Yeah,
for me, I think when we come into this series, we've already established that it's two very macro-centric team, right? But Fnatic on the Philippines just outclass SRG in what seems to be their forte locally, but this series kind of proves that FNOP are just a cut above.
We're going to see SRG return on December 10th as we will see a reunion between MPL-MY SG with SRG and NIP Flash fighting it out for tournament life, while FNOP's next match will be up against Falcon, who won earlier against NIP Flash. That's going to be happening tomorrow, December 8th.
Boy. I mean, that's gonna be a brutal series. Somehow MY and SG always get paired up against each other. MSC 2024 it happened.
Oh yeah.
Coming back into M6, so it's like we're always destined to fight each other at some point, especially when elimination is on the line.
Yeah, I mean, in recent records, SRG has been able to topple NIP Flash. I think in the past, in the 2-3 tournaments, so they have a good record over against NIP Flash up to this point. But you know, both teams, they get a few days to breathe a little bit, kind of re-strategize, and then they have to come back for that long marathon from 10th to 15th of December. I think that one's going to be the hardest journey.
Yeah, it's going to be a long climb for SRG if ever they want to continue their dream of completing the golden road in Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Be the first team to ever do it. Now let's take a quick little breather because that one, there was a lot of eyes on that one. So we just want to say thank you for supporting the M6 World Championship. The feedback that you send us is so important for us in improving our broadcasting experience and our viewer experience for you on site and online. So please scan the QR code, answer the survey, let us know your thoughts, your honest opinions about what needs to be changed, what needs to be improved so that we can continue to being greater than ever. Of course, we also have the M6 Battle Night. Don't forget about that, happening from December 28 to 29. Enjoy exclusive bonuses, including a limited time 25 Epic Skins trial and All Heroes free trial. See you there. I have a suddenly random funny question for you guys. Do you remember the first skin you ever got that made you go, oh, I can't believe I got this?
Oh, Gojo Satoru Xavier.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's still currently my favorite skin.
It's your favorite skin of all time?
Of all time.
All right.
I think it was the oh, I remember it now. It was the Alpha Collector skin. I just did one roll and I hit it. That's when I went, ah!
Oh, that was a one roll?
That was a one roll.
That's the, not mecha, it's sort of like...
The Spartan looking one.
Yeah, it goes back to like ancient Greek folklore and stuff like that. That one, yeah. I can't even remember one. I think it would be the first time I ever got a non-normal skin, maybe. I was just so happy. Yeah, I think it was maybe like a Kufra Epic skin that just made me go, oh, yeah, I have something. Finally.
The only one I want, but I still don't have, is the KOF one, Iori Cho. That is the one that I want, but I don't have it yet.
That's the skin every Cho player chases.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah. Again, if you want to experience what we experience, getting new skins and stuff like that, join us for Battle Night. Coming up next, though, it's another meetup between Malaysia and Indonesia. The Kingdom of RRQ Hoshi will face off against the hometown villains in Vamos.
I don't know. I can't watch this game. I've already experienced one SRG game. I've seen the Swiss stage and watched both Malaysian teams go down before. My heart can't take any more of this.
It's going to be a palate cleanser, right? We are going to transition from two fundamentally focused team to two brawl focused team.
Yeah.
So if the game does now feel a bit slow, the coming up one is just going to be go, go, go until the crystal breaks on one end.
It could be a fun fight night between these two. RRQ Hoshi and Team Vamos. We'll see which one of these two teams are going to move forward to the knockouts. There's going to be a second shift of casters, so on behalf of all of us, we'll see you next time. Stick around, M6. We'll be coming back.
for ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ Meiji
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
In MLBB, each of the 5 players plays a distinct role.
Whatever it is you want to believe, again!
But how do these roles work together on the world stage?
Going Sons, who picks up the...
Mid laners and roamers are the bedrock of the team.
Looking for the knockup, not able to find his sense who he wants for. Takes him out.
Whether it's picking beefy tanks, mages, or sustain, together they provide crowd control and damage in the early game, making space for the team to farm or secure objectives. Then we have the EXP laners, usually playing tanky heroes. They poke and zone the enemy to create opportunities.
All right, let's see. Another fight commences here. Gear goes in. There's going to be a lot of damage played.
While the roamers pick to fill the team's needs and support if needed. EXP laners must win their lane and protect their tower with aggressive, confident play, ensuring map control for the team.
Ooh, final slash.
Finally, we come to the junglers, the early to mid-game finishers, and the gold laners, the mid to late game finishers.
Irie, the god in the jungle, takes a double kill.
For junglers, whether it's frontline tank utility or assassin early game assassin burst, they form the core of the team. They act on the space created by their team to finish off objectives, utilizing power spikes with the early game advantage they get from farming the jungle.
Should be a retreat from the Burmese gold, and they get sent down into the ground.
Gold laners focus on farming for gold to become late game monsters.
1v3.
They are savvy observers, staying out of trouble and positioning well to deal the most damage with their fragile heroes. Do you agree? How would you describe the roles that make MLBB greater than ever? A new era begins at M6. But who are the rising superstars leading the way? In Latam, Maycam Evolve emerges as the new gem of the region. With Aurora's fierce adaptability and rookie sensation Super Nahuel, the Dynasty Enders made history, toppling the undefeated RRQ Akira after a 2.5-year reign. At MTC Turkey Championship, S2G Esports rises as a new challenger. Led by Sigibum's superstar performance at the gold lane, Pagu's playmaking, and Begin's rotation, they are ready to shine on the world stage. In their M Series debut from MPL Cambodia, CFU Gaming is ready to strike. With M2 veteran Oppie and core members Detective, Z, and Wadu. Can the Sharks are primed to make waves on the world stage? Returning to the M Series is RRQ Hoshi, the Sang Raja.
Looking for a train as he finds the triple. Looking for the maniac.
Reinforced by Sutsujin's lethal skill, and led by Skylar, this squad of young stars is on a mission for global dominance. The Indonesian cavalry made a bold gamble by swapping their lineup with MDL rookies, uncovering gems like Fabian, the deadly jungler, a calculated roamer in Witty the Wise, and King Aaron Shiki, the next level gold laner. Team Liquid ID rises as a new M Series challenger.
To double, Leroy goes down one by one. It's a maniac.
MPL PH Season 14 saw the debut of Aurora Gaming with rising gold laner Domeng and MSC 2022 champion Demon Kite.
We started the day. Falcons was able to take down NIP Flash. And then Fnatic Iconic Philippines was able to defeat Selangor Red Giants. Regina, stop laughing, seriously. But now, we have the villains going up against the kingdom. My name is Lafel Pancake. And then beside me, the girl that can't stop laughing. Introduce yourself.
My name is Brigida Corn Dog, and the guy beside me again.
T. Bless.
That's it? I said pancake, she said corn dog, see something.
He said T. Bless.
All right, you know what, whatever. Guys, let me just say the previous casters, panelists, they were amazing. We ran out of budget, so this is what we got. Welcome back to the M6 Knockouts. And let me just set the stage here, because behind the scenes, we were watching the games. Falcon, NIP Flash, Fnatic, Onyx, and SRG. Usually, we'll just be like, you know, having our own conversation. But this time, everyone was hooked. Those games were amazing.
I think during the first series, we had some little banters here and there, but during the second, we were just like, woo, on our individual seats and positions. So amazed with all that's happening, especially in game number 2.
Dude, I gotta say, man, watching it on our ROG phone, that was unmatched. Unmatched gaming performance with the ROG Phone 9 Pro mobile masterpiece that seamlessly blends high-power gaming with a sleek, modern aesthetic. Here's the thing, you guys can play games, you guys can even watch the games. Say something, T-Bless.
Hey man, I'm just waiting for my chance. I'm just, you know, I'm being patient with it. Yeah, game 1 was insane. Game 2 was I think FNOP, it feels like every time they get into gear, they are just...
It's okay.
They're just built different. They're just built different right now. They're built like an ROG phone, you know?
Ooh, clever. But for you guys at home, from the 22nd of November all the way to the 29th of December, the M6 support chest will be available for a limited time. Well, you know, until 29th December. Purchase the support chest for 50 diamonds, which also, by the way, is part of the task to get a large amount of Pass EXP with a chance to obtain a basic M6 Pass. Use the basic M6 Pass to instantly activate the M6 Pass, unlock additional pass rewards, and immediately get Claude's Challenger's Spark. Now, I gotta say, I haven't been working with you guys for a lot of times. This is only like a what? Fourth time?
Third.
Third.
Who's counting, right? Who's counting? Love working with you guys, but today's matches is going to be tense. This is going to be the final sets of best of threes. After this is all best of 5, babies.
Yep. And I just want to say I'm expecting it to be intense and both chaotic because we're watching both Indonesian teams for the last 2 series as well. So I'm expecting a lot of people to really be waiting for these 2 series, you know? I mean, whoever loses, similar to the first 2 teams, they get knocked down to the lower bracket and no one definitely wants that.
Hey, if I had a team, I would want that. Just saying. The King of Kings versus the hometown of villains. You know what, Vamos, they're just like, they just accept it. Like, yeah, we're the villains. What are you guys gonna do about it? They're embracing it. Your thoughts, Brigida, King of Kings against the hometown villains.
I just want to say, if you asked me like prior to Vamos' last series, I would be expecting them to clearly be the underdogs heading into like this matchup. But then after they've shown us how ready to adapt they were, I'm expecting a close fight. I mean, I think for the past 2 series, we've seen sweeps, but I'm not so sure about these last 2 series that we're about to head into.
Hey, don't do that. Don't be the curse. Don't be the curse that makes us go back.
Okay.
I think Vamos, every game they seem to be getting a little bit better, a little bit better, a little bit better. They seem to be getting cleaner and cleaner, and they're bringing a ordered chaos to the land of Dawn, right? And honestly, I think this game could definitely go the whole way. I think it could be 2-1. And I am not, it feels like a coin flip for me. It definitely feels like just about anyone could come on top in this match. So we'll see exactly how it goes.
Now, we were able to meet with some of the players behind the scenes, and the player that we were able to catch is actually Chibi. So we have a code coming in from Chibi where we asked, what's a new goal? He said, although this is our first time making it to the knockout stage, we're far from satisfied. Our goal is to break into the top 4 and compete at the Axiata Arena in front of our fans. We're also rooting for SRG to secure a top 4 spot alongside us. I'm excited to face RRQ because of Syzygy. He used to be part of MPLMY, and now that he is with a new team, I'm eager to lane against him once more. So yeah, honestly, like, Syzygy has been with, has fought against Chibi and has been with Smooth. So we got a love triangle here.
but that history, if you were to go down or look back a bit at their history, it wasn't entirely that great, especially for Syzygy. But now Syzygin's in a completely different team, and he's had a really great record for the past few months. So I'm assuming he's a lot more confident facing Chibi once more, now that they're about to face each other once again.
Yeah, but now we got to look at some of the highlights here coming in from Chibi, and I got to say, even though, yes, they won, I understand why he say he's not fully satisfied, because knowing Chibi, he feels like he didn't do all that great, especially game number 1 against BTK, where he got kicked by the Cho quite a few times. Game number 2, without a lot of crowd control, he was able to do a little bit more. But knowing Chibi, he understands going up against RRQ. Every single match after this is just going to be more and more difficult. And if he gets caught a lot, then he's not going to be able to help out the team when the team really needs him.
But you know, there's a trust between him and the team, right? Because even when we see Chibi not play as well, the rest of the team can pick up the pieces. It is, you know, if FNOP is the super family, Vamos is the chaos family, right?
Yeah.
Even though they're, you know, they like to push the boundaries, they seem to, yes, they're able to pick each other up when the next player is going down. They're able to make those moments happen together. If Chibi's not having the best game, Zorn and Warlord are playing amazing, you know? So overall, they do have the cohesion there.
Yeah, I mean, even in terms of like the kinds of heroes that they show us, the changes in the heroes that they show us, I mean, they stuck with the Sicilian Carmilla for 2 games, right? But then that's one. You see the adjustments just in terms or based off those 2 heroes that they decided to show us, and they seem to work together a lot more compared to like when they were using the fighter mid lanes, the Hellcurt roam.
Yeah.
Like everything seemed a lot more coordinated and cohesive, as he mentioned. So this is something we're definitely going to look after in this game up against RRQ, because if it's cohesion, if it's about coordination we're talking about, they can pull off the team fights at the most unexpected times, but at the same time still be coordinated too.
Something to to note, where there's a media interview where they were asking Vamos about the Carmilla and Sicilian pick, and they understood the matchup going up against BTK. The chances of an assassin is extremely low, so having those combo pieces worked out very well against that team specifically. Against RRQ, Suzujin has been popping off with many different heroes. Heck, even a marksman. He brought in a Granger jungle, and it worked very, very well. So I feel like this time, Vamos will not have that great of a time getting a very good draft against RRQ. That's definitely going to be the challenge. Suzujin is very versatile in the jungle.
Oh, now that you mentioned that, even the 1-1s, even all that, there's a high chance that we're about to see that in action for Skylar, who we're seeing right now in front of our screens for the ping test. It's nice to recall
ROG, by
the
the way.
history.
Shout out to ROG.
Yeah, shout outs to ROG.
That's the ROG. Looks clean. Looks great.
so
Look at
clean.
that. Even through a camera, it looks like I'm playing right there.
Cool.
But no, I like the idea of the versatility that Suzujin can bring to the field. The whole team on RRQ feels like they can bring something. You mentioned the Wanwan. He's played it, what, 2 or 3 times at this point. And first phase picking it.
Yeah.
Like up front, there's a comfortability. There's a confidence with that hero right now with Skylar. It is I mean, we're a lot of times when they're on that second pick side, they pair it up with the Cho and the Suyo. So it's something that we definitely have to keep our eyes on. But the fact that Vamos was able to look at BTK, realize their playstyle, see that they like to bring this grouped up playstyle, bring this playstyle that wants to stick together, and find the perfect piece to counter that with the Carmilla. It shows that their coaching staff, the team themselves, are always looking for those kinks in the armor. So right now, if there's a team that can find something, it's definitely Vamos.
I like that, especially for Coach Pams and like how long he's been part and representing Malaysia for how many international tournaments now. He's definitely got a lot of experience just in terms of adapting and
M4, M5, M6.
So how that's
He went to 3 M series with different teams.
He's got more M series than a lot of players.
Yeah. Team Homeboys as well as Vamos.
Right?
Yeah.
He's doing something right.
He's doing something right, but now we got to talk about RRQ here, where, again, a lot of star players are in. Suzujin as well as Skylar are the names that you guys have brought up. Skylar, one of the things is, going up against Nets, I would not say that Nets is a laner. Nets basically is the weak side of the map. He just holds his own lane, make sure he doesn't die all that much. But Skylar is very aggressive, especially when he gets a pick like the Iritel, where he can move forward and apply a lot of pressure. So that might be very uncomfortable for Vamos, getting more pressure to goal than they really want.
And the thing is, it seems like Vamos or RRQ as a team, it's like they're just so confident in Skylar and his capabilities to perform in the gold lane that even when we mentioned the 1-1 earlier, they tend to not even ban the Iritel in the second phase of the banning phase, right? So they just like, oh, it's okay. Even if the Iritel comes out, we'll have other ways to answer that. I think one we would also have to watch out for would be the glue between these two XP laners.
For sure.
That's one pick that could be contested in this series, right?
I mean, we'll see. Like, if the EXP from Vamos is not picked up immediately, then start thinking of cheese. Start thinking of something like the Benedetta.
Actually.
Or the Arlot. We saw a little bit of Arlot early wild card from Chicken. I could definitely see some other teams picking it up. We even saw FNOP countering that Arlot by picking it up and putting it in the roam position. So definitely a lot of possibilities, and we're in a place where the meta could just about go anywhere.
Oh yeah, for sure. The meta can go anywhere, but I'm really just looking at that damage, because especially when Vamos plays, they have a tendency, they want to fight. Is it a good time to fight? Hell no. But will we do it? Hell yeah. Right? So that's something that maybe is dangerous, because you're fighting fire with fire. You're going up against the Brawl server. You're playing their style. Is that really a good idea, you know?
I mean, I think it'll boil down really to the decisions that the roamers make in the series. I think they'll have a huge role when it comes to choosing those fights, especially for like Sorn. He's the guy you wouldn't expect to take all those calculated setups, right? All those calculated initiations. But in contrast to RRQ, that's something they definitely have to be wary of, I think.
And let's be honest, right? Let's be completely honest. I know Indo has been coined as like Brawl server right now, but who was the first Brawl server? Malaysia.
Now
if you go back to but if you go back to like M4, man, you guys were the ones that were ready to just get in the face, flip the coin, let's see what happens. You go back to like Todak days and things like that. It was definitely they were definitely teams that we're brawly, we're scrappy, we're ready to fight. And if I think of any team that's always willing to fight, like you said, it's definitely Vamos, right? So, I mean, I think if that's the type of game that RRQ wants to bring, I don't know if they'll be able to trump out on top. I think they need to maybe play this a little more systematic, right?
So, gentlemen, yes, including you, Brigida.
Oh, yes.
Let's start talking about predictions here. This is going to be a tough one. It is going to be a best of three, so this is stuck with my mouse. But all right, I'm getting all of my numbers here. I'm getting all of my numbers. Honestly, Brigida, before we even go into the predictions, let me just say I don't trust you.
Oh my!
But Trex has been on point.
Oh
Trex has been on point. So I feel like between you and me, ours don't matter.
Ours don't matter?
Ours kind of don't matter.
So do you want to show ours first?
All right, we show ours first.
You hide yours,
I don't know what to do.
All right.
I need a second.
Okay. So we say our piece.
Okay.
And then we try to convince you, and then you give the final verdict.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Okay, ready?
You first.
3, 2.
Wait, what? Who's counting?
Me.
Oh, you. Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Wait. I hit it behind. Okay.
We're both saying RRQ?
Okay. Should I defend my answer first?
Sure, because for me, I'm just cursing.
Okay.
I'm just cursing at this point. What do you want?
I don't know what to react with the audience in the.
Why? Give me your argument. Your opening
he's just
statement.
cursing.
Okay. No. Okay. So let me tell you. Vamos, they play with emotion. When people doubt them or say something bad about them, they get stronger. So the more doubt you give to Vamos, the more energy they collect.
Okay.
The stronger they become.
The negative spirit bomb.
It's like that's why they're the villains. If you're nice to them, they're like.
I think for me they're the anti-heroes.
Anti-heroes,
They're the-
whatever. But
They're the villains you love.
they're like Deadpool.
Okay.
Yeah. Venom.
So mine's also. I'll connect your.
Sure.
I'll connect your supposed.
Opening statement.
Anyway, mine's RQ because I think. Why are you laughing at me?
No, I'm okay. Hey, I'll say RQ too.
Sorry.
Nah, you're cursing. Okay, so I think honestly, so
I
we've
just like
seen.
the way the logo looks.
Wait, I can't.
You're
get
stalling.
my
You're stalling.
answer.
Give your
Okay.
answer. You're stalling.
So here we go. I think it's RQ because she's stalling again. No, really. Some
Your
teams
face is
like
getting red, by the way.
it should be.
Doing
I'm
a
kind of
great job.
nervous.
Trax,
saying
you
my
wanna-
answer.
you wanna say it first? You wanna-
No. Let me say my answer. Let me say my answer.
Okay.
So like how we've seen Fnatic Onyx get cleaner and cleaner just during the past few days where they've had enough or more than enough rest compared to other teams. RRQ Hoshi, they're also one of the teams who advanced first to the knockouts. And if we've seen a very clean performance from them back then, there's a high chance that they've refined it a lot more heading into the knockout. So that's just my personal opinion on why I voted for RQ. So let us know if we convinced you or not, or if you have a different
Which is weird
answer.
because she said RQ and I show RQ, but I'm kind of for Vamos, so you still got a 50-50 shot here.
You guys are doing great. I'm going to continue this this Yap Mania right here. And any guesses on what I'm going to vote?
Oh.
Vamos.
Vamos.
Because you always go against us.
Yeah.
2-1.
Oh no.
T Bless goes to Vamos.
There you go.
Yay! The audience are happy.
Listen, in my heart, you know, we go way back. I've always kind of been a Malaysian fan. I just want to say, I've always been a bit of a Malaysian fan.
Thank you. I
There's
like
just
Malaysia
something
too.
about it. There's just something about you guys are fun to watch. The MPLs, a lot of fun to watch. The teams are a lot of fun. I enjoy the chaos of it all.
Do you like our
know?
toilets?
I mean, it's a little different than NA, but hey.
We have water hose.
Yeah, I do like that.
Yeah, right? That's great.
No bidets.
The
in
bidets are unique.
America.
No, the bidets are unique.
Yeah, exactly.
I like it.
So yeah, Vamos. I think, like I said, I think they just keep getting better. I think they're continuing to get stronger. We're on home ground. We're on holy ground right here in Malaysia, and I think they can pull through. I really think they can pull off the dub. I will say the last night in the interview, I gave my vote to RQ though.
Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. So far
my
for
gut.
today, we've definitely seen sweeps. But while we're here, okay, because right now the players are still getting ready, you guys want to know why I feel like it's actually a good thing if you lose today?
Why?
Because you said if you had a team, you'd want them to lose today. I was
Exactly.
wondering why.
It's not, because they have to meet SRG in the bottom bracket.
Practice makes perfect. So here's the thing. I've been in this industry for years now, about 5-6 years now. And the team that has more play time, they are able to discover where it went wrong so many times. For example, watching the games for today, NIP Flash as well as SRG did lost. The bad thing is you risk elimination. That is bad. That is very bad. But the good thing is, if you keep on winning,
very good,
then the chances of when you already arrive at the finals, like whoever from the bottom seed goes
gets
over,
to play 2 games.
They
in Axiata.
In Axiata, exactly. The one in the upper bracket doesn't get to play in Axiata until the grand final itself.
So there's no comfortability.
There's no comfortability.
It's like trying to get in a brand new car and you've never driven it before, you know?
Yeah. So that's personally for me. I really feel like playtime is important. Even though you give information to your opponents, but I think playtime is important. But right now, we got to look at the head-to-head here between both teams, both RRQ going up against Vamos. And if we're looking at the numbers here, this is why, again, I say, like, games, playtime matter. Because if you look at the numbers, it looks like
it's pretty even.
It's pretty even, yeah.
It's back and forth.
Yeah, win rate, RRQ is a little bit more if you look at the goal as well. Most of it is like for RRQ, but not as much as I thought it would be.
Yeah, it's actually...
And the fact that Vamos essentially lost a few more games than RQ did shows that they at least were able to not have their stats be too skewed, right? They were still able to kind of keep themselves in the game. And like I said, I truly believe that Vamos has continued to get better. RQ, I feel like the problem with RQ is not a lot of information on them still, right? They only played 3 rounds and a total of what, 5 games? That's all we've seen from them. So one of the advantages they could have here is a few more pocket picks up their sleeves. You know, we've seen the Carmilla combo now from Vamos. We've seen some of those things that maybe those ideas they've had. We haven't seen that RQ strat yet, whatever surprises they may have from us. Hanabi Lolita.
Would be very, Why are you laughing? That's super serious.
We saw Layla.
It's been a while since I've seen the Hanabi Lolita.
Been a while since I saw Layla.
We have, in